Audiobook title Legends Beyond the Sea, Volume 01, Chapter 01 to 24, Part 01, Chapter 0. The fracture. Beyond light, the universe does not scream when it breaks. It hums. It is a low, vibrating frequency that rattles the marrow of bones and the circuits of gods alike. It is the sound of a needle skipping on the record of reality, a jagged tear in the tapestry of time and space. Beyond the reach of known stars, in the silent cradle of a deep space void, a single point of light pulsed with a rhythmic, emerald glow. The silent voyage inside the cockpit of the 00 Quanter. The air was not air at all. It was a pressurized sea of high-grade green GN particles, shimmering like liquid stardust. Setsuner F.C. sat motionless. He was no longer merely a pilot. He was something more, a bridge between two species, a living testament to a hard-won peace. His skin held a faint, metallic luster, a gift from his fusion with the ELS. His eyes, once hardened by the fires of Middle Eastern conflict, now burned with a steady, celestial light. He had spent years in the deep dark, navigating the vastness of the ELS homeworld, teaching the meaning of life through dialogue that bypassed words. Now he was returning. He felt the pull of earth, a distant memory of a home he had outgrown, but never forgotten. The resonance is shifting, Setsuner. A voice echoed within the cabin. It did not come from a speaker. It came from the light itself. Tyrier Erd existed now as a consciousness linked to the massive quantum computer known as Vedder. His form, projected by the quantum brainwaves of the ship, flickered beside Setsuner as a translucent, violet ghost. "I feel it, Tyrier," Setsuner replied. His voice was calm, but there was an underlying weight to it. "The dialogue with the universe has become discordant. There is a coldness ahead, a sorrow that does not belong to the stars we know. Our current coordinates are stable," Tyrier countered, his digital mind processing trillions of variables per microsecond. "But the quantum vacuum is fluctuating. It is as if something is pulling on the fabric of our dimension from the outside. A massive gravity well, but without mass. It is a signature I have never recorded. It is not ELS, and it is certainly not human." Setsuner gripped the controls of the 00 Quanter. The machine was a masterpiece of celestial being engineering, a god machine designed for understanding rather than slaughter. But as the green particles around them began to turn a violent, jagged red, Setsuner felt a sudden, sharp spike of emotion. It was not his emotion. It was a collective cry. Millions of voices, distant and muffled, screaming against an encroaching darkness. It was a world of fear, of shadows that walked like wolves, of a cycle that had no end. "Tyria, the quantum burst, it is activating on its own. The particles are reacting to a foreign stimulus." Tyrier's voice sharpened with alarm. "Setsuner, we are losing synchronization with our spacetime anchor. The Quanter is being pulled into a subspace fold. We are no longer in our universe." The emerald light of the GN drive exploded into a blinding white sun. The 00 Quanter vanished, leaving nothing but a lingering scent of ozone in the void. The Titan in the dark light years away, in a different reality entirely, the UNSC Infinity was a bruised Titan. The 5.6-kilometer supercarrier groaned as it plummeted through the sapphire tunnels of slipspace. Her hull, forged from the strongest titanium armor, shuddered under the strain of an impossible pursuit. Behind them, the rogue artificial intelligences led by Cortana were hunting them with the relentless precision of a machine god's wrath. Inside the sprawling bridge, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of recycled oxygen and static electricity. Captain Thomas Lasky gripped the edge of the tactical holotable, his knuckles white. "Status report," Lasky barked. "Slipspace drives are at 110% capacity, Captain." The shipboard AI, Roland, shouted over the wail of proximity alarms. "But the transition is not holding. We are hitting turbulence I cannot explain. It is like we are sailing into a hurricane made of broken physics." "Commander Locke, talk to me." Lasky turned to the Spartan 4 standing nearby. Jameson Locke was a statue of matte black armor. His ONI training kept his voice level, even as the deck plates vibrated with enough force to liquefy a normal man's organs. "Fire Team Osiris is combat ready, Captain. We have secured the internal hangars, but the sensors are picking up ghost signatures. Multiple high-energy contacts at the edge of our slipspace bubble. Something is tearing into our corridor." "Guardians?" Lasky asked, his eyes darting to the sensor feeds. "Negative," Locke replied, checking his wrist-mounted display. "The energy readings are green. They do not match Forerunner or Covenant profiles. It is a high-frequency quantum spike." In the corner of the bridge, a shadow moved. It was a massive, green-clad figure that commanded the gravity of the room just by existing. John 1:17. The Master Chief. The Mjolnir armor hummed, a low-frequency power cycle that felt like a heartbeat. The chief did not speak often, but when he did, the room went silent. He walked toward the primary view screen, his gold visor reflecting the chaotic swirls of the slip space tunnel. He had just survived the loss of his home, the betrayal of a friend, and the collapse of the galaxy. He was tired, but a Spartan did not know how to stop. "Roland," the chief said, his voice a deep, gravelly rasp. "What is that?" He pointed to a fracture in the sapphire tunnel. A jagged, white light was tearing through the blue, spreading like a crack in a frozen lake. "I do not know, Chief," Roland stammered, his avatar flickering with data static. "It is a dimensional shear. Something just punched a hole through the slip space corridor from the other side. Captain, we are being pulled in. Structural integrity is failing. Multiple hull breaches on decks 40 through 80. All hands, brace for impact." Lasky screamed into the comms. "Locke, get to the pods." Chief, John 117, did not wait. He did not need an order. He felt the ship tilt not just physically, but as if the very concept of up had been deleted. The Infinity roared, its massive emissary cannons glowing as the ship was sucked into the white moor of the fracture. The transition, was not a movement, it was an erasure. For Setsuna, time became a liquid. He saw images of a blue-green planet, of a moon shattered into white bone, and of a woman with skin like marble and eyes like dying stars. He felt the weight of her immortality, a crushing boredom that had curdled into a hatred for all living things. "This world," Setsuna gasped, "is quantum brainwaves overloaded by the sheer volume of negative emotion. It is drowning in shadows." "Setsuna, focus." Tyrier's voice sounded miles away. "We are emerging. Prepare for atmospheric entry." Simultaneously, the UNSC Infinity was spat out of the rift like a spent shell casing. The transition from the vacuum of slip space to a pressurized atmosphere was violent. Thousands of tons of displaced air exploded around the ship, creating a sonic boom that could be heard for hundreds of miles. The skies of Remnant, the night sky over the kingdom of Vale, was a beautiful, clear violet, dotted with the shattered remnants of the moon. Below, the vital festival was in full swing. Students from across the world were laughing, eating, and celebrating a peace that they believed was permanent. A young girl with a red hood, Ruby Rose, stood on the balcony of a high-rise in the city, looking up at the broken moon. She was thinking about the tournament, about her friends, and about the future. Then the sky broke. It began with a sound, a thunderclap that did not end. It echoed from the mountains to the sea, a rolling, metallic groan that made every bird in the forest take flight in a panicked cloud. High above the clouds, a hole tore open in reality. From the white heat of the rift, a monstrous shape emerged. It was a mountain made of metal, a jagged spear of industry and war. The UNSC Infinity tumbled into the atmosphere, her engines screaming as they fought against the sudden gravity of a world she did not recognize. Fire licked her hull as she transitioned from the void to the air, trailing a mile-long plume of black smoke and burning debris. Beside the Titan, a smaller, more elegant light descended. The 00 Quantor dropped like a falling star, shrouded in a shimmering aurora of emerald particles. It did not tumble, it sliced. The machine looked like a knight of the future, its twin GN drives pulsing with a steady, haunting hum that sounded like a choir. Inside the Infinity, John 117 braced himself against a bulkhead as the ship's gravity stabilizers failed. He looked out a reinforced viewing port. Below him, he saw a world of lush green forests, sprawling cities, and a moon that had been shattered into 1,000 pieces. "Roland," Chief grunted, his armor absorbing the shock of a secondary explosion. "Where are we?" "Bioscans indicate a nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere." Roland's voice flickered. "Life signs are massive. But Chief, there is something else. The sensors are detecting a massive concentration of negative energy on the surface. It is like the planet is infected, and we are falling right into the middle of it." The sensing deep within the land of darkness, where the red pools of grim essence bubbled and hissed, a woman sat upon a throne of bone. Salem did not move. She did not need to. Her connection to the dark ichor of the world allowed her to feel every heartbeat, every tremor of fear on the continent. But this was new. She felt a sudden, piercing cold. It was the feeling of a needle entering a vein. 2 foreign objects had just pierced the veil of her world. One was a mountain of iron, cold and smelling of gunpowder and 1,000 dead stars. The other was a light, a pure, vibrating green light that tasted of evolution, and a hope she had long since forgotten. Salem's eyes, black as the void and streaked with red, slowly opened. A faint, cruel smile touched her lips. She looked up to the ceiling of her fortress, sensing the two titans falling toward Vale. She felt the minds within them disciplined, powerful, and utterly alien to the petty squabbles of hunters and monsters. "Guests," she whispered, her voice like the rustle of dead leaves, "from a garden far, far away. You bring your wars, your steel, and your gods to my doorstep." She stood up, her long, white robes trailing behind her like a funeral shroud. Around her, the Grimm began to howl, sensing her sudden, sharp interest. "Let us see," Salem murmured, "if your metal can bleed as easily as theirs." The arrival above the city of Vale, the residents looked up in terror. The emergency sirens of Beacon Academy began to wail, a lonely sound against the roaring of the sky. General James Ironwood, standing on the deck of his own flagship, watched as the UNSC Infinity blotted out the stars. His sensors were screaming unknown, and for the first time in his career, the general felt utterly powerless. The 00 Quantor leveled out, its GN particles raining down over the city like glowing emerald snow. In the cockpit, Setsuner SA looked down at the world of Remnant. He felt the Grimm, he felt the maidens, and he felt the small, flickering lights of the people below. "The dialogue has changed," Setsuner whispered. Inside the Infinity, John 117 checked the load on his assault rifle. He watched the surface of the planet rushing up to meet them. He did not know this world. He did not know its magic or its monsters, but he knew his mission. "All teams," the chief's voice crackled over the ship-wide comms. "Prepare for hard landing. We are on the ground in 5. The night sky of Vale burned with the fire of two universes colliding. The vital festival was over. The long night of Remnant had just become much, much longer. Chapter 0 ends. Chapter 1 Visitors. Beneath broken moons, the sky above the kingdom of Vale was no longer a canvas of familiar stars. The arrival had happened in a heartbeat, yet the echo felt eternal. High above the fractured moon, the atmosphere still bled. A jagged, white scar, in reality the remnants of a forced slip space rupture, pulsed with dying energy. From that wound, the emerald snow of GN particles drifted downward, shimmering through the clouds like the breath of a ghost. Below, the world of Remnant was frozen in a moment of collective shock. The view from the cliffs at the docks of Beacon Academy, the evening air should have been filled with the excited chatter of students. The vital festival was supposed to be a celebration of life, of strength, and of the unity between the four kingdoms. Ruby Rose stood at the edge of the landing platform, her fingers gripping the cold railing. Her silver eyes were wide, reflecting the celestial chaos above. Beside her, the bustling noise of Vale had turned into a heavy, suffocating silence. At first, she thought it was beautiful. The green lights dancing in the atmosphere looked like a specialized dust display, a grand opening for the tournament. But then came the sound. It was a low, guttural roar that vibrated in her chest, followed by the sight of something so massive it defied her understanding of physics. A ship? No, a mountain. A jagged, charcoal grey titan of metal was drifting through the upper atmosphere. It was so large that it cast a shadow over the entire city of Vale, blotting out the stars. Fire trailed from its hull where the air friction fought against its descent. "Weiss, Blake, Gang," Ruby's voice was small, barely a whisper. "Is that an Atlas ship?" "No," Weishney replied, her voice trembling beside her. She was staring at a smaller point of light, an emerald star that was descending much faster than the giant. "Atlas doesn't have anything that big. Nothing on Remnant is that big." Ruby felt a cold shiver run down her spine. The optimism she usually carried like a shield was flickering. She looked up at the broken moon, and for the first time in her life, it felt small. The iron well deep within the command center of the Atlas flagship, the interim General James Ironwood was a man of action. But even he was momentarily paralyzed by the data scrolling across his monitors. "General," an officer shouted, "the orbital signature is 5.6 kilometers long. It just exited a localized spatial anomaly. We are detecting massive radiation spikes, and sir, it's not using dust energy. Our sensors can't identify the power source." Ironwood stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the holographic projection of the UNSC Infinity. His jaw was set tight, his mind already calculating threat vectors and defensive perimeters. "Lock down all civilian communications," Ironwood commanded, his voice a sharp, pragmatic blade. "Deploy the drone fleet to the upper atmosphere. I want eyes on that vessel, but tell them to hold fire. If that thing is a weapon, we don't want to be the ones to pull the trigger." Behind him, Winter Schnee stood at attention, though her hand drifted instinctively toward the hilt of her saber. "Sir, what about the smaller contact? The one in the Emerald Forest, the green one?" Ironwood narrowed his eyes. "Send a scout team, but prioritize the city. We have thousands of visitors in Vale for the festival. If this is an invasion, we are the only thing standing between those people and total annihilation." Ironwood's heart hammered against his ribs. He was a protector, but he was also a soldier, and every instinct he possessed told him that the world he knew had ended the moment those ships appeared. The silent titan in the silent, pressurized void of the UNSC Infinity's observation deck, John 117 stood alone. The Master Chief was a statue of green-painted titanium and heavy ceramic plating. His Mjolnir armor hummed with a low-frequency power cycle, a steady, comforting vibration that was the only constant in his life. Across his gold-hued visor, a tactical HUD displayed a cascade of red alerts. The ship was wounded. The transition through the dimensional shear had turned through the Infinity's structural integrity like a hot knife through foil. "Chief," the voice was not Gortarner's. It was Roland, the shipboard AI. "Report," John said. His voice was a calm, gravelly rasp that betrayed no fear. "Structural integrity is at 60%. We've lost a dozen secondary hangars, and the slip space drive as well. It's not there anymore. We're currently station keeping using emergency thrusters. But Chief, you need to see this." A hologram expanded in front of the Spartan. It showed the planet below Remnant. Atmospheric scans show a high concentration of unknown energy particles. "I'm also picking up primitive radio transmissions and air traffic. It's a civilization, Chief. Human, or at least human adjacent. But look at the moon." John looked. The shattered satellite hung in the sky like a warning. "No orbital defenses," John observed. "No satellites. No long-range scanning arrays." "Exactly," Roland replied. "They are blind to us. But we aren't the only ones here. I'm picking up a high-output quantum signature in the forest below. It matches the green light we saw in the rift. Whatever it is, it's not Forerunner." "Locke?" John asked. "Commander Locke and Phi Team Osiris are already in the hangars, coordinating with Captain Lasky for emergency repairs. The ONI spooks are having a heart attack trying to figure out if we've just discovered a colony or a tomb." John turned away from the window. He checked the sidearm at his hip. He didn't know this world. He didn't know its laws. But he knew that when a giant falls from the sky, it usually lands on someone. "Tell the captain I'm heading to the hangar," John said. "If we're going down there, we go prepared." The ethereal descent, while the UNSC Infinity groaned under its own weight in orbit, the 00 Quantor descended with the grace of a falling leaf. The forest outside Vale, known as the Emerald Forest, was bathed in a surreal, sea-green light. The GN particles drifting from the suit's twin drives acted as a natural dampener, silencing the wind and stilling the trees. Inside the cockpit, Setsuner FC sat in a state of deep meditation. His consciousness was expanded, linked to the quantum brainwave of the 00 Quantor. He wasn't just piloting the machine, he was feeling the world around him, and what he felt made his breath hitch. "Setsuner," Tyria Erd spoke through the Vedalink. "The readings are disturbing. This planet's core is stable, but the surface is teeming with entities that possess no biological pulse. They are manifestations of pure, concentrated negativity." "I feel them, Tyria," Setsuner whispered. Through his evolved senses as an innovator, Setsuner could perceive the emotional landscape of the forest. It was a jagged, ugly thing. He felt a cold, mindless hunger approaching. From the shadows of the ancient trees, they emerged. Grim, Beowulfs and Ursi, their bone-white masks gleaming in the emerald light. The red eyes burned with a hatred that had no origin, a desire to destroy that had no purpose. They did not growl in curiosity, they shrieked in agony. Setsuner's eyes turned a bright, glowing gold. "They have no desire for dialogue," Setsuner observed. "They are only shadows." The 00 Quantor raised its right arm. The GN Sword 5 shifted, its blade shimmering with high-energy particles. The Grim lunged. To a human observer, the 00 Quantor would have been a blur. It moved with a speed that defied the laws of inertia. In a single, elegant sweep, the machine pirouetted through the pack of Beowulfs. There was no blood. Where the GN blade touched the Grim, the creatures didn't just die, they became unstable. The concentrated GN particles reacted violently with the Grim's shadowy essence. The monsters began to dissolve into black smoke and shimmering green light, their very existence being overwritten by the high-frequency quantum field. 2 sword bits detached from the Quantor's shoulder, flying through the air like guided lightning. They pierced through an Ursa Major, disintegrating it before it could even swing a claw. In the distance, a group of survivors from a crashed airship watched from behind a rock. They saw a giant of white and blue light dancing among the monsters that had hunted them. They didn't see a pilot. They saw a savior. "Is it an angel?" a child whispered. Setsuna did not hear them. He was looking toward the horizon, towards the city of Vale. He felt the millions of souls there, their excitement for the festival, their sudden fear of the ships, and a lingering, ancient sorrow that seemed to permeate the very ground of this world. "This world is wounded," Setsuna said softly. "It has been fighting a war with itself for a long time." The Queen's Gambit, deep within the shadows of a land where the sky was always purple and the water was always black, Salem stood by her window. Her skin was the colour of a winter moon, marked by the black veins of the grim. For centuries, she had played a game of chess against Osbin, a slow, methodical war of attrition. She knew every piece. She knew every move. But now, a third player had flipped the board. She looked up at the sky, her eyes narrowing as she felt the foreign minds above. They were different from the people of Remnant. One group was loud, filled with the fire of industrial war and a stubborn, metallic will. The other was quiet. A light that felt like the sun, cold and distant. "Osbin," she hissed, her voice a low, terrifying melody. "Did you call for help from the stars? Or have the brothers finally decided to return and finish what they started?" She turned to the shadows in the corner of her room. "Cinder, the plan remains the same, but be cautious. There are new variables on the field. Find out what they are. Find out if they can be broken." Parallel realities on the balcony of Beacon Academy. Osbin gripped his cane until his knuckles turned white. Beside him, Glyndor Goodwitch was frantically checking her scroll, trying to coordinate the evacuation of the load docks. "Osbin," Glyndor shouted, "the Atlas fleet is moving to intercept the large vessel. Ironwood is going to start a war in our atmosphere if we don't stop him." "He won't," Osbin said calmly, though his eyes never left the UNSC Infinity. "He knows he cannot win that fight. Look at the scale of it, Glyndor. That ship was not built for a kingdom. It was built for an empire. What do we do?" Osbin took a slow breath. He felt the presence of the green light in the forest and the heavy, metallic weight of the soldiers in the sky. "We wait," Osbin said, "and we hope that whatever brought them here possesses more mercy than we do." High above them, inside the Infinity, John 117 stepped into an HEV pod. The metal door hissed shut, sealing him in darkness. "Roland," Chief said. "Ready when you are, Chief." Dropping in 5, 4, 3, the pod launched. It screamed through the atmosphere, a streak of orange fire heading toward the emerald forest. Below, Ruby Rose watched the falling star. She didn't know that inside that metal shell was the most dangerous soldier in human history. She didn't know that in the forest, a man who had transcended humanity was waiting. She only knew that the festival was over. Ruby looked at her sister, Yang, and her teammates. They were scared. They were confused. But they were together. "Get your weapons," Ruby said, her voice finding its strength. "Something is coming, and I don't think they're here for the tournament." As the UNSC pod slammed into the earth, and the 00 Quanter stood amid the ashes of the Grim, the two universes finally met. The broken moon of Remnant looked down upon a world that would never be the same again. The dialogue had begun, and the silence of the void was finally over. Chapter 1 ends. Chapter 2 The men from distant stars. The sun did not rise over Vale so much as it fought its way through a sky choked with the debris of a broken reality. As the first pale light of morning touched the rooftops of the city, it illuminated a nightmare of architectural scale. Hanging motionless above the clouds, the UNSC Infinity was a monolithic shadow, a charcoal grey spear that seemed to pierce the very heavens. It was 5.6 kilometers of cold, industrial intent, casting a darkness that stretched from the commercial district to the cliffs of Beacon Academy. Below, the city was a hive of frantic, silent motion. The vital festival decorations, bright banners, and holographic displays now looked like colourful toys scattered in the wake of a titan. Emergency broadcasts looped on every jumbo screen, the anchors' voices cracking as they advised citizens to remain indoors. Atlas patrol ships, usually so imposing, looked like tiny insects buzzing around the hull of a sleeping god. Remnant was no longer alone, and the silence of the universe had been replaced by the low, tectonic hum of a starship's cooling fans. The burden of knowing in the high office of Beacon Academy, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of old coffee and ozone. Osmond stood by the window, his gaze fixed on the gargantuan vessel in the sky. Behind him, the holographic emitters on his desk were projecting a frantic stream of data from Atlas High Command. "It is not magic," Osborne said softly. His voice held a weight that even Glyndor Goodwitch had rarely heard. It is not a relic. It is simply us. From a place where the stars are not just lights in the sky, but destinations. General James Ironwood paced the length of the room, his boots clicking rhythmically against the stone floor. His face was a mask of calculated paranoia. We have attempted to hail them on every frequency, Osborne. Nothing. Their encryption is unlike anything our scrolls can even recognize. If that ship opens fire, we don't have a shield on this planet that can stop a kinetic impact of that magnitude. General, look at the damage, Winter's knee interjected, gesturing to a long-range scan of the Infinity's hull. There are massive thermal scars. Decks are exposed to vacuum. They didn't come here to invade us. They fell here. They are survivors. Survivors with enough firepower to glass a continent, Ironwood countered. He turned to Osborne. I've moved the fleet to a defensive perimeter. If they launch so much as a single shuttle, I am declaring a state of martial law. And if you do, Osborne said, turning his head slightly, you will be declaring war on a civilization that has conquered the void between worlds. We must be the ones to offer the hand first, James, before fear makes the decision for us. The view from the dormitory across the courtyard. In the Team AWBY dormitory, the 4 girls were gathered around a single scroll, watching a grainy live feed of the emerald light still shimmering in the emerald forest. Ruby Rose was uncharacteristically quiet. Her silver eyes were wide, darting between the screen and the window where the Infinity loomed. Did you see how the green one moved? She whispered. It didn't use thrusters. It just danced. And that big ship, imagine the kind of weapons they have. Imagine the stories they could tell. I'm more worried about the stories they aren't telling, Blake Belladonna said, her arms crossed tightly. She stared at the Atlas ship circling the Infinity. Look at them. It's like a cage. The UNSC, that's what the markings say. It looks like a military organization. A big one. If they're like Atlas, but 1,000 times larger, what does that mean for people like us? Weisley was tapping furiously on her own scroll, her brow furrowed in deep concentration. The energy readings are impossible, Blake. They aren't using dust. There's no fire, no ice, no gravity signatures that match our periodic table. It's pure, refined physics. If Atlas gets their hands on this tech, the global economy would collapse in a week. Or worse. Or better, Yang Zyro long added, though her usual smirk was forced. She was leaning against the doorframe, watching the smoke rise from a distant district where a small fire had broken out during the panic. Hey, maybe they have some alien protein shakes, or a way to fix the moon. I'm just saying, if they were gonna kill us, they would have done it when they fell on us. Yen's bravado cracked for a second as a low, booming vibration shook the windows, the sound of the Infinity venting excess plasma into the upper atmosphere. It sounded like the growl of a wounded animal. Aboard the Titan inside the UNSC Infinity, the atmosphere was not one of conquest, but of desperate, disciplined survival. The corridors were bathed in the dim red of emergency lighting. Engineering crews in vacuum-sealed suits worked frantically to patch hull breaches, the welding torches casting long, flickering shadows against the titanium bulkheads. The air tasted of burnt wiring and copper. On the bridge, John 117, the Master Chief, stood at the tactical station. His mile-near armor was scuffed and scorched from the transition, but he stood as a pillar of unwavering stability. Around him, the bridge crew operated with the quiet, efficient murmurs of a seasoned warship. Captain Lasky, the chief said, his voice a calm anchor in the chaos. Chief Thomas Lasky replied, looking up from a damage report. Status on the surface. ONI probes are active. We've established a basic linguistic map from their local broadcasts. The planet is called Remnant. They're human, Captain, or close enough to it. But their tech level is inconsistent. They have advanced robotics, but their long-range communications are tethered to a single satellite network. And the hostiles? Lasky asked. The black entities, Chief replied, tapping a display. The locals called them Grim. They're congregating around our descent zones. They're attracted to the panic in the city. If we don't stabilize the perimeter, the civilian casualties below will be catastrophic. Chief, Jameson Locke spoke up, stepping out of the shadows of the command deck. ONI is picking up chatter from a group called the White Fang. They're already trying to scavenge the debris we dropped during the atmospheric entry. We need to secure those crash sites before they recover UNSC tech. John 117 turned toward the hangar elevators. Send Blue Team to the forest. I'll take the industrial district near the city. If the Grim are moving, we move faster. The divine spark. While the giants in the sky debated, a ghost moved through the trees. The double O Quanter stood silently in a mist-covered valley 5 miles outside the city limits. Emerald GN particles drifted from its drives like falling stars, neutralizing the scent of death that usually permeated the emerald forest. Inside the cockpit, Setsuner FC sat with his eyes closed. He was not sleeping. He was listening to the planet. Setsuner, Tyria Erd's voice whispered through the quantum link. The analysis of the local energy source, dust, is complete. It is an unstable matter-energy hybrid that reacts to human intent, but more importantly the aura these people possess. It is a quantized soul field. It is the very thing we sought through the dialogue, a bridge between the physical and the spiritual. But it is being used for war, Tyria, Setsuner said softly. He opened his eyes, which glowed with a soft, golden light. The pain in this city is a physical weight. The shadows are coming because they can taste the fear. Then we must act. But be careful. The UNSC vessel is deploying its soldiers. They are not like the people of this world. They are men made of iron and fire. I know, Setsuner replied, his hands gripping the controls. But even iron can learn to understand. The double O Quanter vanished in a burst of green light, leaving only the fading echo of a bell. The industrial incursion, the panic in Vale finally boiled over in the industrial district. The rising fear of the aliens had acted as a beacon for the Grim. A massive pack of Beowulfs and a pair of Goliaths had smashed through the perimeter fence, drawn to the terrified workers huddled in the warehouses. The soldiers were already on the scene, their rifles barking as they tried to hold the line. Among them, Team RWBY had arrived, Ruby's scythe, crescent rose, a blur of red petals and steel. Hold the line. Ruby shouted, her voice straining over the rows. Don't let them reach the shelters. But the Grim were endless. A Goliath lumbered forward, its massive tusks ready to level a warehouse. Ruby prepared to lunge, but a sudden high-pitched whistle cut through the air. Thoom! A metal pod, glowing orange from re-entry, slammed into the pavement directly in front of the Goliath. The shockwave knocked Ruby back, her ears ringing. The door of the pod didn't open, it exploded outward. Out of the smoke stepped a giant in green armor. John 117 didn't say a word. He didn't scream a battle cry. He simply raised an assault rifle and fired. The sound was different from the dust-based weapons of Remnant. It was a sharp, rhythmic crack of kinetic energy. The bullet tore through the Goliath's thick hide with the precision of a surgeon's knife. Beside him, 3 more figures, Fred 104, Kella 087, and Linder 058 fanned out in a perfect tactical diamond. They moved with a synchronized grace that made even the best huntsmen look like amateurs. Engaging hostiles, the chief's voice crackled over a loudspeaker. Civilians, stay down. Ruby watched in awe as the Spartans dismantled the Grim Pack in seconds. It wasn't a fight, it was a cleanup operation. They didn't use aura. They didn't use semblances. They used cold, hard-won skill and technology that felt like it belonged to another era. Then, the air turned green. A beam of pure, shimmering emerald light glanced down from the sky, vaporizing a flock of Nevermores that were diving toward the warehouse roof. The double O Quanter hovered above the street, its sword bit circling it like a crown. The green light washed over the battlefield, and for a moment, the fear vanished. The GM particles had a calming effect, a physical sense of peace that made the Grim recoil in confusion. The Master Chief looked up, his gold visor reflecting the glowing Gundam. Setsuner, inside the Quanter, looked down at the Spartan, and Ruby rose, standing in the middle of it all, looked at both of them. She saw the soldier who was a shield, and the pilot who was a light. The shadows gazed deep beneath the surface of the world. In the land of darkness, Salem watched the recording through the eyes of a seer Grim. She saw the green giant in the forest. She saw the metal fortress in the sky. And she saw the Spartan, a man who seemed to possess a soul made of iron. For the first time in 10,000 years, Salem felt a tremor of genuine caution. These were not the children of the brothers. These were the children of a universe that had learned to survive without gods. Cinder, Salem whispered into the dark. The plan for the vital festival must change. We are no longer the most dangerous thing in this world. The edge of tomorrow by midnight, the fires in the industrial district were out. The Spartans had vanished back into their pods, retrieved by invisible recovery craft. The green light in the sky had faded into a soft, comforting glow. Ruby Rose stood on the balcony of Beacon Academy, looking out at the infinity. The ship was still there, a silent guardian or a silent threat she didn't know yet, but she felt something new. She felt small. She looked at her hands, then back at the stars. The world was bigger than Vale. It was bigger than the Grim. It was a vast, terrifying, and beautiful place. The men from distant stars, she whispered to herself. Beside her, a single green GN particle drifted onto the railing, glowing for a second before vanishing into the night. The war for Remnant had not ended, but the world had finally, truly, woken up. Chapter 2 ends. Chapter 3 Steel against the darkness. The hour before dawn on Remnant had always been the most silent. Usually, it was a time of soft winds and the distant, rhythmic ticking of Beacon's clock tower. But today, the silence was gone, replaced by the low-frequency thrum of orbital engines and the distant, mournful wail of emergency sirens echoing from the Vale Industrial District. A heavy, unnatural fog had rolled in from the sea, clinging to the shattered remains of the moon's reflection on the water. Through the mist, the silhouette of the UNSC Infinity was a jagged, obsidian blade cutting through the clouds. It did not move. It simply existed, a reminder that the world had grown much larger and much more dangerous overnight. The science of terror deep within the quantum architecture of the 00 Quantor, Tyrier Erd watched the world through a billion digital eyes. He was not merely observing, he was analysing the soul of the planet. Setsuner, Tyrier's voice resonated within the cockpit, calm yet edged with a rare clinical concern. The emotional readings from the city are reaching a critical threshold. The arrival of the UNSC and our own GN particle signatures have created a resonance cascade in the local wildlife. Setsuner FSA opened his eyes. They glowed with the soft, golden hue of a true innovator. He could feel it. The air was thick with a psychic static, a bitter, jagged taste of collective terror. The Grim, Setsuner whispered. Yes, Tyria replied. My scans indicate that concentrated GN particles are interfering with the Grim's sensory organs. To them, our energy is an evolutionary poison. It does not just repel them, it destabilizes their molecular structure. They are reacting with a localized mutation response. They are becoming more aggressive, more desperate. They are evolving to survive us. Setsuner looked out at the fog-shrouded forest below. He saw the red eyes flickering in the dark. Thousands of them. The Grim were no longer just predators. They were a biological immune system trying to purge a foreign body. The culture of war at the Beacon Academy landing docks. The atmosphere was a sharp contrast of colours and ideologies. Atlas Paladin stood in rigid rows, the white and grey plating gleaming under the floodlights. Beside them, UNSC Marines in scuffed, olive drab battle dress were checking their ammunition counts, their movements efficient and devoid of flourish. Ruby Rose stood on the periphery, her hands wrapped tightly around the handle of Crescent Rose. She was watching a group of Spartan 4 soldiers from Phi Team Osiris as they prepped their gear. They didn't talk about the glory of the tournament or the heroism of the academies. They talked about overlapping fields of fire and extraction zones. They're so quiet, Ruby whispered. They're professional, Weiss, she replied, though her voice lacked its usual bite. Weiss was staring at the Mjolnir armor of the Spartans. As a Schnee, she had been raised to believe Atlas was the pinnacle of human achievement. But looking at the shield emitters on the Spartans' shoulders, she felt a nagging sense of inferiority. The technology doesn't use dust, Ruby. It's all internal combustion and fusion. It shouldn't work, but it does. It's not just the tech, Weiss, Blake Belladonna added, her eyes narrowing as she looked up. A swarm of small, insect-like drones was hovering over the docks. That's ONI. They've been mapping the city's sewer systems and communication relays for 6 hours. They aren't here to join our festival. They're here to secure a theatre of operations. Blake's hand drifted to Gamble Shroud. She knew that look. She had seen it in the White Fan's most radical cells, the look of an organisation that believed the ends always justified the means. Yang Zyro long let out a breath, trying to shake the tension from her shoulders. Whatever they're doing, they better do it fast. My hair's standing on end, and it's not because of the fog. Something's coming. The command of giants aboard the Infinity, the bridge, was a hive of controlled urgency. John 117 stood before a massive, holographic map of Vale. The Grim are bypassing the outer settlements, the Master Chief observed. His voice was a heavy, metallic rasp that commanded immediate attention. They aren't hunting for food. They're converging on the industrial sector's power grid. Why? They're drawn to the negative reinforcement of the city's panic, Captain Lasky replied, rubbing his eyes. But the ONI analysts think it's more than that. They think the Grim are reacting to the Infinity's fusion reactor. To them, we're a sun that shouldn't exist. Commander Locke, the chief said, turning to the leader of Fire Team Osiris. What's the status of the local military? General Ironwood is uncooperative, Chief, Locke reported. He's moved his fleet into an intercept formation. He's more worried about us than the monsters at his gates. The students at the school, the huntsmen, are the only ones actually responding to the breaches. The chief looked at the feet of Beacon Academy. He saw the teenagers in their bright capes and complex weapons. They reminded him of the children he had once been before the augmentations, before the wars. They fight with emotion, John said quietly. That's why the Grimm find them so easily. We're going down, Locke said. Fire Team Osiris and Blue Team. Joint operation. We secure the civilians, then we neutralize the swarm. Acknowledged, the chief replied. I'll handle the primary breach. Roland, prep the HEV pods. We're dropping hot. Steel against the darkness. The attack on the Vale Industrial District began not with a roar, but with the sound of snapping steel. The fog exploded as a Goliath mutated, its bone armor stained a sickly, glowing green from GN particle exposure smashed through the primary seawall. Behind it, hundreds of Beowulfs poured into the streets like a black tide. The Atlas drones opened fire, the red lasers cutting through the mist, but the Grimm didn't stop. They moved with a new, frantic speed, their bodies twitching with unstable energy. Crescent rose. Now, Ruby shouted, her voice cutting through the panic. She launched herself into the air, a blur of red petals. She sliced through a Beowulf's neck, but two more lunged at her from the smoke. Crack, crack, crack. 3 high-velocity kinetic rounds tore through the Beowulf's skulls, turning them into evaporating ash before they could touch her. Ruby landed hard, looking up. Through the smoke, a figure in olive drab armor stepped forward. John 117 didn't look at her. He didn't offer a quip. He simply reloaded his assault rifle with a mechanical clink. Move to the extraction point, kid, the chief said. We'll hold the intersection. I'm a huntsman, Ruby argued, stepping up beside him. I can fight. The chief looked at her, really looked at her for a split second. He saw the silver in her eyes, a light he couldn't explain. Then stay behind my shield. Cover my 6. The cooperation was a chaotic, beautiful symphony of violence. The Spartans moved like a single organism. They didn't leap or spin. They held a perfect diamond formation, creating a wall of lead that no Grimm could penetrate. When a Beowulf got too close, a Spartan didn't use a semblance, they used a combat knife and 1,000 pounds of reinforced muscle to snap its neck. Beside them, the huntsmen were a whirlwind of colour. Yang was a sun, her fists exploding against the Grimm's bone masks. Plague was a shadow, her clones distracting the Ursi while the Spartans finished them off with fragmentation grenades. But the Grimm were evolving. A pack of creepers lunged from the shadows, their bodies swelling. Instead of exploding with dust, they erupted in a wave of black, corrosive bile that ate through Atlas drone plating in seconds. They're adapting. Weiss screamed, her glyphs flickering as she tried to shield a group of Karen factory workers. My ice isn't holding them. The line was breaking. The Atlas paladins were being swarmed, their rigid programming unable to handle the Grimm's new, erratic movement. We're losing the perimeter. Locke shouted over the comms. Chief, we need heavy support. The descent of the Guardian then, the sky turned a brilliant, haunting emerald. The fog didn't just clear, it vanished, incinerated by a wave of pure, high-frequency energy. The 00 Quantor descended from the clouds, not as a machine, but as an apparition. The GN particles rained down over the industrial district like glowing snow. Where the particles touched the Grimm, the monsters shrieked. Their bodies began to flake away, their shadows dissolving into nothingness. Inside the cockpit, Setsuner's mind was open to the entire battlefield. He felt the fear of the civilians, the cold determination of the Spartans, and the flickering, bright souls of the students. Dialogue is impossible with those who only seek to end life, Setsuner said. The 00 Quantor moved. It was a motion that no eye could truly follow. A streak of green light lanced through the street, and in a single heartbeat, 10 Ursa majors were cleaved in half. The GN sword 5 hummed with a sound like a singing crystal. 2 sword bits detached from the Quantor's shoulder, flying through the air with a mind of their own. They wove between the buildings, vaporizing a flock of griffins before the monsters could even flap their wings. The civilians stopped running. The Atlas soldiers lowered their weapons. They stared up at the blue and white giant hovering in the air, bathed in a halo of green light. To the people of Remnant, it didn't look like a weapon. It looked like a god. Setsuner turned the Quantor towards the primary breach. With a single, concentrated burst from the GN Buster rifle, he turned the mutated Goliath into a pillar of ash. The silence returned to Vale, heavy and suffocating. The shadows recognition deep within the land of darkness. Salem stood before a pool of black ichor. The reflection showed the industrial district the emerald light, the Spartan in his green armor, and the young girl with the silver eyes. For the first time in millennia, Salem felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. She watched as a Beowulf touched a single drifting DN particle, and Simplest ceased to be. No soul, no rebirth. Just erasure, an external force, Salem whispered, her voice trembling with a mixture of rage and genuine fear. A light that does not come from the sun. A light that comes from understanding. She turned to the silhouette of Cinder Fall standing in the doorway. Accelerate the timeline, Salem commanded. The UNSC are soldiers. We can kill soldiers. But that machine, that pilot, he is something else. He is the end of the world I have built. The dawn of a new war. As the sun finally broke over the horizon, the smoke from the industrial district drifted up toward the infinity. The battle was won, but the cost was visible in the eyes of the students. Ruby Rose stood beside John 117 as the sun's rays hit his visor. He was covered in black ash and grim residue, but he remained standing, as immovable as a mountain. Ruby looked at her own hands. They were shaking. For the first time, the hero business felt less like a fairy tale, and more like a meat grinder. Is it always like this? Ruby asked, her voice cracking. Where you live? The chief looked down at her. He thought of Reach. He thought of the billions lost to the Covenant. He thought of a universe that had been trying to kill him since he was 6 years old. It's never easy, the chief said. But you're still standing. That's what matters. In the distance, the 00 Quantra ascended back into the clouds, its emerald light fading into the morning mist. Weiss looked at the Atlas soldiers being treated by UNSC medics. Blake looked at the ONI drone still circling overhead. Yang looked at the Spartans who were already cleaning their weapons, preparing for the next fight. The Vital Festival was still happening, but the music felt hollow. The age of small, localized conflicts was over. The steel of two universes had clashed against the darkness of Remnant, and while the darkness had retreated, everyone knew it was only a matter of time before it returned with a vengeance. Ruby Rose watched the sun rise, but she didn't feel the warmth. She felt the cold, hard weight of the universe. Chapter 3 ends. Chapter 4 Quantum Souls Beneath Shattered Skies. The dawn that followed the battle for the industrial district was not heralded by the songs of birds, but by the rhythmic, heavy thumping of UNSC transport engines. As the sun's first rays pierced the heavy smog still rising from the ruins of Vale, they revealed a landscape transformed. Shattered dust pipelines hissed like wounded serpents, and the streets were littered with the white, bone-like husks of evaporating grim. Amidst this wreckage, the contrast of two civilizations was stark. Atlas drones hovered in rigid patterns, their sensors clicking as they scanned for survivors. Below them, UNSC Marines in scuffed, olive drab plating worked alongside huntsman rescue teams, pulling civilians from the debris with a grim, practiced efficiency. The atmosphere was quiet, a heavy, mournful silence that only follows a catastrophe of unimaginable scale. For the first time in history, the people of Remnant had witnessed warfare that did not rely on the grace of hunters or the flair of the tournament. They had seen the cold, kinetic fury of the stars, the fracture of certainty across the city. The shock was beginning to curdle into a deep, pervasive uncertainty. In coffee shops and emergency shelters, the screens of scrolls and jumbotrons were filled with a single, dominating image, the charcoal grey silhouette of the UNSC Infinity hanging in the morning sky. The debate was no longer about the Vital Festival. It was about survival. Are they here to stay? A woman whispered in a crowded shelter, her eyes fixed on a Spartan force standing guard at the entrance. Are they the reason the Grim are getting stronger? The political stability of Vale was beginning to fracture. Some hailed the newcomers as saviors gods from the heavens who had ended the incursion in minutes. Others, spurred by the quiet whispers of the White Fang and the growing paranoia of local councils, saw only an occupation force. The emotional resonance of the city was a jagged, ugly thing, and every spike in fear only drew the shadows closer to the walls. The weight of heroism. Ruby Rose stood on a pile of rubble overlooking a damaged residential block. Her red hood was stained with soot, and Crescent Rose felt heavier in her hands than it ever had before. She watched a pair of Marines handing out thermal blankets and nutrient bars to a group of crying children. Nearby, a Spartan John 117 was silently lifting a collapsed steel girder to free a trapped Atlasian knight. His movements, so effortless it felt more like a machine than a man. Ruby had always loved stories of heroes. She loved the capes, the weapons, and the idea that good would always triumph over evil. But as she watched the smoke rise, she realized that heroism in the real world was far more painful than the fairy tales. It wasn't about the applause at the end of a match. It was about the exhaustion in a soldier's eyes, and the smell of ozone that wouldn't leave your clothes. It's a lot to take in, isn't it? Ruby jumped slightly, turning to see a man standing a few feet away. He wasn't wearing armor, but a simple, high-collared pilot suit. His hair was dark, and his eyes they were a soft, glowing gold that seemed to hold the depth of the void. It was Setsuna F.C. "You're the one from the light," Ruby said, her voice small and slightly awkward. "The blue machine. You saved those people." Setsuna stepped closer, his gaze turning towards the horizon. He didn't look at her with the pity many adults used. He looked at her as an equal, as someone who had seen the fire. "The machine is only a tool," Setsuna replied softly. "The light is a choice, but the cost of that choice is often the peace we seek to protect." Ruby looked down at her boots. "I wanted to be a hero because I wanted to make people smile, but now everyone is just scared. Even when we win, they're scared." Setsuna noticed the silver in Ruby's eyes. Through his evolved quantum brainwaves, he could feel her soul. It was a flickering, bright flame, burning with a sincerity he hadn't felt since his time with the ELS. "Hope is not the absence of fear, Ruby Rose," he said. "It is the dialogue we maintain with the future, even when the present is silent. This world, it has forgotten how to speak to itself." The interaction was brief. Setsuna turned and walked away toward the mist-covered forests, leaving Ruby alone with her thoughts. She didn't know who he was, or where he came from, but his sadness felt like an anchor. It was a sadness that came from seeing too much, yet refusing to look away. The quantum soul deep within the Infinity Science Labs, a holographic projection of Tyria Erd shimmered with violet light. He was sifting through mountains of data captured during the industrial battle, his digital mind racing through trillions of calculations. "Captain Lasky," General Ironwood, Tyria's voice projected through the room. "I have completed the preliminary resonance analysis of the energy source known as Aura." Osbin, who had been invited as a silent observer, leaned forward, his hands folded over his cane. He was increasingly unsettled. These outsiders were dismantling the mysteries of his world with the cold precision of mathematics. "Aura is not merely a biological shield," Tyria continued. "It is a quantized soul field, a manifestation of consciousness acting as a physical stabilizer. In our terms, it is a localized quantum entanglement between the spirit and the material world. And the energy called Dusted is a matter-energy hybrid that responds specifically to the emotional frequency of the field." Tyria's avatar flickered, bringing up a scan of the Grimm. The Grimm, however, are the inverse. They possess no quantized soul. They are manifestations of entropy, attracted to the chaotic fluctuations caused by negative emotion. When our GN particles entered the atmosphere, they acted as an order field. They are trying to harmonize the environment, and the Grimm are fighting back, Ironwood observed, his brow furrowed. "Correct. To the Grimm, the 00 Quanture is a threat to their very nature. They are mutating to survive the GN fields. But there is a secondary anomaly. During the battle, I recorded a spike in silver spectrum energy from the student, Ruby Rose. It momentarily aligned with the GN particles, creating a purifying effect that erased the Grimm's molecular structure entirely." Osbin's eyes narrowed. He said nothing, but the weight of the secret, the legend of the Silver-Eyed Warriors, felt like a lead weight in his chest. The outsiders were close. Too close. The shadow of the office, while the scientists debated, Lake Belladonna walked through the darkened corridors of the Vale Communication Hub. She wasn't supposed to be here, but her instincts as a former White Fang member were screaming. She watched as a swarm of microscopic ONI drones drifted through the air vents like mechanical dust. In the corner of her vision, she saw a man in a tactical suit, Jameson Locke, monitoring a series of decrypted data streams. He was accessing the Atlas security archives. He was looking at the White Fang movement patterns, but he was also looking at her. Blake ducked behind a pillar, her heart hammering. She recognized that posture. The UNSC was not just a military, they were an intelligence machine. They were mapping every secret, every weakness, and every shadow of remnant. "They're building a cage," Blake whispered to herself, "a bigger one than Atlas ever could." She realized then that the peace of the Vital Festival was a lie. Whether it was Salem or the UNSC, the world was being pulled into a conflict where individuals were just variables in a grand equation. The Spartan silence back in the civilian shelters. John 117 sat on a crate, his helmet resting on his knee. It was a rare moment of stillness. A young boy, no older than 7, walked up to him holding a small, wooden toy of an Atolsian airship. The boy looked at the chief's guard armor, then at the massive assault rifle leaning against the wall. "Are you a robot?" the boy asked. John looked down. He saw the fear in the boy's eyes, but also the curiosity. It was a look he had seen on 100 worlds, from Harvest to Reach. "No," John said, his voice soft, but firm. "I'm just a soldier. Did you come from the moon?" "Further," John replied. He reached out, his large, armored hand gently patting the boy's shoulder. It was a movement of surprising tenderness. "Go back to your mother. You're safe now." As the boy ran back to his family, Hill 087 stepped up beside the chief. "The locals are starting to talk, John. The ONI spooks are finding evidence of pre-existing infiltration. Someone was already here, messing with the Atlas network before we arrived." "Cinderfall," John said, his mind cataloguing the names and faces he had seen in the tactical briefs. "And this woman, Salem. They aren't just threats to this world, Kelly. If they can manipulate energy on this scale, they're a threat to the infinity." The Queen's revelation deep within the land of darkness. Salem sat in a pool of absolute obsidian. She was not watching the city. She was watching the stars. She could feel the GN particles, the green light permeating the atmosphere. It was a light that didn't just illuminate, it understood. It was a threat to her very existence, for she was a creature built on the refusal to understand. "An evolution," Salem murmured, her eyes glowing with a terrifying, red intensity. "They bring a dialogue to a world that only knows a monologue of pain. They think they can heal the fracture." She looked at her hand, which was beginning to smoke where it touched a stray, drifting GN particle. "Cinder thinks she is a queen," Salem said to the shadows. "But she is just a child playing with matches. We must find the pilot of that blue machine. If we cannot break him, we must ensure he becomes the very monster this world fears." The shattered sky by midnight, the city of Vale had settled into an uneasy rest. Ruby Rose stood atop the highest balcony of Beacon Tower. She looked up at the shattered moon, which hung like a broken crown over the world. Far above, the infinity was a steady, blinking light, a star that didn't belong. In the distance, across the dark expanse of the emerald forest, a faint, emerald glow flickered. It was the double Quanter, hidden in the mist, a silent guardian waiting for the next dialogue to begin. Ruby felt a tear prick her eye. She realized that the age of simple fairy tales was gone. The world was bigger, colder, and more complicated than she had ever imagined. But as she saw a single green GN particle drift past her, she felt a strange, quiet warmth. The universe was filled with endless suffering, but for the first time in 10,000 years, Remnant was not suffering alone. "Quantum souls," Ruby whispered, the words of the man with the golden eyes echoing in her mind. Beneath shattered skies, the dialogue had only just begun, and the silence of the void was finally, truly, broken. Chapter 4 ends. Chapter 5 echoes before the fall. The evening air over Vale was thick with the scent of rain and ozone. The vital festival continued, a kaleidoscope of neon lights and orchestral music, but the melody of the city had changed. It was no longer a song of pure celebration. It was a disharmonious blend of forced cheer and quiet terror. Festival banners, damp from a light drizzle, clung to the walls of skyscrapers like funeral shrouds. Above, the sky was a bruised purple, dominated by the massive, unmoving silhouette of the UNSC Infinity. Its lights pulsed slowly, a rhythmic heartbeat that reminded every citizen of Remnant that they were no longer the masters of their own sky. Atlas patrol ships moved in rigid, nervous patterns between the clouds, their searchlights cutting through the mist. On the ground, children stood on their tiptoes, pointing not at the colourful fireworks, but at the orbital warship and the emerald trails of GN particles that occasionally flickered at the edge of the atmosphere. Peace was a fragile glass sculpture, and everyone could hear the first cracks beginning to spider across its surface. The shield's shadow Ruby Rose stood near an evacuation staging area in the commercial district. She watched as a group of Marines assisted a Fornus family with their luggage, their movements disciplined and devoid of the prejudice so common in Atlas. Nearby, a lone figure stood guard. He was a giant of green-painted metal, his smile near armor scuffed from the industrial battle, but radiating an aura of absolute stability. John 117, the Master Chief, stood motionless, his gold visor reflecting the flickering festival lights. Ruby hesitated, her fingers twisting the hem of her red cloak. She had seen him move on the battlefield. She had seen the way he stood between civilians, and they grim without a second thought. To her, he was a living fairy tale, but one written in cold steel and gunpowder. She stepped forward, her voice small against the hum of the city. "Excuse me, Master Chief." The Spartan's head turned slowly. The movement was so precise, so deliberate, it made Ruby's heart skip a beat. He did not speak immediately, waiting for her to continue. "I've been watching you," Ruby said, her silver eyes searching the gold visor. "The Marines, the Spartans you've all been fighting for so long. The story says your wars lasted decades." She paused, her expression clouding with a rare moment of doubt. "Why do you keep doing it?" Even here, in a world you don't even know, why do you keep fighting when there's always more war? There was a long silence. A cold wind blew through the street, fluttering Ruby's cape. Because people still need us, the chief responded. His voice was a low, gravelly rasp. It wasn't a boast. It wasn't a heroic speech. It was a simple, undeniable fact. He didn't fight for glory, or for the excitement of the tournament. He fought because his existence was a shield for those who couldn't protect themselves. Ruby blinked, the simplicity of the answer echoing in her mind. Because they need us, she whispered. Get inside, kid, the chief added, his gaze returning to the street. It's going to rain. Ruby nodded silently and walked away, but the weight of those 5 words settled deep into her soul. She realized then that being a huntress wasn't just about the weapon or the semblance. It was about the burden of being the one who stayed behind so others could run. The smallness of empires in a quiet corner of the Beacon Library, whilst she sat surrounded by holographic data tablets provided by UNSC technical liaisons. Beside her, Yang Zyrolong was leaning back in a chair, balancing it on 2 legs while spinning a small, silver coin. You've been staring at those blueprints for 3 hours, Weiss, Yang said, her tone light, but her eyes weary. Is the alien tech that much better than your dad's? Weiss didn't look up. Her brow was furrowed in a mixture of fascination and growing dread. It's not just better, Yang. It's devastating. Look at this. They have medical technology that can regrow tissue in hours without using a single drop of dust. Their logistics systems can manage an entire galaxy's worth of resources. She finally looked at Yang, her expression uncharacteristically pale. I used to think Atlas was the pinnacle of civilization, but looking at this, Atlas feels like a child playing with wooden blocks. We're so dependent on dust, so dependent on control and fear. If the UNSC ever decided to stop being polite, we wouldn't last a day. Yang's smile faltered. She let the chair drop back onto all 4 legs. I know. I saw one of the Spartan 4s spar with some Atlas specialists earlier. They didn't even use aura. They move like they've survived the end of the world. Twice. She looked toward the window, toward the lights of Vale. Everything feels so much bigger now, doesn't it? And much more dangerous. Weiss nodded slowly. The identity she had built, as a Shni, the pride she took in her kingdom's power, was evaporating. She felt small. She felt fragile. And for the first time, she felt truly afraid of what the morning might bring. The invisible war while the students rested. The shadows of Vale were alive with motion. Blake Belladonna moved through the maintenance tunnels beneath the city's primary CCT relay. She was a shadow among shadows, her cat ears twitching as she tracked a microscopic insect-like drone. It was an ONI reconnaissance unit, and it was heading toward a hidden communication node. She watched from a darkened alcove as the drone interfaced with a terminal. In the distance, she saw a figure leaning against a wall Jameson lock. He was monitoring a tactical display, his face illuminated by the cool blue light of the screen. Blake stayed silent, but her mind was racing. She had seen ONI's work over the last few days. They were mapping everything. They were listening to the White Fang, but they were also listening to the council, the merchants, and the schools. Locke spoke into his comms, his voice a quiet, tactical murmur. Command, this is Locke. We've successfully bypassed the local firewall. Preliminary data suggests widespread cyber infiltration of the Atlas security grid. This wasn't a recent breach. Someone has been inside their systems for months. He paused, his eyes narrowing at the data. I'm seeing footprints of a sophisticated sabotage protocol. They've compromised the Atlassian Knights and the automated defense turrets. Captain, whoever is running the Queen Protocol is planning to turn the city's own defenses against it. We're looking at a pre-planned catastrophic failure. Blake's blood ran cold. She had suspected the White Fang was planning something big for the festival, but this was different. This was systemic. Locke continued, unaware of her presence. And Captain, the emotional instability across the city is spiking. The Grim are responding to the network interference. Someone is intentionally weaponizing the fear of our arrival. Locke turned and vanished into the darkness of the tunnel. Blake remained behind, her breath shallow. The outsiders were not the enemy, but they were the catalyst. Someone on Remnant was using the arrival of the stars to light a fire that would consume the world. The dialogue of silence on the cliffs overlooking the emerald forest. Setsuner SA walked through the tall grass. He had discarded his pilot's suit for civilian clothing, a simple jacket and trousers, to observe the people of Vale without the burden of his machine. He sensed a presence behind him before he heard the footsteps. It's a beautiful view, isn't it? Setsuner turned to see Pinha Nikos. She stood with her hands behind her back, her red hair blowing in the wind. There was a profound sadness in her eyes, a weight of expectation that Setsuna recognized all too well. "It is," Setsuna replied. "But beauty is often used to mask the coming of a storm." Peha stepped up beside him. She looked at the double quanter hidden in the mist below, its GN particles glowing like fireflies. "The students are talking about you, about the Spartans. They're afraid, but they're also inspired. My world has spent centuries fighting a war that never ends. Tell me, Setsuna, does it ever end? Does the fighting ever truly stop?" Setsuna looked out at the shattered moon. He thought of the ELS, of the lives lost in the solar wars, and of the long journey he had taken to reach understanding. "War only ends when people truly begin to understand one another," Setsuna said. "Not through weapons or through strength, but through the dialogue of the heart. Your world is currently a monologue of pain." Peha Nikos. Everyone is shouting, but no one is listening. Peha looked down at her hands. "I've spent my life being the invincible one. Everyone expects me to win. Everyone expects me to be the sacrifice. But I don't know if I can understand a world where that isn't necessary." "You are not a sacrifice," Setsuna said, his voice firm. "You are a person, and until you realize that, you will never be free of the war inside yourself." Peha looked at him, startled by his directness. For a moment, the mask of the champion slipped, revealing a frightened girl. She didn't speak again, but the silence between them was heavy with a new, terrifying realization. Her destiny was not set in stone. The queen's adaptation deep within the land of darkness, Salem sat in her hall of bone and obsidian. A pool of black grim essence shimmered before her, reflecting the distorted face of Cinderfall. "The outsiders have compromised our infiltration of the Atlas grid," Cinder's voice hissed from the shadows. "The ONI specialists are finding the footprints. If they patch the vulnerabilities, the plan for the fall of Beacon will fail." Salem did not look up. She was watching a single, drifting GN particle on the edge of the pool. "The plan does not fail, Cinder. It simply evolves. If the outsiders are looking for a conspiracy, give them one. Weaponize their suspicion. Make the people of Remnant believe that the UNSC is the one sabotaging the Knights. Make them fear the aliens more than they fear the Grim." Salem's eyes glowed with a terrifying, ancient red. "The pilot of the blue machine seeks understanding. We shall give him a world that refuses to listen. We shall turn his own light into a beacon for their destruction." "And the Master Chief?" Cinder asked. "A soldier," Salem dismissed. "A man of iron. Break the ship, and the soldier dies with it. Focus on the girl with the silver eyes. The outsiders are drawn to her light. Use it to blind them." The calm before the fall midnight fell over Vale. The festival lights eventually flickered out, leaving the city in a state of uneasy darkness. In the UNSC Infinity's command center, Captain Lasky watched as a red alert flashed on his screen. "Captain," Roland's voice crackled. "We're detecting a massive surge in negative emotional resonance across the continent. It's not just Vale, it's everywhere. And I've lost contact with the Atlas security satellites. Something is shutting down the lights." In the Emerald Forest, the double Quanter's eyes flashed a sudden, brilliant green. Ruby Rose stood on her balcony, looking at the dark city below. She felt a chill crawl up her spine, a feeling of being watched by 1,000 eyes in the dark. Beneath the shattered moon, the echoes of the coming fall were no longer whispers. They were raw, hidden just beneath the silence. The storm was no longer approaching. It was here. Chapter 5 ends. Chapter 6. The fire beneath Beacon. The rain over Vale did not wash away the tension. It only made it feel more permanent. The evening was cold, the kind of damp chill that seeped through even the thickest huntsman's cloak. Below, the city was a sea of shimmering neon and wet asphalt, with the vital festival lights reflecting in oil-slicked puddles. To a casual observer, the festivities seemed to be in full swing, but the rhythm was off. The laughter was too loud, the cheering in the Amity arena too frantic. It was the sound of a population trying to convince itself that the world hadn't changed. High above the rain-slaked skyscrapers, the UNSC Infinity remained a jagged, obsidian splinter in the sky, its hull occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. Beside it, Atlas patrol drones drifted like predatory insects, the red optical sensors cutting through the mist. The fractured moon hung over the skyline, a broken crown watching a world on the brink. The pretense of peace inside the Amity Coliseum, the roar of the crowd, was a physical weight. But as the matches progressed, the excitement held a jagged edge of desperation. People weren't just rooting for their favourite kingdoms anymore. They were watching the huntsmen as if they were the last line of defence against an encroaching night. Ruby Rose stood in the shadows of the student seating area, her hands gripping the railing until her knuckles turned white. She watched a pair of Atlas specialists talking in hushed, urgent tones to a UNSC Marine liaison. Nearby, a group of frightened civilians whispered about the grim attacks rumours of Beowulfs that didn't just bite, but dissolved into black smoke when they touched the strange green light from the forest. "They're not cheering for the match, Ruby," Weiss said softly, stepping up beside her. Weiss looked pale, her usual poise replaced by a weary, intellectual exhaustion. "They're cheering because they're afraid of what happens when the music stops." Ruby looked at her friend. "We're still here, Weiss. The Spartans are here. The man in the blue machine is here. We can protect them." Weiss turned her gaze toward the window, looking at the distant silhouette of the infinity. "I spent my whole life thinking Atlas was the strongest thing in existence, but I've spent the last 3 days studying the UNSC's logistics. They're manufacturing their medicine, their history of fighting across stars." Weiss's voice trembled. "We are a single planet, Ruby. A single, broken planet. For the first time, I realize how small we are. If the fire starts here, there's nowhere else to go." Ruby reached out, her fingers catching a drifting GN particle that had filtered in through the vents. It glowed for a second before vanishing. "Maybe we're small," Ruby whispered. "But that just means we have to hold onto each other tighter." The survival of shadows while the crowds watched the tournament. The true war was being fought in the dark. Blake Belladonna moved through the industrial warehouses of Vale's lower docks. She was a silhouette against the rain-streaked windows, her cat ears twitching. She had been tracking a shipment of stolen dust, but what she found was far more disturbing. In the centre of the warehouse sat a crate marked with Atlas military seals, but inside were UNSC Hydra launchers and localized jammer tech. "Someone is supplying the White Fang with tech they shouldn't even know exists," Blake whispered. "It's called destabilization." Blake spun, her hand on Gamble's shroud. Standing in the shadows was Jameson Locke, his matte black armor making him nearly invisible. He didn't raise his weapon. He simply pointed to a nearby terminal. "ONI has been tracking these networks," Locke said, his voice a calm tactical hum. "This wasn't caused by our arrival, Belladonna. Someone was already gutting the Atlas security grid from the inside months before the Infinity exited slip space. Your White Fang is just a distraction, a blunt instrument being used to hide a scalpel." Blake's eyes narrowed. "And you're just here to watch it happen?" "We're here to find the source," Locke replied. "But your world's political divisions are a tactical nightmare. Every time we try to patch a hole in the Atlas firewall, another one opens. Whoever is running this Queen protocol knows your systems better than General Ironwood does." The tension between the two was like the distrust of a former extremist meeting the pragmatism of a covert operative. But as a low, distant howl echoed from the forest, they both knew the same thing: the clock was ticking. The soldiers' dialogue aboard the Infinity, the observation deck, was a place of sterile, quiet gravity. John 117, the Master Chief, stood by the reinforced glass, his helmet resting on the console beside him. He looked out at the broken moon of Remnant, his face a map of old scars and weathered determination. "It looks like Reach," a voice said behind him. The chief didn't turn. He recognized the presence. Setsuner Fc stood a few feet away, his golden eyes reflecting the stars. He didn't wear armor. He didn't need to. The air around him seemed to vibrate with a soft, emerald resonance. "Reach didn't have a broken moon," John said, his voice a deep, gravelly rasp. "But the feeling is the same. The silence before the ground opens up." "I feel the fear of the people below," Setsuner said, his gaze fixed on Vale. "It is an emotional wildfire. They're trying to preserve their happiness, but they are only fueling the shadows. I've seen this on Earth during the Solar Wars. Humanity always struggles hardest to hold onto hope right before they lose it." Setsuner looked at the Spartan. "Does it ever end, John? The fighting? Does it ever truly protect them? Or do we just buy them time to build better weapons?" John 117 was silent for a long moment. He thought of the billions lost to the Covenant. He thought of the years he had spent as a weapon of the UNSC. "Sometimes," the chief quietly responded, "surviving is the first step. You can't understand each other if you're dead. My job is to make sure they're still here to try." Setsuner nodded slowly. "A dialogue of survival. It is a harsh starting point, but perhaps, for this world, it is the only one left." Neither man spoke again. They stood together, a soldier who had become a legend, and a pilot who had transcended humanity, watching the rain fall on a world that didn't realize its sun was setting. The inevitable spark deep within the shadows of an abandoned Atlas facility. Cinderfall watched the monitor. The arrival of the outsiders had been a complication, But as she watched the chaos in the industrial district, she smiled. The ONI analysts are clever, Cinder murmured, her eyes glowing with a malicious, orange heat. But they are looking for a military invasion. They don't understand that fear is a contagion. She tapped a command into her scroll. Across Vale, the Atlas security network flickered. A localized jammer stolen from a UNSC crash site activated. The outsiders think they are the shield, Cinder said to the empty room. I will make the people believe they are the ones who brought the fire. The fire beneath Beacon the climax arrived not with a whimper, but with a roar that shook the foundations of Vale. A coordinated grim assault struck the outer defense zones just as the evening matches at Amity reached their peak. But these were not normal grim. They moved with a frantic, twitching aggression, their bodies mutating under the strain of the shifting emotional atmosphere. Reach in Sector 4. The comms screamed. The Atlas Knights aren't responding. They're locking down. Deploying blue team. Commander Laska's voice sparked over the Infinity's speakers. Osiris, get to the city center. All Pelicans, launch. The city exploded into motion. Marines in HEV pods plummeted from the sky like falling stars. Spartans hit the ground running, their Mjolnir shields flaring as they formed defensive perimeters around panicked civilians. Yan Zyro Long found herself fighting in a rain-soaked alleyway alongside a pair of Spartan 4s. She punched through a Beowulf's mask, her flames flickering in the downpour. Beside her, a Spartan used a combat knife to decapitate an Ursa with a speed that made her heart race. They're coming from the sewers. The Spartan shouted. Fall back to the evacuation point. We don't fall back. Yan yelled, her eyes turning red. We survive so we can fight the next one. The Spartan countered, grabbing her arm and pulling her back just as a Goliath smashed to the building above. The industrial district was a war zone. Dust explosions lit up the night, countered by the rhythmic, kinetic thumping of UNSC assault rifles. Above it all, a streak of emerald light lanced through the clouds. The 00 Quantor descended, its sword bits vaporizing a swarm of Nevermores in a display of overwhelming, silent power. But as the Grim fell, the people didn't cheer. They screamed. The Atlas Knights, the very machines meant to protect them, suddenly turned their weapons toward the crowds. The Queen protocol had activated. The fire is here, Osmond whispered from his tower, watching the city burn. The final calm late at night. The initial assault was repelled, but the damage was done. Smoke rose from Vale, mixing with the falling rain to create a grey, suffocating haze. Ruby Rose stood on the balcony of Beacon Academy, her cape fluttering in the wind. Beside her stood Piha Nikos, both girls looking out at the burning districts below. Above the clouds, the Infinity was a silent, glowing observer. Far beyond the mountains, the emerald light of the 00 Quantor faded into the morning mist. Ruby, Piha said, her voice trembling. Everything is changing. I can feel it. The world we knew, it's gone, isn't it? Ruby didn't answer immediately. She looked at the fractured moon, then at the flickering lights of the UNSC ships. The fairy tales always have a part where the hero feels like they've lost, Ruby said, her silver eyes hard with a new, tragic resolve. I think this is that part. Beneath the silence of Beacon, the fuse had been lit. The world was already burning. Chapter 6 ends. Chapter 7. When fear ignites the sky, the air inside the Amity Coliseum was thick with the scent of ozone, fried stadium food, and the electric hum of a world pretending to be at peace. Above, the fractured moon hung like a silent witness against a gathering wall of dark rain clouds. Below, the arena lights were blinding, turning the combat stage into a shimmering island of artificial brilliance. Thousands of spectators cheered, their voices a deafening roar that shook the very foundations of the floating stadium. To the citizens of Remnant, this was the pinnacle of the vital festival, a moment of pure, athletic heroism. But for the observers from the stars, the atmosphere was different. In the high-tier observation decks, UNSC Marines stood in silent, rigid intervals, their assault rifles held across their chests. They did not cheer. Their eyes moved rhythmically, scanning the crowds, the exits, and the Atlas drones hovering overhead. Nearby, Spartan observation teams, their Mjolnir armor mat, and imposing monitor tactical feeds that the local authorities couldn't even see. The world was holding its breath, and the air was about to scream. The fracture of truth, the match between Yang Zyro Long and Mercury Black, was a blur of high-impact kinetics and flashing aura. To the crowd, it was a masterclass in Huntress combat. Yang moved with a sun-like intensity, her hair glowing with the fire of her semblance. The winner is Yang Zyro Long. The announcer's voice boomed. The stadium erupted. Yang stood in the center of the ring, her chest heaving, a triumphant smile beginning to form. She turned to offer a hand to her opponent. Then, The world twisted. In Yang's eyes, Mercury didn't yield. He lunged. A sudden, vicious strike aimed directly at her. Instinct took over the hardened reflex of a girl who had fought monsters in the dark. She countered. A single, explosive punch fueled by her built-up kinetic energy. Crack. The sound of shattering bone echoed through the stadium's audio pickups, amplified 1,000 times. Mercury fell, clutching his leg, his face contorted in agony. But the screens showed something different. On the massive jumbotrons above the arena, the replay was damning. Mercury had been standing still. He had been walking away, and Yang had attacked him in cold blood after the match was over. The roar of the crowd died instantly. It was replaced by a silence so heavy it felt like a physical weight. Then, the first gasp of horror. Then, the screams. What are you doing? A voice shrieked from the stands. Yang stood frozen, her amber eyes wide with a terrifying confusion. He attacked me, she whispered, her voice cracking. She looked at the screens, seeing the live broadcast to millions. I saw him. He attacked me. At the security, drones immediately swarmed the arena floor, their red optical sensors locking onto her. UNSC Marines at the perimeter shifted their stance, their fingers hovering near triggers. Stand down. A Spartan's voice sparked over the comms, but it was drowned out by the rising tide of public outrage. Yang looked at her sister in the stands. She looked at her teammates. She saw the doubt in the eyes of the people she loved. And in that moment, the fire that usually fueled her didn't burn. It went cold. The first fracture had occurred. And the truth was the first casualty. The anatomy of a lie aboard the UNSC Infinity, the bridge was a hive of frantic, clinical activity. John 117, the Master Chief, stood before a wall of tactical monitors. He was watching the replay of the incident, his gold visor reflecting the data streams. Roland, the chief said, his voice a calm, gravelly rasp. Frame-by-frame analysis. Now, I'm on it, Chief, the AI responded, his holographic form flickering. Digital forensics indicate no tampering with the broadcast feed. The cameras recorded exactly what the crowd saw. However, look at the optical sensors from the Spartan 4 teams on the ground. A secondary feed opened. It was a raw, infrared-filtered view from a Spartan's HUD. There was a localized energy distortion, Roland observed. A high-frequency psychic or illusory spike centered on Yang Zyrolon the moment the match ended. Chief, she wasn't lying. She was seeing a different reality. Manipulation, John observed. He turned to Jameson Locke, who was coordinating with ONI specialists in the low decks. Locke, the target wasn't just the girl, it was the public's trust. I know, Chief. Locke's voice crackled over the secure channel. The emotional resonance across the city just spiked into the red. It's a textbook destabilization pattern. Someone just weaponized the most popular hunters in Vale to prove that the protectors are just as dangerous as the monsters. The Grim, John said, his gaze shifting to the long-range scans of the forest. They're moving. They aren't just moving, Chief, Roland warned. They're sprinting. The panic from the stadium is acting like a beacon. We're looking at a swarm density I haven't seen since the fall of Reach. The chief didn't hesitate. He grabbed his helmet and locked it into place. Osiris, Blue Team, get to the city. If that stadium falls, we lose the heart of this world. The dialogue of despair in the rain-slicked streets of Vale. The atmosphere had turned poisonous. Satsuner FC walked through the crowded commercial district, his jacket pulled tight against the drizzle. He didn't need a screen to know what had happened. As an innovator, he could feel it. The emotional wavelength of the city had turned from a dull hum of anxiety to a jagged, screaming wall of hatred and fear. People were arguing in the streets. Shopkeepers were boarding up windows. Atlas military checkpoints were being harassed by frightened citizens. They're aliens, a man shouted, pointing toward the Infinity. They brought this on us. Everything was fine until they arrived. Setsuner stopped, looking up at the grey sky. He felt the darkness of the Grim pressing against the borders of the city, a physical weight of pure, unadulterated entropy. He felt Yang's isolation. He felt Ruby's desperate, flickering hope. People survive by protecting what hope remains, Setsuner whispered to himself, echoing the words he had spoken to Ruby. But what happens when the hope itself is used as a weapon? Setsuner, Tyria Erd's voice resonated through his mind. The GN particle resonance is being drowned out by the sheer volume of negative human emotion. The city is becoming a catalyst for its own destruction. If we do not intervene, the collective fear will trigger a collapse that even the Quantor cannot stop. I know, Tyria, Setsuner replied, his eyes beginning to glow with a brilliant, golden intensity. But we cannot force them to trust each other. Understanding must be a choice. He saw a young girl sitting on a bench, crying while watching the news on her scroll. He saw the way the people around her looked at each other with suspicion. It reminded him of Earth, of the endless cycles of war fueled by the inability to see beyond one's own pain. Setsuna began to run, not toward the stadium, but toward the cliffs of Beacon. He sensed a light there, a silver light, that was the only thing capable of piecing the coming dark. The burden of the tower in the high office of Beacon Academy, the tension was suffocating. Osborne stood behind his desk, his hands resting heavily on his cane. Opposite him, General James Ironwood was shouting into a holographic communicator, his face flushed with a mixture of rage and panic. "I am declaring a state of emergency, Osborne," Ironwood barked. "The people are rioting. My knights are being attacked. I have to move the fleet into a low-altitude suppression pattern, and in doing so, you will only prove their fears right, James," Osborne said, his voice quiet, but terrifyingly sharp. "Fear itself has become our greatest enemy. Cinder didn't just break a boy's leg, she broke the idea that we can protect them." The elevator door hissed open. John 117 stepped into the room, followed by Setsuna FCA. The two men, one of iron, one of light, represented the only hope the planet had left. "The Grim have breached the outer perimeter," the chief reported, his presence instantly calming the frantic energy of the room. "We have reports of multiple Goliaths and King Tageddus moving through the mountain passes. They'll reach the city limits in less than an hour. We need to shut down the broadcast," Ironwood said, turning to the chief. "Stop the panic at the source." "It's too late for that, General," Setsuna said, his golden eyes fixed on the window. "The dialogue has already been corrupted. The people are no longer listening to reason. They're listening to their hearts, and right now, their hearts are screaming." Osborne looked at the two outsiders. "Then what do we do?" "We fight," the chief said, checking the magazine of his assault rifle. "We hold the line until the civilians are evacuated. If the city falls, we make sure they aren't in it when it happens." The silent storm inside the Team RWBY dormitory. The silence was absolute. Yang Zyrolong sat on the edge of her bed, her head in her hands. Her hair was dull, the fire gone. Beside her, Ruby Rose was trying to hold her hand, her silver eyes brimming with tears. "I saw it, Ruby," Yang whispered, her voice hollow. "I saw him move. I didn't mean to, I didn't know." "I know, Yang," Ruby said, her voice trembling. "I believe you. We all believe you." Weishney stood by the window, watching an Atlas airship hovering over the courtyard. "The city doesn't believe her, Ruby. The news is saying the UNSC is investigating us. They think we're unstable. They think the huntsmen are a liability." Blake Belladonna was sharpening her blade, her expression grim. "This is what they wanted. They wanted us to be afraid of each other. And it's working." Suddenly, the lights in the dormitory flickered and died. A low, mournful wail began to echo across the school grounds. The emergency sirens. Ruby stood up, her red cloak fluttering as she grabbed Crescent Rose. She looked out the window. Across the horizon, the emerald forest was moving. A black tide of grim was pouring out of the trees, the red eyes illuminating the darkness like 1,000 dying embers. "It's starting," Ruby said, her voice finding a new, tragic strength. When feared night, the sky, the climax did not begin with an explosion, but with a sudden, chilling drop in temperature. The rain turned to sleet. The clouds above Vale seemed to descend, pressing down on the skyscrapers. And then, the first grim scream echoed through the streets of the city. In the land of darkness, Salem stood at the edge of her obsidian balcony. She felt the massive surge of negative energy, a wave of pure, concentrated terror that tasted like vintage wine. "Look at them," Salem whispered, a cruel smile touching her marble-white lips. "See how quickly they turn to ash when the light flickers. The outsiders thought they could bring a dialogue to my world, but fear is the only language Remnant truly understands." She looked toward the distant glowing star of the infinity. "Break them," Salem commanded. "Let the sky burn." Back in Vale, the first HEV pod from the infinity slammed into the pavement of the central plaza. The door blew outward, and John 117 stepped into the chaos. Above him, the night sky was no longer dark. It was lit by the fires of burning buildings, and the emerald flashes of the Double Quanters soared bits as they began their desperate defense. The vital festival was over. The fall of Beacon had begun, and as the first scream of a dying city rose into the rain, Ruby Rose realized that some stories don't have a happy ending. They only have survivors. Chapter 7 ends. Chapter 8. The night Beacon began to burn. The silence of Vale did not break. It was incinerated. One moment, The city was a tapestry of rain-slicked neon and the hushed, anxious whispers of a million souls. The next, every emergency siren from the docks to the cliffs of Beacon Academy erupted in a dissonant, screaming wall of sound. It was a rhythmic, mechanical wail that signaled the end of an era. Across the city, civilians froze. In the crowded squares of the commercial district, children dropped their festival flags. At the vital festival grounds, the holographic jumbotrons flickered, the colours bleeding into a jagged, crimson warning. Then, the broadcast systems were hijacked. The face of the world was replaced by a cold, black screen, followed by a voice that felt like a needle pressed against the soul of Remnant. Above the storm clouds, the UNSC Infinity blazed like a second sun, its navigation lights blinking frantically as its internal sensors registered a total systemic collapse of the planet below. Below the clouds, the night began to burn. The architecture of betrayal, the attack was not a surge, it was a symphony of perfectly timed tragedies. Inside the high-security Atlas command hub, General James Ironwood watched in frozen horror as his tactical map turned red. Status: why are the Knights not responding to the override? Sir, the network is eating itself. An officer screamed over the roar of cooling fans. The virus originated from the CCT hub. It is not just blocking us, it is rewriting the friend or foe protocols. Outside the windows, the Atlasian Knights, the gleaming white guardians of the peace, stopped. Their optical sensors flickered from blue to a predatory, malicious red. As one, they turned their weapons away from the forest and toward the cowering crowds. The first shots fired were not at the Grim, but at the very people the soldiers had sworn to protect. Simultaneously, the communication blackout hit. The cross-continental transmit system went dark. Families were cut off. Leaders were blinded. And in that vacuum of information, fear grew into a physical, choking entity. It was exactly what Cinderfall had engineered, a world that could no longer speak, only scream. The descent of the Spartans from the belly of the Infinity. 34 metal seeds plummeted through the storm. The HEV pods cut through the clouds like falling stars, their heat shields glowing orange against the black sky. Inside one, John 117, the Master Chief, braced against the rattling frame of his pod. His mile-near armor hummed, channeling the localized GPS data from Roland into his tactical HUD. Osiris, Blue Team, state of readiness. The Chief's voice crackled, steady as a heartbeat in a hurricane. Osiris is green. We are dropping on the evacuation centers. Jameson Locke responded. Blue Team is hot. Landing in the industrial sector, Fred 104 added. The pod slammed into the streets of Vale with the force of artillery shells. The doors blew outward, and the Spartans stepped into a nightmare. The chief emerged into the central plaza. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and copper. Civilians were running in every direction, their faces twisted in a raw, animalistic terror. Behind them, a row of Atlas paladins was systematically leveling a row of shops, their heavy cannons barking rhythmically. John did not hesitate. He raised his assault rifle, the kinetic rounds thumping with a heavy, rhythmic authority. He moved with a synchronized grace that made the Atlas machines look like rusted toys. Marines, establish a perimeter. Chief barked into the local frequency. Pelicans, I want every available bird in the air for civilian extraction. Now, as the Spartans began to hold the line, the sky above them fractured again. But this was not a ship. It was the Grim. Thousands of Nevermaws and Griffins descended like a living shroud, their cries joining the sirens to create a chorus of the damned. The fragmented hope in the middle of the chaos. Ruby Rose was a blur of red petals. She swung Crescent Rose with a desperate, frantic energy, slicing through a Beowulf that had cornered a group of students. Her breathing was shallow, her silver eyes darting from the burning buildings to the hostile drones overhead. Weiss, get the barrier up, Ruby shouted. Weishni stood a few feet away, her rapier, Mutenaster, blowing with ice dust, but her hands were shaking. She watched as an Atlasian knight, a machine her family had helped fund, aimed its rifle at a fallen civilian. They're ours, Weiss whispered, her voice breaking. They were supposed to be ours. Weiss, look out. Blake bellowed on her, lunged, her shadow clone taking the hit from a drone's laser. Blake's face was grim, her cat ears pinned back against her head. She could hear the white fang's distinctive whistles echoing in the distance. The guilt was a physical weight in her chest. Her past was burning her present to the ground. Yan Zyro Long was a whirlwind of fire, her punches exploding against the bow masks of the Grim. But there was no joy in her combat, only a reckless, trembling rage. She was fighting for her sister, for her friends, and for a world that was vanishing before her eyes. We have to get to the school, Ruby cried, her voice barely audible over a massive explosion that leveled a nearby CCT tower. Beacon is where they're heading. The resonance of the soul far above the burning city, a single point of emerald light cut through the smoke. Setsuner F.C. sat in the cockpit of the 00 Quanter, but his mind was no longer within the machine. As a true innovator, his consciousness was being bombarded by a tidal wave of psychic static. He heard the screams, not with his ears, but with his soul. He felt the jagged, sharp fear of the parents. He felt the cold, calculating malice of the infiltrators. He felt the pure, unadulterated hunger of the grim. It was an emotional overload that threatened to shatter his very existence. Setsuner, synchronize your brain waves. Tyria Erd's voice screamed through the Vedalink. The emotional instability of the planet is reaching a tipping point. If you do not stabilize, the GN particles will become volatile. I can hear them, Tyria, Setsuner gasped, his eyes glowing with a brilliant, golden light. The dialogue is all pain. There is no understanding here, only the end. Then be the light that guides them. Setsuner gripped the controls. The 00 Quanter's twin GN drives roared. The machine dived, trailing a mile-long aurora of emerald light. It was a vision of mythic power. Where the GN particles touched the clouds, the rain seemed to turn into glowing snow. Setsuner deployed the sword bits. They danced through the air like guided lightning, intercepting the swarms of Nevmors with a speed that defied the laws of physics. To the people below, the Quanter was not a machine. It was a guardian of the stars, a celestial fire fighting back the darkness. But Setsuner knew the truth. He was only holding back the tide. He could kill the monsters, but he could not kill the fear that summoned them. The wisdom of the fallen inside the headmaster's office. Osmond stood in the dark. The only light came from the fires of Vale reflected in his window. Beside him, a holographic projection of Captain Lasky flickered. Osmond, we are losing the city. I've authorized the use of orbital suppression rounds on the Grim clusters, but the Atlas fleet is engaging my Pelicans. It's a civil war in the middle of an invasion. I know, Captain, Osmond said, his voice ancient and heavy. The plan was never to win a war. It was to destroy the soul of our civilization. And I fear Cinder has succeeded. We aren't leaving, Lasky said firmly. The UNSC stays until the last civilian is clear. Master Chief is at the primary breach. If anyone can hold it, he can. Osmond looked at the green star of the Quanter dancing in the distance. Thank you, Captain. But I must go to the vault. If she reaches the maiden, then the fires of tonight will be the least of our worries. The night beacon began to burn. The climax of the night was a cacophony of disaster. At the gates of Beacon Academy, the line was being held by a desperate alliance. John 117 stood atop a pile of destroyed Atlas Knights, his assault rifle long since empty. He was using a captured energy sword, and his bare hands, his Mjolnir shields popping and recharging in a frantic rhythm. Beside him, Ruby Rose and her team fought with everything they had left. The Spartans and the Huntsmen were a wall of steel and aura, but the Grim were endless. A massive wyvern, the king of the Grim, erupted from the mountain, its black ichor raining down over the school. It roared, a sound that shook the very air, and began to spawn smaller Grim directly onto the academy grounds. Chief, look up, Ruby screamed. John looked. He saw the beast. He saw the school burning. He saw the 00 Quanter lancing through the sky, its emerald light clashing against the wyvern's shadows. The city of Vale was dying. The lights were going out, district by district, replaced by the flickering orange of uncontrolled fires. The emergency sirens were finally falling silent as the power grids collapsed, leaving only the screams of the terrified and the roars of the hungry. The dying light near the end of the night, Ruby Rose found herself standing on the edge of the ruined CCT tower. Rain, mixed with black ash and soot, poured over her. She looked down at Vale. The city she loved, the city of the vital festival, was a blackened scar on the earth. Far above, the UNSC Infinity was a steady, defiant glow in the orbit, its Pelican still making desperate runs into the inferno. Across the battlefield, the 00 Quanter hovered like a dying ember, its GN particles thinning as Setsuner reached his limit. Ruby felt a tear track through the soot on her cheek. She looked at her hands, which were shaking with a cold, hollow exhaustion. For the first time in her life, the world didn't feel like a fairy tale. It felt like a tomb. The age of innocence was over. The night beacon began to burn. Was the night the stars themselves realized that even their light might not be enough to save Remnant. The world is dying, Ruby whispered to the wind, and in the distance, the wyvern roared its agreement, a haunting sound that echoed into the burning night. Chapter 8 ends. Chapter 9 Ashes. Beneath the broken moon, the sky over Remnant did not just turn dark, it turned hollow. The moon, already a fractured skeleton of a celestial body, was now obscured by a suffocating shroud of black smoke and the orange, flickering glow of a city in its death throes. Beacon Academy, once a shining beacon of hope and ivory stone, was now a jagged silhouette of crumbling towers and screaming steel. Thunder did not merely roll through the clouds, it shook the very foundation of the earth, as if the planet itself were trembling at the weight of the tragedy unfolding upon its surface. Emergency lights flickered through the haze, their blue and red pulses casting ghostly shadows against the walls of ruined dormitories. Everywhere, there was the sound of the end, the screech of Atlas drones turned into predatory killers, the guttural roars of Grim that had grown massive on a diet of pure terror, and the desperate, rhythmic thumping of UNSC kinetic weaponry. Beneath the shattered moon, the world was no longer fighting for victory. It was fighting for the right to exist for one more hour. The weight of the scythe Ruby Rose was a blur of tattered crimson and silver. She swung crescent rose with a desperation that felt like fire in her lungs, her breathing ragged as she cut through a swarm of creepers. Her red cloak was scorched, heavy with the black ash of a burning civilization. She stood in the centre of the main courtyard, surrounded by the ruins of a statue that had once represented peace. Around her, frightened students and wounded civilians huddled in the shadows of a collapsed archway. "We have to move," Ruby shouted, her voice cracking with emotional exhaustion. "To the landing pads. The Pelicans are coming." She looked back and saw a young girl, no older than 5, clutching a stuffed Ursa while staring at a burning Atlas airship falling from the sky. Ruby felt a sharp, cold jab of grief. She had spent her life dreaming of being a hero from the fairy tales, the kind who saved everyone and walked into the sunset. But as a Goliath smashed through the outer wall, its bone armor glowing with a sickly, mutated green light, Ruby realized the truth. There were too many. No matter how fast she moved, no matter how sharp her blade, she couldn't stop the tide of blood. "Ruby, behind you." Ruby spun, her eyes wide with fear, as a corrupted Atlas knight leveled its rifle at her. Thoom! A high-velocity sniper round lanced through the air, shattering the knight's head into a spray of sparks and metal. On a distant ridge, the silhouette of Linder 058 stood motionless, the barrel of her Nornfang smoking. Ruby didn't have time to say thank you. She only felt the crushing weight of a war that had outgrown the stories she loved. The fracturing of the soul while Ruby fought on the ground. The rest of Team RWBY were experiencing their own descents into the dark. Weishley stood among the ruins of the tech labs, her rapier, Mertenaster, glowing with a dim, flickering light. She watched as an Atlas Paladin, a machine her family's company had perfected, turned its heavy cannons toward a group of fleeing students. "Stop it!" Weiss screamed, her voice lost in the roar of an explosion. Her trust in Atlas, in her father's legacy, and in the order she had always relied on, was disintegrating as fast as the stone walls around her. She realized that the military might she had once admired was now the very thing feeding the fire. She felt small, she felt betrayed, and for the first time, she felt like the name she was a curse rather than a title. In the lower districts, Blake Belladonna was a shadow among shadows. She moved through the smoke, her cat ears pinned back against her head. She could hear the distinctive whistles of the White Fang echoing through the burning streets. Each whistle was a knife in her heart. "I did this," Blake whispered, her eyes brimming with tears of guilt. "My past had opened the gate." She saw Jameson, Locke and Phi Team Osiris moving through the sector, their combat movements efficient and cold as they neutralized White Fang cells. Locke didn't look at her with judgment, but Blake felt it anyway. She saw the way the UNSC looked at this world as a failing colony, a tragedy that could have been prevented. Yang Zyro Long was the furthest gone. She fought with a reckless, terrifying fury, her golden hair a halo of fire amidst the suit, but her movements were erratic. She wasn't fighting for the civilians anymore. She was fighting to drown out the self-doubt and the image of Mercury's broken leg. "Come on," Yan roared at a pack of beowulfs. "Is that all you've got?" She was a sun on the verge of going supernova, her emotional instability attracting the grim like a lighthouse in the dark. The destiny of a champion in the shadows of the Great Hall. Pitaniko stood alone. She looked at her hands, which were trembling. The weight of the world, the power of the Fall Maiden, the responsibility of the champion, and the looming sacrifice was a physical pressure in her chest. "Do you believe in destiny, Ruby?" she had asked. Now, as the ceiling of the hall groaned under the weight of the grim wyvern perched above, Pitha knew the answer. Destiny wasn't a choice, it was a cage. She looked toward the vault, knowing that Osprey was waiting, and that once she stepped into that light, the girl named Peha would be gone forever. I'm afraid, she whispered to the empty, burning hall. She saw Setsuna FC standing in the doorway. He didn't say anything at first. He simply stood there, his golden eyes reflecting the fires of the academy. You are carrying the grief of a world that is not yet dead, Setsuna said softly. Understanding yourself is the first step to understanding the dialogue of the stars. Pehanikos. Is there another way? Peha asked, her voice a fragile thread. There is always another way, Setsuna replied. But it requires a courage that goes beyond sacrifice. It requires the courage to live while everything around you dies. The dialogue of the dying Setsuna essay stepped onto the balcony, and for a moment, the world seemed to tilt. As a true innovator, this consciousness was being flayed alive. He didn't just see the fire. He felt the psychic screams of every soul in Vale. He felt the terror of the mothers, the rage of the soldiers, and the cold, unfeeling hunger of the grim. It was an emotional resonance so powerful it threatened to trigger a collapse of his own quantized consciousness. Setsuna. Her brain waves are destabilizing. Tyria Erd's voice screamed through the 00 Quanters link. The emotional ecosystem of Remnant is in a state of catastrophic entropy. If you do not harmonize, the GN particles will turn into a destructive wave. I can't stop it, Tyria, Setsuna gasped, clutching his head. The fear's a physical weight. It's the same as the solar wars. They are killing each other because they are afraid to look into each other's eyes. He looked up as the 00 Quanter descended from the clouds. The machine was a vision of emerald fire, its sword bit slicing through the dark like the fingers of a god. Where the GN particles touched the grim, the creatures shrieked and dissolved. But for every 100 destroyed, 1,000 more emerged from the shadows. Setsuna realized the tragic limit of his power. He could be a sword. He could be a shield, but he could not be the heart of a people who had given up on hope. The last stand of the legend in the ruins of the primary gate, John 117, the Master Chief, was a mountain of olive-wrapped titanium. His Mjolnir armor was scorched, his shields popping and recharging with a frantic, electric hiss. He was surrounded by a sea of black ichor and shattered metal. He was currently providing cover for a final group of wounded Atlas soldiers and civilians. Chief, the Pelican is here. Jameson Locke shouted over the roar of the wind. Get them on board. John barked, his assault rifle thumping as he dropped an Ursa Major with a 3-round burst to the mask. A young Marine, his face covered in blood, looked up at the chief. We're not gonna make it, are we, sir? John didn't look back. He simply slammed a fresh magazine into his rifle. We're making it. Move. He watched as the Pelican lifted off into the storm, its thrusters fighting against the Nevermores. John stood alone in the gateway, an ancient soldier from a different war, fighting for a world he barely knew. He didn't fight for the maidens or the relics. He fought because a Spartan's purpose was to hold the line until the last light went out. The wisdom of the ancient deep in the vault beneath the school, Osmond stood before the machine that would transfer the maiden's soul. He looked old, not the dignified age he usually wore, but a bone-deep, ancient exhaustion that seemed to seep from his very shadow. He had watched this happen so many times. Different names, different faces, but the same fire. Captain Lasky, Osmond said into his communicator. We're here, Osmond. The captain's voice crackled from the infinity. We've established a defensive shell over the academy. At the Grim they're ignoring the ship. They're focusing entirely on the ground. Because they know, Osmond said, his voice a tragic melody. They know that if Beacon falls, the spirit of this world falls with it. Captain, thank your men for me. For centuries, I thought I was alone in this fight. It is comforting to know that the stars have such brave guardians. Osmond turned as the elevator door opened. Cinderfall stepped out, her eyes glowing with a predatory, orange flame. It's over, Osmond, Cinder said, her voice smooth and cruel. The age of your secrets is finished. No, Cinder, Osmond replied, raising his cane. The secrets are only just beginning to burn. Ashes beneath the broken moon, the climax arrived with a sound that felt like the world's heart stopping. The grim wyvern atop the tower let out a final, world-shaking roar. A wave of black energy pulsed outward, and the ivory tower of Beacon, the tallest spire in the kingdom, began to tilt. Ruby Rose stood in the courtyard, her silver eyes reflecting the collapse of the world. She saw the tower fall. She saw the fire. She saw the emerald light of the 00 Quanter trying to hold up the sky, and the silhouettes of the Spartans fighting through the ash. She looked at the broken moon, which seemed to be mocking her with its fractured beauty. Everything is gone, Ruby whispered. She saw the ash falling like snow, not the clean, white snow of Atlas, but the grey, heavy ash of burnt dreams and lost friends. She saw Pinher's circlet lying in the dirt. She saw her sister's broken weapon. For the first time in her life, the girl in the red who did not feel like a hero. She felt like a survivor. As the fires of Vale reached toward the clouds and the UNSC Infinity began its final, desperate evacuation, the age of innocence didn't just end. It was cremated. Ruby Rose stood in the ruins of her life, and as the silver light in her eyes began to pulse with a tragic, world-breaking intensity, she realized that some wounds never heal. They just become part of who you are. The moon looked down on the ashes, and for the first time, it was silent. Chapter 9 ends. Chapter 10 The last light, before dawnfall the fire did not respect the rain. It fed on it, turning the cold downpour into a scalding mist that clung to the ruins of Vale like a damp funeral shroud. In the final hours before the complete collapse of Beacon Academy, the world of Remnant felt physically wounded. The sky was a bruised, swirling vortex of black smoke and purple lightning, illuminated only by the rhythmic, agonizing pulse of burning buildings and crashing airships. High above, the fractured moon was a jagged bone-white witness, obscured intermittently by the passing silhouettes of UNSC pelicans and the emerald streaks of G-Ven particles. The city was no longer an urban landscape. It was a screaming furnace of entropy. Shattered towers collapsed into their own shadows, sending plumes of soot into the air that tasted of copper and ancient dust. Emergency lights flickered through the hazed lonely, rhythmic pulses of blue and red that seemed to beat like the dying heart of a civilization. Every few seconds, the earth would tremble as an Atlas airship, its systems corrupted, and its crew silent, slammed into the district below, a fallen star made of iron and fire. The atmosphere was not merely catastrophic, it was emotionally suffocating. Through the smoke, the guttural, unnatural shrieks of the grim echoed, a chorus of hunger that was being answered by the desperate, rhythmic thumping of UNSC kinetic cannons. The evolution of the scythe Ruby Rose stood at the center of the beacon courtyard, her red cloak tattered and heavy with ash. She breathed in short, sharp gasps, the air searing her lungs. She looked at her hands, they were covered in soot and black grim ichor, trembling with a fatigue that reached her very marrow. But her eyes were different. The wide-eyed girl who had arrived at Beacon dreaming of fairy tales was gone. In her place stood a leader forged in the furnace of an apocalypse. Ruby looked at the frightened students huddling behind a collapsed barricade and felt a strange, cold clarity. She remembered the words of Setsuner FC about the dialogue of the heart and the silent, immovable resolve of John 1:17. She realized then that leading was not about being fearless. It was about carrying the weight of everyone else's fear so they didn't have to. Check your ammunition. Ruby's voice cut through the roar of the wind. It was steady. It was certain. We aren't holding the school for the headmaster anymore. We're holding it for each other. If the Grim want this tower, they'll have to crawl over every single one of us. She saw the way the students looked at her not as a classmate, but as an anchor. Ruby Rose was no longer a silver-eyed child. She was the last light before the dawnfall. The fracturing of the team, while Ruby found her strength, her teammates struggled with their own crumbling foundations. Wisely stood atop her ruined balcony, watching an Atlas paladin systematically level a civilian shelter. Her rapier, Mertenaster, was chipped, the dust chambers nearly empty. For the first time, Weiss did not look at the Atlas flag with pride. She looked at it with a chilling realization. Military power without trust is just a different kind of monster, Weiss whispered. Her loyalty to her father's legacy was finally at ash. She turned her back on the burning Atlas fleet, focusing her remaining energy on a single, protective ice glyph for the people below. Blake Belladonna was fighting in the low corridors, her movements a blur of desperate shadows. Every time she saw a white fan mask, a fresh wave of guilt crashed over her. She saw Adam in every flame, and the weight of her past felt like it was finally dragging her into the dark. Yang Zyro Long was a whirlwind of fire and rage. She punched through a Beowulf's mask, her eyes glowing a terrifying red. But she was pushing herself too far. She was reckless, her movements losing their tactical precision to the heat of her anger. She was trying to protect everyone because she couldn't protect the truth of what had happened to her. They were a team of 4. But in the chaos, they felt like 4 separate islands in a rising black tide. The burden of the champion at the base of Beacon Tower. Haniko stood in the rain. She looked up at the heights where Cinderfall was ascending, and then back at the students she had fought beside. Peha was the emotional heart of the resistance, but that heart was breaking. She felt the weight of the Fall Maiden's power flickering, ancient light that demanded a sacrifice she was finally ready to give. You don't have to do this alone, Joran Ark's voice broke through her thoughts. Peha turned, a sad, beautiful smile touching her lips. She reached out and touched his cheek, her fingers cold. I have to, Joran, because I'm the only one who can. That is my destiny. She had spoken with Setsuner FC earlier. He had told her that understanding oneself was the only way to break a cycle of war. Peiha realized now that she understood herself perfectly. She was a shield, and a shield's purpose was to break so that the people behind it could live. Her quiet fear was still there, but it was buried beneath a tragic determination. She knew she was walking toward her end, but she walked with the grace of the champion she had always been. The command of the stars aboard the UNSC Infinity, the bridge, was a place of clinical, desperate urgency. Captain Lasky watched the tactical feeds, his face aged by decade in a single night. "We're losing the grid, Captain," Roland reported, his holographic form flickering with data static. "The Atlas fleet is in total disarray. The Grimm are ignoring our air-to-surface strikes. They're converging on the school's basement." John 117 stood at the primary viewport. He watched a Pelican go down in flames, its crew making one last stand in the streets below. He saw the fire. He saw the death. It looked like Reach. It looked like Earth. "The mission has changed," the chief said. His voice was a calm, gravelly rasp that acted as a stabilizing force for the entire bridge crew. "It is no longer about holding the academy. It is about the evacuation of the biological asset, the civilians." "Chief, we can't hold the line much longer," Jameson Locke crackled over the comms from the surface. "The Grimm are mutating. They're feeding on the mass panic. It's like a psychological feedback loop. Then we break the loop," John replied. "Blue team, Osiris, form a double diamond perimeter around the landing pads. We don't leave until the last Pelican is full. Roland, prioritize medical transport. I'm heading to the tower to retrieve the high-value personnel." The Master Chief locked his assault rifle into place. He didn't offer a speech. He didn't need to. He was a Spartan. He was the wall that the darkness broke against. The sun of the Innovator high above the burning spire of Beacon, the 00 Quanter hovered in a halo of emerald fire. Setsuner FC sat in the cockpit, but his consciousness was expanded across the entire city. He felt the fear. He felt the sorrow. He felt the jagged, sharp desperation of the dying. It was a tidal wave of human emotion that threatened to shatter his Innovator brainwaves. "Tyria the Dialogate screaming," Setsuner gasped, his golden eyes brimming with tears he didn't realize he was shedding. "I know, Setsuner." Tyria Erd's voice was a soft, digital presence in his mind. "The emotional instability of this world is rewriting the Grimm's genetic code. They are becoming manifestations of the people's despair. Even the Quanter's GN particles cannot harmonize a world that has decided to give up on itself." Setsuner looked down at the school. He saw the students looking up at his machine with a desperate, dying hope. He saw the emerald light reflecting in the eyes of children who had nowhere left to run. "Then I will be their silence," Setsuner whispered. The 00 Quanter dived. It moved with a quantum grace that defied the laws of physics, its sword bits lancing through the air to intercept a swarm of mutated Nevermores. The GN particles rained down over the courtyard like glowing snow, temporarily calming the panic of the students below. It was a godlike display of power, but Setsuner felt the tragic limit of it. He could kill the monsters, but he could not save the world from its own heart. He was a lone light in an ocean of shadow, and the shadow was winning. The shadow in the office deep in the vault. Osmond stood before the soul transfer machine. He looked at the glowing embers of the city reflected in the polished metal. For the first time in millennia, the ancient man felt a tremor of genuine doubt. He had fought this war across 1,000 lifetimes, but he had never seen the darkness move with such strategic, crushing precision. "John," Osmond said into his communicator, his voice heavy with an ancient exhaustion. "I'm 10 minutes from your position, Osmond," the chief replied. "Do not come for me." "Master Chief," Osmond said softly, "go to the students. Go to Ruby. The future of this world is not in this tower. It is in the people who survive it." Osmond turned as the elevator doors hissed open. Cinderfall stepped out, her eyes glowing with a predatory, orange flame. She looked at the headmaster, then at the sky where the Infinity and the Quanter stood watch. "Your toys from the stars cannot save you, Osmond," Cinder said, her voice a cruel, melodic purr. "The more they fight, the more fear they create. They are the fuel for my fire." "Humanity has a way of surprising you, Cinder," Osmond replied, raising his cane. "Even when the sun goes down, we still find ways to burn." The last light, before dawnfall, the climax of the night, was a symphony of destruction. At the gates of Beacon, the last coordinated defense was a wall of steel, aura, and emerald light. Blue team stood back to back with Team JNPR, the weapons creating a rhythmic barrier of lead and fire. Atlas airships crashed into the mountains, their explosions lighting up the night like dying suns. The Grimm were swarming the upper towers, their black bodies clinging to the stone like a plague. Thunder roared through the burning clouds, and the emergency sirens finally began to fail, their dying moans swallowed by the wind. Everyone understood. The end was no longer a possibility, it was a reality. Pei stood alone at the base of the tower, the rain washing the soot from her face. She looked up at the fractured moon, then at the glowing green star of the Quantor. She felt a strange, quiet peace. She knew that the next hour would decide the fate of Remnant. She knew that she would likely not see the morning, but as she saw Ruby Rose leading the last group of survivors toward the Pelicans, Peha felt that her sacrifice would mean something. "The light is fading," Peha whispered. She turned and began the long walk up the stairs of the tower, her bronze armor gleaming in the firelight. Behind her, the city of Vale burned into the sea, and the UNSC Infinity prepared for its final, desperate retreat. The dawnfall was here, and as the last light of Beacon began to flicker, the world held its breath for the scream that was to come. Chapter 10 ends. Chapter 11. The silence after heroes fall. The sky over Remnant had ceased to be a part of the natural world. It was a bruised, blood-red expanse of swirling storm clouds and toxic ash, illuminated from below by the funeral pyre of a civilization. Beacon Academy, the once proud citadel of ivory and light, was now a jagged, skeletal ruin. Its towers did not just fall, they groaned as they surrendered to the fire, the sound of ancient stone grinding against steel echoing through the smog like a dying beast. Rain fell through the smoke-filled air, not a clean, cleansing rain, but a heavy, soot-stained drizzle that tasted of copper and charcoal. The emergency sirens, which had wailed for hours, finally stuttered into static as the power grids collapsed into the sea. In their place was a new, war-terrifying sound, the collective, muffled roar of thousands of grim flooding the grounds, and the rhythmic, hollow thump of UNSC kinetic rounds as the final magazines were emptied into the dark. The world was not just breaking, it was being erased. The last dialogue of a king deep within the shattered core of the headmaster's office. The air was still. The heat of the fires outside felt distant, replaced by cold, ancient silence. Osmond stood behind his desk, his hands resting on his cane. He did not look like the leader of a kingdom. He looked like a man who had walked through 1,000 lifetimes only to find himself at the end of every single one. For the first time in centuries, the headmaster fully accepted that he might fail. The weight of his secrets, the burden of the maidens, and the slow-burning tragedy of his long war with Salem felt like a physical pressure against his chest. The elevator door hissed open, but it was not the enemy who stepped out. It was Setsuna FCA. The pilot was covered in soot, his eyes glowing with a brilliant, golden intensity that seemed to push back the shadows of the room. He did not speak with his voice. Through his innovator consciousness, he projected a sense of profound, weary understanding. "The dialogue is collapsing, Osmond," Setsuna said softly, his voice echoing in the quantum space between them. "The people below, their hearts have turned to stone. Fear has silenced them." Osmond looked at the young man from the stars. "I've spent eons trying to teach them a different language," Setsuna FCA. "The language of hope. But Cinderfall has shown them that fire is much easier to understand." "Then we must hold the silence," Setsuna replied, his gaze shifting to the window where the 00 Quantor stood watch in the clouds. "Even if the heroes fall, the truth must remain." Osmond offered a small, tragic smile. "Thank you, Setsuna. For a moment, I believed the stars had sent us only soldiers. I am glad they sent a philosopher as well." The elevator door opened again, and this time, the heat entered the room. Cinderfall stepped out, her eyes burning with an orange, predatory flame. The dialogue was over. The confrontation of the ages had begun. The weight of destiny outside, on the crumbling landing pads, Peha stood alone. The wind whipped her red hair across her face, stinging her eyes. But she did not move. She looked at the fractured moon, then down at the bronze circlet in her hands. She felt the heavy, thrumming pulse of the maiden's power beneath the school of power that was currently being torn away. "Peha, we have to go." She turned to see Joran Arc running toward her, his face a mask of terror and desperation. Behind him, Ruby Rose was helping a group of wounded students into a waiting pelican. Peha looked at Jorn, and for a heartbeat, the champion disappeared. She was just a girl, frightened and lonely, standing at the edge of an impossible choice. She knew what was coming. She felt the pull of the tower, the inevitability of the sacrifice that had been carved into her soul since the day she arrived at Beacon. "John," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the storm. "Do you believe in destiny?" "I don't care about destiny," John shouted, grabbing her shoulders. "I care about you. The UNSC is leaving. The Spartans are calling for extraction. We have to get on that ship. Peha reached up, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw. She looked past him to where John 117 stood. The Master Chief was a silent mountain of olive-rubbed titanium, his mile-near armor reflecting the fires of the city. He was guarding the ramp of the last transport, his presence a promise of survival. She saw the chief look at her. He didn't offer words of encouragement. He didn't tell her it would be okay. He simply waited, his posture recognizing the weight of a soldier's final decision. "I'm sorry, John," Peha said. She leaned forward, pressing her lips to his in a desperate, final kiss, a taste of the life she was about to surrender. Before he could react, she used her semblance to propel him toward the Pelican's ramp. "Peha, no." John's scream was swallowed by the roar of the Pelican's thrusters. Ruby Rose watched from the doorway of the ship, her silver eyes brimming with a crushing, sudden grief. She reached out, but the Pelican was already lifting. She saw Peha turn away, her bronze armor gleaming one last time against the darkness, as she began the long walk towards the tower. Peha Nikos was no longer a student. She was a sacrifice. And as she disappeared into the smoke, Ruby realized that the hero she admired was walking knowingly into her own grave. The last stand of iron across the battlefield, the UNSC Infinity, was a steady, defiant glow in the orbit, but on the ground, the situation was beyond recovery. John 117 stood atop a pile of shattered Atlas Knights, his assault rifle long since empty. He held a captured energy sword in one hand and a combat knife in the other, his shields popping and recharging with a frantic, electric hiss. He was a barrier of meat and metal, protecting the final evacuation corridor. "Chief, the last Pelican is clear." Jameson Lockhart over the comms, his Phi team Osiris providing suppressive fire from the ruins of a nearby dormitory. "We're the only ones left. We need to move." "Acknowledged," John replied, his voice a calm, gravelly rasp. He watched a massive Berinjal lunge at him from the shadows. With a single, fluid motion, he stepped inside its guard and drove the energy sword through its chest. He did not feel pride. He did not feel fear. He only felt the tactical reality of the collapse. "Blue team, fall back to the secondary extraction point," Chief commanded. "Lock, take Osiris and cover the Huntsman survivors. I'll provide regard." He looked up at the beacon tower. He saw the emerald light of the 00 Quantor dancing around the spire, its sword bits vaporizing grim swarms in a display of godlike power. But even that light was fading. The G-Den particles were thinning, the emerald aurora flickering like a dying candle. The chief realized that they weren't fighting for the school anymore. They were fighting for the memory of it. He saw the Atlas airships falling from the sky, their hulls glowing orange as they crashed into the sea. He saw General James Ironwood's fleet fragmenting, the soldiers within them finally succumbing to the panic that had been engineered by the shadows. There was no victory here, only the grim, silent work of survival. The resonance of a dying world inside the cockpit of the 00 Quantor, Setsuner SA was screaming. It was not a sound made by his throat, but by his soul. As an innovator, his consciousness was being flayed by the psychic resonance of a dying city. He felt the grief of the children. He felt the rage of the falling soldiers. He felt the cold, unfeeling hunger of the grim as they feasted on the despair of the population. "It's too much," Setsuner gasped, his hands trembling on the controls. "The dial gets all pain. I can't find the hope anymore." "Setsuner, focus." Erd's voice was a sharp, clinical anchor in his mind. "The emotional instability of Remnant is creating a feedback loop. If you do not stabilize your quantum brain waves, the Quantor's GN drive will go critical. You cannot carry the grief of an entire world alone." "I have to," Setsuner whispered, his golden eyes reflecting the burning tower. "If I don't, who will hear them?" He forced the 00 Quantor into a transom burst. The machine exploded into a brilliant, haunting red light, its speed increasing until it was nothing but a blur of high-energy particles. He lanced through the air, clearing the path for the final evacuation ships, his sword bits humming with the sound of a singing crystal. But as the red light faded, Setsuner felt the void returning. He saw Peha Nikos reach the top of the tower. He saw the golden light of the maiden's power flare and then vanish. He felt the moment the champion died. It was a cold, sharp spike of absolute sorrow that echoed through the GN particles. Setsuner slumped in his seat, the green light of the cockpit dimming. He had reached the limits of understanding. He had seen the best of humanity walk into the fire, and he had been unable to stop it. The death of innocence. Ruby Rose hit the ground running. The Pelican had dropped her off at the base of the tower before being forced to retreat by a swarm of Nevermores. She ran through the ash, her lungs burning, her heart hammering against her ribs. She didn't look at the burning airships. She didn't look at the retreating Spartans. She only looked up. She reached the top of the tower just as the world stopped breathing. The scene was a tableau of absolute tragedy. Peihanikos was on her knees, her bronze armor shattered, her shield gone. Standing over her was Cinderfall, her hand glowing with a scorching, orange flame. "It's a shame," Cinder said, her voice a cruel, melodic purr. "You were such a promising puppet." "Theha!" Ruby screamed. Peiha turned her head. For a brief second, their eyes met. In that moment, Ruby didn't see a champion. She saw her friend. She saw the girl who had helped her with her homework, the girl who had loved Jorn in silence, the girl who had just wanted to be normal. Cinder's hand moved. The arrow of fire pierced Peiha's chest. There was no sound. There was only the sight of the champion's body turning to golden ash, blowing away in the soot-stained wind. The silence that followed was the loudest thing Ruby had ever heard. It was a silence that swallowed the sirens, the grim, and the thunder. It was the silence of a heart breaking in two. Ruby Rose felt something snap deep within her soul. The emotional exhaustion, the grief, and the fear all condensed into a single, blinding point of absolute white light. No. The silver light in her eyes exploded. It was not a weapon. It was an eruption of pure, unadulterated hope and agony. The white light washed over the tower, turning the grim wyvern to stone, and blinding the darkness. It was a scream made of light, a final, desperate protest against the death of her world. The silence after heroes fall when the light faded. The silence remained. Ruby Rose lay unconscious on the cold, cracked stone of the tower. Above her, the fractured moon hung in a sky that was finally starting to clear, the red storm clouds parting to reveal a cold, indifferent universe. Far above, the UNSC Infinity hovered silently, its sensors recording the silence of a fallen kingdom. Aboard the ship, John 117 stood in the hangar, his armor covered in the ash of beacon. He looked down at the planet, his face unreadable behind his visor. He had seen worlds fall before, but the silence of Remnant felt different. It felt like the silence of a tomb. In the emerald forest, the 00 Quantor stood motionless, its emerald light faded to a dull, dying glow. Inside, Setsuner FC sat with his head bowed, the weight of the night finally crushing his spirit. Beacon had fallen. The ivory towers were rubble, the champions were ash, and as the first pale light of a cold, grey morning began to touch the ruins of Vale, the world of Remnant realized that it would never be the same again. The age of innocence was dead. And in the silence that followed, the only thing left was the sound of the wind blowing through the ashes of heroes. Chapter 11 ends. Chapter 12. Beyond the ashes of Beacon, the sirens had finally stopped screaming. In their place was a silence so heavy it felt like a physical weight, pressing down on the charred remains of the kingdom of Vale. The morning air was cold and stagnant, thick with the scent of ozone, burnt stone, and the bitter, grey ash that drifted down from the sky like a winter's snow. Above, the storm clouds were finally beginning to part, revealing a fractured moon that looked down upon the ruins with a pale, indifferent eye. Beacon Academy, once a soaring monument of ivory and light, was now a blackened skeleton. Its great hall was a hollowed-out ribcage of twisted steel. Its spires were jagged tombstones reaching for a heaven that had remained silent during the slaughter. Emergency fires flickered in the distance, lonely orange glimmers against the grey landscape. In the streets below, abandoned weapons lay half-buried in the soot, and the white, bone-like husks of grim dissolved into the darkness, leaving behind only the memory of their hunger. For the first time in hours, there was no sound of gunfire or roaring beasts. There was only the wind, whistling through the empty hallways of a dying era. The burden of the survivor Ruby Rose stood at the edge of a jagged cliff overlooking the ruined city. Her red cloak was tattered, the edges singed and heavy with the dust of her home. Her silver eyes, once bright with the fire of innocence, were now deep and hollow, reflecting the smoke that rose from the horizon. She felt a hand on her shoulder, not the warm, familiar touch of her sister, but the heavy, cold weight of titanium armor. She didn't have to look up to know it was John 117. The last of the evacuation pelicans have reached the UNSC Infinity, the Master Chief said. His voice was a low, gravelly rasp, a sound of absolute stability in a world that had tilted off its axis. We've established a medical perimeter at the lower docks. The civilians are being stabilized. Ruby didn't speak for a long time. She looked at her hands, which were stained with soot, and the gold dust of a memory she couldn't let go. Is it always like this? She whispered, her voice fragile. After the fire goes out, the chief looked out at the ruins of Vale. He thought of the glassed plains of Reach and the silent, drifting debris of Earth's orbit. The fire leaves a scar, he said, but a scar is just proof that the wound didn't win. Ruby looked at him, really looked at the green-armoured giant who had fought through a literal apocalypse without flinching. She saw the resilience she needed to find within herself. She thought of Setsuna FCA, who had fought to understand the pain of a planet that only wanted to scream. She realised then that being a leader wasn't about winning. It was about being the one who stood up first when everyone else was still on their knees. A house divided, while Ruby found her resolve. The rest of Team RWBY were experiencing the agonising fractures of a broken family. In the medical bay of a grounded Atlas transport, Weiss sat alone, watching a fleet of Atlas airships prepare for departure. Her father's orders had been absolute. She was to return to Atlas immediately. She looked at her reflection in the darkened window. She saw a girl whose world had been shattered not just by the grim, but by the realisation that her kingdom's strength was a lie built on fear. "We weren't protectors," Weiss whispered to the empty room. "We were just a different kind of wall." She looked toward the UNSC Infinity in the sky. She saw a civilization that didn't rely on dust or fear, but on a cold, disciplined duty. She knew that when she returned to the frozen north, she would never be the same girl who had left it. In the shadows of the lower docks, Blake Belladonna stood near the edge of the water. Her cat ears were pinned back. Her eyes red from tears she refused to let fall. She saw the white fang markings on the destroyed buildings. She saw the fear in the eyes of the humans who looked at her. "I bring the shadows with me," Blake said to the wind. She thought of Adam's face, and the way the world had burned because of a hatred she had once been a part of. She looked back at the infirmary, where her friends were resting, and for the first time, she believed they were better off without her. She turned toward the sea, vanishing into the grey mist like a ghost. But the most devastating silence was in the room where Yanzaro Long lay. She was awake, staring at the ceiling with eyes that were no longer amber, but a dull, lifeless brown. Her right arm, the one she had used to protect her sister, the one she had used to reach for the sun, was gone. The fire in her soul hadn't just been dimmed, it had been smothered beneath the weight of her own helplessness. She didn't cry. She didn't scream. She simply existed in a void where her confidence used to be. The echo of the champion, the loss of Peuhanikos, was a wound that would not close. Jorn Ark sat on a crate in the middle of the refugee camp, clutching a bronze circlet in his shaking hands. He didn't hear the Marines shouting orders or the hum of the 00 Quantor hovering nearby. He only heard the echo of a final kiss and the sound of a girl walking into a fire he couldn't stop. The grief was not a scream. It was a slow, agonizing suffocation. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the golden ash blowing away in the wind. He felt a sudden, sharp anger at the grim, at Cinder, at the world that demanded such a sacrifice. But mostly, he felt an ancient, hollow rage at himself for being too weak to stand beside her. He didn't notice Setsuna FC approaching until the air around him began to vibrate with a soft, emerald resonance. "Grief is a dialogue that has lost its listener," Setsuna said softly. He stood beside Jorn, his golden eyes reflecting the morning light. "She's gone," John choked out, his voice a jagged edge. "She did everything right, and she's just gone." "She is not gone, Jorn Ark," Setsuna replied, looking toward the ruined tower. "She chose to be a light when the world was turning dark. That choice it has become a part of the soul of this planet. Her understanding of sacrifice has given the survivors a reason to keep breathing." Setsuna reached out, and for a second, a single, glowing green GN particle drifted onto the bronze circlet. "You carry her memory. That means the dialogue between you is not finished. It has only changed form." The intelligence of shadows aboard the UNSC Infinity, Jameson Locke stood in a darkened command room, reviewing the data gathered by ONI during the fall. "The entity known as Salem," Locke said, his voice a clinical drone. "She didn't just invade. She exploited the existing psychological fissures of this civilization. She weaponized their fear of the unknown, specifically our arrival." Captain Lasky sighed, looking at a casualty report that was far too long. "And our standing. What does ONI recommend?" "Direct military occupation is a non-starter, Captain," Locke replied. "The local population is already traumatized. If we establish a permanent ground presence, we become the very monsters Salem wants them to fear. But we cannot leave Remnant to its own devices. This world is a staging ground for a threat that could eventually reach our own borders. So we watch," Lasky concluded. "We liaise with the survivors. We provide the steel so they can find their own hope." Locke nodded. "We've already begun covert surveillance of the Haven and Vacuo districts. If Salem moves again, we'll be there before the first shadow falls." The general's hardening on the bridge of the Atlas flagship General James Ironwood stood alone. He watched the UNSC Infinity with a mixture of envy and terror. He had seen his army collapse. He had seen his machines turned into killers. He felt the weight of his failure like a lead shroud. "Order," Ironwood whispered, his hand gripping the cold metal railing. "We need more order, more control." His eyes narrowed as he watched the smoke rise from Vale. He didn't see the bravery of the students or the sacrifice of the Spartans. He saw a world that was too fragile to survive without a firmer hand. In that moment, the man who had wanted to be a protector died, and the man who would sacrifice anything for security was born. The transformation was silent, but it was absolute. The dialogue of rebirth. Setsuner FC walked through the ruined courtyard of Beacon. He saw the broken statues and the scorched gardens, but he also saw something else. He saw a group of students helping a wounded Marine. He saw a Marine sharing his rations with a cowering Fornis. He sensed the emotional resonance of the survivors, and while it was still jagged with grief, it was no longer a monologue of despair. It was a dialogue of survival. "Tyria," Setsuner said in the silence of his mind. "I am here, Setsuner," Tyria replied. The analysis of the emotional shift is complete. The arrival of the UNSC and the 00 Quanter has introduced a variable that Salem did not account for. She expected a world that would crumble into darkness. Instead, she has a world that is looking to the stars for a way back to the light. "Then we stay," Setsuner said, his golden eyes glowing with a newfound resolve, "until they can walk on their own." The 00 Quanter ascended slowly into the morning mist, its emerald G-Ven particles raining down over the ruins like glowing snow. It was a mythic sight, a symbol of a future that refused to be extinguished. Beyond the ashes, deep within the land of darkness, Salem sat on her throne of obsidian. She watched the recording of the silver light that had erupted from the tower. She saw the way the 00 Quanter had held back the darkness, and the way the Spartans had stood like immovable mountains against her grim. For the first time in 10,000 years, Salem felt a tremor, something that wasn't boredom or malice. It was curiosity. "The children of the stars," Salem murmured, her voice a low, terrifying melody. "They bring a different kind of hope, a hope made of iron and understanding. They think they can break the cycle." She looked at her hand, which was still scarred from the silver light. "Let them try. The more they build, the more there is to burn, and I have all the time in the universe to watch the stars go out." The finale, a new age. The dawn finally broke over Vale. The first true light of day touched the ruins of Beacon, turning the grey ash into a shimmering silver carpet. At the edge of the cliff, Ruby Rose stood between two giants. To her left was John 117, his Mjolnir armor scuffed, but his posture as immovable as a mountain. To her right was Setsuner FC, his golden eyes reflecting the horizon, his presence a soft, emerald warmth in the cold morning air. Ruby looked at the UNSC Infinity floating in the clouds, and then at the 00 Quanter glowing in the mist. She thought of Penhar. She thought of her sister. She thought of the journey ahead. "We're going to Haven," Ruby said. Her voice was no longer that of a child. It was a leader's voice, quiet, certain, and filled with a tragic, beautiful strength. "We're going to find the people who did this, and we're going to make sure the light doesn't go out again." Neither man spoke. They simply stood beside her, the soldier of fire and the pilot of light, as the sun rose over a world that had been changed forever. The vital festival was a memory. The age of innocence was ash. But as Ruby Rose turned and began the long walk toward the future, the stars themselves seemed to lean in to listen. The war for Remnant had only just begun, and for the first time in history, the people below were not fighting alone. Beyond the ashes of Beacon. Crossover Arc End. Part 02. Chapter 0. Ashes. Beneath a broken world, the silence of a broken world is not peaceful. It is the hollow, echoing quiet of a heart that has stopped beating. Weeks had passed since the Sky Tour opened. Weeks since the ivory towers of Beacon Academy fell, crumbling into a graveyard of shattered stone and twisted steel. The smoke had finally stopped rising, replaced by a permanent, suffocating grey ash that coated the ruins of Vale. Outside the city, sprawling reconstruction camps cut into the muddy earth. Tents stamped with the UNSC eagle stood beside the battered barricades of huntsmen volunteers. Civilians moved through the camps like ghosts, their eyes vacant, their hands clutching whatever fragments of their past they could carry. Above them, the skies were empty of commercial airships. The global communications network was dead. Fear had severed the invisible threads that once connected the four kingdoms of Remnant, leaving humanity isolated in the dark. And in that darkness, the shadows were growing. Grim activity had surged across the trade routes. They lingered just beyond the tree lines, watching the refugee convoys with an unnatural, patient hunger. The world felt deeply wounded, caught in an agonizing breath between survival and extinction. The soldiers of Two Worlds, John 117, stood atop the remains of our highway overpass, his gold visor reflecting the sprawling refugee camp below. The Master Chief did not move. His Mjolnir armor hummed softly, a mechanical heartbeat in the quiet morning. He watched a group of local huntsmen, teenagers, and exhausted veterans alike distributing rations alongside armored marines. He was studying them. In all his years of war, the chief had fought alongside the greatest military forces humanity had ever assembled. But the people of Remnant fought differently. They possessed no orbital fleets. They lacked heavy mechanized infantry. Instead, they fought with an emotional resilience that defied tactical logic. Their aura was a shield made of pure willpower. They survived not through overwhelming firepower, but through a stubborn, foolish, and beautiful refusal to surrender. Slowly, the chief felt a quiet, profound respect taking root in his chest. Below him, Blue Team moved with disciplined purpose. Fred 104 was coordinating a perimeter expansion with local militias, integrating their chaotic fighting styles into rigid, overlapping fields of fire. Kala 087 was running evacuation drills, teaching frightened volunteers how to move through urban rubble without leaving a trail. High above, hidden in the skeleton of a commercial tower, Linda 058 kept watch. The crack of her sniper rifle echoed every few hours, instantly erasing any grim bolt enough to test the perimeter. They were a machine of perfect war, trying to piece together a world built on fairy tales. The calculus of survival inside a heavily fortified command tent. The atmosphere was thick with political tension. Commander Jameson Locke stared at her holographic map of Remnant. Around him, ONI analysts sifted through mountains of decrypted data, cross-referencing grim migration patterns with dust shipments and kingdom defense grids. The structural integrity of this civilization is failing, an ONI operative reported flatly. Atlas is closing its borders. Mistral is experiencing a massive spike in criminal syndicate activity. Without global communications, paranoia is replacing diplomacy. Locke rested his hands on the hollowed bowl. And the entity known as Salem, an extinction-level strategic threat, the analyst replied. She does not command an army in the traditional sense. She commands the environment itself. ONI command back on the Infinity is divided. Some admirals argue that Remnant is a lost cause. They believe we should repair the slit space drive and abandon this dimension before Salem turns her full attention to our fleet. Locke narrowed his eyes. He thought of the terrified civilians outside the tent. He thought of the huntsmen who had died holding the line at Beacon. If we leave, this world dies, Locke said quietly. Salem won't stop at Remnant. If she discovers a way to reverse engineer our quantum slit space technology, she becomes a threat to our humanity, too. We cannot walk away from this. The wonder of light miles away, far beyond the military checkpoints, Setsuna S.A. walked through the rain. He wore a simple, hooded cloak over his pilot suit, moving through the mud of a shattered village on the outskirts of Vale. He stopped to help an elderly man lift a fallen wooden beam, his strength silent and effortless. The villagers thanked him, not knowing they were speaking to a being who had touched the minds of alien gods. As Setsuna walked, his innovator consciousness remained open. He felt the emotional weight of the entire planet. It was a chaotic, agonizing chorus of grief, fear, and sorrow. It reminded him so deeply of Earth during the solar wars, a time when humanity nearly drowned in its own hatred. Yet, beneath the despair, Setsuna sensed something else. He felt the warmth of a mother comforting her child. He felt the fierce determination of a huntsman repairing his broken sword. He felt hope. It was fragile, flickering like a candle in a storm, but it refused to be extinguished. Setsuna, the voice of Tyria Erd echoed within his mind, transmitted through the quantum link of Vedder. My analysis of the creatures known as Grimm is complete. Their biology is not sustained by traditional cellular reproduction. They are sustained by the emotional energy ecosystem of this planet. Setsuna stopped, looking out toward the dark horizon. They feed on fear. Worse, Tyria corrected. Negative emotion itself sustains their evolution. Our arrival and the mass panic it initially caused has acted as a catalyst. The Grimm are changing. They are adapting to our weapons. They are coordinating. Salem is not just breeding monsters, Setsuna. She is weaponizing the soul of Remnant against itself. High above the storm clouds, a brilliant flash of emerald light illuminated the sky. The 00 Quanta drifted through the upper atmosphere on autopilot, its GN particles raining down like stardust. In the refugee camps, children pointed up at the glowing green streak, whispering stories of a guardian spirit. Setsuna looked up at his machine. Then we must show them that there is more to the human heart than fear, he whispered. The splintered team, the tragedy of Beacon, had not just broken a school, it had broken a sisterhood. The cabin of the Atlas military transport was freezing. Wyshny sat alone on a steel bench, staring out the reinforced window as the snow-capped mountains of her home kingdom approached. She should have felt safe. Instead, she felt like a prisoner. She looked at the Atlasian knights standing guard at the bulkhead. They were identical to the ones that had turned their guns on the citizens of Vale. Her father's empire no longer felt like a shield. It felt like an iron cage, locking itself away while the rest of the world burned. Weiss closed her eyes, the loneliness aching in her chest. Somewhere in the endless, rain-soaked forests of Anima, Blake Belladonna was running. The mud ruined her boots, and the cold bit through her jacket, but she did not stop. She could not stop. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Yang's severed arm. She saw Adam's cruel, victorious smile. Blake believed her past was a poison that infected everyone she dared to care about. Running away broke her heart, but she believed it was the only way to keep her friends alive. Her journey was silent, agonizing, and intimately lonely. And in the quiet, grieving town of Patch, Yang Zyro long stared at her bedroom ceiling. The afternoon sun filtered through the curtains, but Yang felt completely hollow. She rolled over, her gaze falling on the empty space where her right arm used to be. She didn't cry anymore. The tears had dried up, leaving behind a profound, terrifying numbness. The girl who burned like the sun was gone, replaced by a ghost trapped in a shattered body. The road to Mistral, the wilderness of Anima, was beautiful, ancient, and deadly. Ruby Rose marched down the dirt path, her red cloak dragging slightly in the mud. Crescent Rose was strapped securely to her back. She looked older. The childish spark in her silver eyes had been tempered into a quiet, heavy determination. She still smiled when Nora made a joke, but the smile rarely reached her eyes. She carried the weight of Beacon, of Pehar, and of Penny, locked safely away behind a mask of bravery. She had to be the leader now. There was no room left for failure. A few paces behind her, Jorn Ark swung his sword at an invisible enemy. He struck a tree branch, breathing heavily, his face pale and drawn. He had not slept properly in weeks. The emotional numbness of his grief had forged itself into a desperate, furious need to become stronger. He swung again, the memory of Piha's final kiss burning like a brand against his soul. He hated his own weakness. He would never be weak again. Nora Valkyrie walked beside him, offering him a canteen of water. She tried to smile, trying desperately to keep the morale of the group from collapsing completely. But her eyes were exhausted. Lyren walked point, his senses extended. He stopped, his hand resting on his weapons. Ren, Ruby asked, pausing. The forest is quiet, Ren said softly. Too quiet. They grim out you. They are not acting like the ones we fought in Vale. They are not mindless anymore. They are watching us. Far above them, hidden by the cloud cover, a UNSC stealth drone tracked their movements, providing silent overwatch. The outsiders were watching over them, but Ruby knew that this journey belonged to Remnant. The Queen's patience deep within the pitch-black halls of the Land of Darkness. Salem observed the changing world. She stood before a seer grim, its crystalline center displaying fragmented images gathered from across the continent. She saw the green-armored giants called Spartans. She saw the hovering metal fortress known as the Infinity. And she saw the brilliant, impossible light of the Double O Quantor. For the first time in millennia, Salem recognized a legitimate threat to her ancient design. These humans from beyond the stars did not rely on dust, nor were they bound by the rules of the Brothers. They brought an ideology of resilience that defied her carefully constructed cycle of despair. They are strong, Salem whispered, her voice smooth, cold, and ancient. They bring a dangerous light into my dark. She reached out, a single black finger tapping the glass of the seer. The image shifted to show the terrified faces of civilians huddled in Vale. But they are strangers in a house they do not understand. Salem continued softly. Let them build their camps. Let them try to mend a shattered world. Fear is a seed that requires only time to grow, and we have an eternity to watch them tear themselves apart. Her eyes glowed with a terrifying patience. The board had expanded, but the game remained the same. The true beginning. Ruby Rose stopped at the crest of a high, rocky ridge. The wind caught her red cloak, snapping it fiercely against the grey sky. She looked back, far over her shoulder, toward the distant ocean. Somewhere beyond the horizon, the ruins of Beacon Academy lay buried in ash and memory. She turned forward again, looking out over the vast, untamed expanse of Anima. The road to Mistral stretched out like a ribbon of dirt into the unknown. High above the horizon, barely visible in the daytime sky, The massive silhouette of the UNSC Infinity drifted in low orbit, a silent guardian of iron and stars. And far away, tracing a line through the clouds, the emerald GN particles of the 00 Quantor flashed like a falling star that refused to hit the ground. Ruby took a deep breath. Her grip tightened on the straps of her backpack. The world she knew was gone. The fairy tales were dead. But as she took her first step down into the valley, she knew that the story of Remnant was far from over. The true war for the soul of the universe had only just begun. Chapter 0 ends. Chapter 1 Roads of Ash and Emerald Stars. The road away from Beacon was paved with ash and broken memories. Across the continent of Anima, shattered highways lay overtaken by creeping vines and aggressive wilderness. Abandoned villages stood like silent ghosts, their wooden doors smashed outward, destroyed by the shadows that hunted in the dark. Refugee caravans moved slowly through the muddy, rain-soaked roads. They were a procession of weary souls, dragging whatever fragments of their lives they could carry beneath storm-filled skies. Old Kingdom watchtowers, once symbols of safety, were now ruined and silent. At the edge of the forests, broken Atlas military drones lay half buried in the mud, their optical sensors dark and lifeless. The world of Remnant felt deeply, irreversibly wounded. Yet, life continued moving forward. Because stopping meant surrendering to the dark, the burden of leadership at the head of a small caravan. Ruby Rose marched through the wet earth. She wore a tattered red cloak and carried crescent rose across her back. Outwardly, she smiled. She offered words of encouragement to frightened children and helped push stuck wagons out of the mud. She tried to remain the bright, unshakable light her team needed, but inside, Ruby was quietly suffocating. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the golden ash of Pehanikos blowing away in the wind. She saw the burning towers of her school. She suffered from nightmares where her speed was never enough, but she hid her grief. She forced herself to emulate the quiet, unbreakable resilience of John 1:17 and the deep, profound compassion of Setsuner FCA. She was realizing that true leadership was not about being fearless. It was about moving forward even when you were terrified. Behind her, John Ark brought his sword down against a wooden training post he had dragged from the last village. He swung with a desperate, exhausting fury. His breath came in ragged gasps, his muscles burning, but he refused to stop. John studied the tactical data given to him by the Marines. He tried to mimic the perfect, brutal discipline of a Spartan. He blended it with his huntsman training, desperately searching for a way to ensure he would never be too weak to save someone again. But beneath the anger, John felt emotionally lost. The whole Piha left behind was a void he could not fill with sweat and steel. "You need to rest, John," Nora Valkyrie said softly, stepping into the clearing. Nora still smiled. She still made jokes to keep the civilians moving, but her humour was a fragile shield hiding genuine fear about the future. "I'm fine," John lied, swinging his blade again. Nearby, Lyren stood perfectly still, his eyes scanning the dense tree line. He felt the wind. He listened to the silence of the forest. "The Grimm are changing," Ren murmured, his voice tight. "They are moving in larger, coordinated packs. There are no warning howls anymore, just a disturbing silence before the strike. Something ancient is waking them up." The shield of Vale back in the shattered ruins of Vale, the UNSC had established a mass stabilization zone. John 117 stood atop a fortified concrete barrier, observing a group of huntsmen volunteers repairing a defensive wall. The Master Chief was a silent mountain of green mile near Amur. He watched the way the local fighters moved. They were not structured like Marines. They lacked standard military doctrine, but as they lifted heavy steel beams with aura-enhanced strength, the chief realized something profound. The people of Remnant did not survive because they possessed superior technology. They survived because they possessed an emotional resilience that refused to break. They fought with their souls. The chief felt a quiet, deep respect for them. Below him, Blue Team was already integrated into the recovery efforts. Fred 104 stood over a holographic map, developing improved defensive strategies. He was successfully combining Spartan squad tactics with the high mobility verticality of huntsman combat. Kala 087 was leading civilian evacuation drills, her voice calm and encouraging as she taught frightened families how to move silently through urban ruins. On a distant, ruined skyscraper, Lindu 058 lay perfectly still. The crack of her sniper rifle echoed across the city, eliminating Hytherek Grimm before they could even look at the refugee zones. Their presence was professional, flawless, and deeply reassuring to the wounded city. The architecture of fear inside a heavily guarded intelligence tent. James and Locke reviewed the latest encrypted reports from ONI. The situation across the globe was deteriorating. ONI stealth drones had observed the remnants of the White Fang mobilizing in the shadows. Thus supply routes were being hijacked. Kingdom political fractures were widening, with Atlas completely closing its borders. Salem's greatest weapon is not her monsters, Locke said quietly to the holographic projection of a UNSC admiral. It is psychological destabilization. She engineered a global panic, and now, this world is tearing itself apart. The admiral's projection flickered. There are factions within high command who believe we should extract our forces and leave Remnant to its fate. They argue that a long-term occupation will only incite a global war. If we leave, this world falls, Locke replied, his voice hard. And if Salem captures our slip-space technology from the Infinity's wreckage, she will not stop at this dimension. We are already in this war, Admiral. Whether we want to be or not. The Emerald wanderer far from the political debates. Setsuner FSA walked through a mist-covered valley in the heart of Anima. He had travelled independently since the fall of Beacon. He wore a simple, hooded traveller's cloak, his golden eyes glowing faintly in the fog. He arrived at isolated villages just as the Grimm attacked, turning the tide with silent, overwhelming grace. The civilians looked at him with a mixture of deep admiration and quiet fear. He was an outsider from the stars, yet he bled for them. Sitting by a campfire with a group of survivors, Setsuner listened to their stories. He heard their grief over lost children, and their hope for a peaceful tomorrow. Through his innovator consciousness, he felt the emotional wavelength of Remnant. It reminded him so painfully of Earth during the darkest days of the solar conflicts. Yet, the hope here was undeniable. They are fragile. Tyria Erd spoke through the Vedra quantum link in Setsuner's mind. My deep analysis of Grimm biology is complete. The Grimm are accelerating their evolution. The global fear, the recent warfare, and the exposure to our extraterrestrial technology is forcing them to adapt. Salem is using our presence to make her monster stronger. Then we must be stronger than their fear, Setsuner replied to the quiet night. He looked up at the sky, feeling an emotional connection to this broken world. He was no longer just an observer. He was a protector. The fractured soul's journey away from Beacon was not just physical. For some, it was a descent into isolation. Aboard a cold, heavily armoured military transport, Weishi stared out the window as the frozen peaks of Atlas grew closer. The military paranoia was suffocating. Heavy Atlas patrol ships filled the sky. Anti-outsider propaganda played on the transport's monitors. Weiss felt her heart sink. Atlas was not protecting its people. It was locking them in a cage of fear. She was returning home, but she had never felt more alone. On a small, working passenger boat crossing the ocean, Blake Belladonna sat wrapped in a dark cloak. She looked at the dark water, her mind haunted by the screams of Beacon and the cruel smile of Adam Touris. She carried an overwhelming, crushing guilt. She believed that her presence only brought violence to the people she loved. Her journey toward Menagerie was a painful, lonely march into exile, and in a quiet house on the island of Patch, Yang Zyro long stared blankly at the wall. The energetic, fiery huntress was gone. In her place was a girl trapped in emotional isolation. She looked at the empty space where her right arm used to be. Anger and frustration boiled beneath her skin, but it was overshadowed by a terrifying fear of her own helplessness. Her trauma was a silent, heavy anchor, dragging her down into the dark. The Queen's observation deep within the pitch-black obsidian halls of the Land of Darkness, Salem watched the board change. She stood before a glowing sea of Grimm, studying the fragmented images of UNSC Marine patrols, the towering Spartans, and the mythic emerald glow of the 00 Quanter. For the first time in an age, Salem recognized that the balance of power had shifted. These outsiders brought weapons and ideologies that defied her ancient cycle of destruction. They are resilient, Salem whispered, her voice cold and ancient. They believe their steel and their light can save a world that is already rotting from the inside. She reached out, her pale hand brushing the glass of the seer. But they do not understand the heart of humanity as I do. Fear is a poison that works slowly. Let them travel. Let them rebuild. Division and grief will consume them long before my armies ever reach their walls. Salem smiled. It was a terrifying, patient expression. The long game had simply gained new players. The clash in the wilderness, the quiet of the journey shattered violently near the mountain pass of Kuroiri. The refugee convoy team, or NJR, with escorting came to a sudden, grinding halt. Lai Ren drew his weapons, his eyes wide. Ambush, Ren shouted. They did not howl. They did not charge blindly. The Grimm poured out from the tree line with terrifying tactical precision. A new, heavily armored variant of Beowulf struck the flanks, while agile, mutated creepers targeted the unarmored supply wagons. Defensive circle. Protect the civilians. Ruby Rose commanded, her silver eyes blazing with determination. She launched herself into the air, crescent rows firing rapidly, severing the masks of the leading Grimm. Jorn Ark stood his ground in front of a group of terrified children. A massive Ursa charged him. John didn't flinch. He raised his shield, absorbing the crushing blow, and drove his sword upward through the beast's chest, utilizing the exact brutal efficiency he had seen the Spartans use. A squad of UNSC Marines, assigned to escort the convoy, opened fire. The kinetic assault rifles tore through the Grimm ranks, but the monsters adapted instantly, using the ruined terrain as cover to flank the Marines' position. There are too many. Nora yelled, firing her hammer into a cluster of creepers, the pink explosion illuminating the dark forest. The Grimm pressed closer, their red eyes glowing with unnatural, coordinated malice. The defensive line was buckling. Then, the storm clouds above them split wide open. A brilliant, blinding beam of emerald G-Gen particle light crashed down from the heavens, striking the center of the Grimm swarm. The shockwave knocked the monsters backward. Descending slowly from the sky, wrapped in a halo of glowing green light, was the double O Quantor. It did not look like a machine of war. To the villagers staring upward in silent awe, it looked like a mythic guardian. The Quantor's sword bits detached, flying through the forest like streaks of green lightning. They moved with impossible quantum speed, cleanly vaporizing the flanking Grimm before they could even raise their claws. The dense field of G-Gen particles washed over the battlefield. The remaining Grimm shrieked, their biological structures breaking down as they retreated unnaturally into the dark woods, unable to withstand the purifying resonance of the extraterrestrial light. High above, a UNSC Pelican dropped out of the clouds, its searchlights cutting through the fog as it moved in to evacuate the wounded. Ruby stood in the mud, panting heavily. She looked up at the double O Quantor as it hovered silently for a brief moment, before tearing back into the atmosphere like a reverse shooting star. The journey continues hours later. The convoy was safe, and the camp was quiet. Team RNGR walked along the high ridge, the star-filled night sky stretching endlessly above them. The air was cold, but the heavy dread of the ambush had passed. Ruby stopped and looked out over the vast, dark expanse of the continent. Far above the atmosphere, visible only as a faint, steady star, the UNSC Infinity maintained its silent orbit. In the far distance, cutting across the horizon, a faint trail of emerald GN particles lingered in the clouds, a reminder that they were not fighting alone. Ruby gripped the strap of her backpack. The grief for Beacon was still there, a heavy stone in her chest. But looking at the vastness of the sky, she quietly realized that their journey was no longer just about seeking revenge for a fallen school. It was about the future of all Remnant. She looked at John, Nora, and Ren. They were battered, exhausted, and scarred, but they were walking forward. "Let's go," Ruby said softly, her voice carrying a fragile, beautiful hope. The road of ash lay behind them, and the emerald stars guided their way into the dark, signaling the true beginning of a legendary journey across a changing world. Chapter 1 ends. Chapter 2 Ghosts across the storm frontier. The rain over the continent of Animar did not wash the world clean. It only turned the ash into mud. Team RNJR walked silently through the heavy downpour, arriving at a frontier settlement that looked more like a graveyard than a sanctuary. The town's defensive walls were a patchwork of splintered timber and rusted scrap metal. Exhausted civilians huddled beneath leaking tarps, their eyes wide and nervous as they watched the teenage huntsman approach. Beside the old kingdom buildings, temporary UNSC shelters hummed with the sound of portable generators. High above, the roar of twin engines shook the air as a Pelican dropship descended through the heavy fog. Its landing lights cut through the gloom, briefly illuminating the dark forest edge. From the deep woods, a chorus of distant Grimm howls echoed, a haunting reminder that the shadows were always watching. This was not a place of heroic reconstruction. This was humanity enduring, holding on to survival by a single, frayed thread. The weight of the journey. Ruby Rose knelt in the mud, handing a dry ration bar to a shivering, tea-streaked child. She offered a warm, encouraging smile, wrapping her own red cloak briefly around the girl's shoulders until her mother hurried over to claim her. As the family walked away, Ruby's smile faded. The emotional trauma of Beacon was a heavy, invisible chain dragging behind her. She was terrified of failing again. Her nights were plagued by nightmares of fire, falling towers, and the golden ash of a friend she could not save. Yet, she refused to stop. Ruby was slowly understanding that true leadership was not about being fearless. It was about moving forward even when you were exhausted to your very bones. She thought of the gentle, boundless empathy of Setsuner FC and the quiet, unbreakable resilience of John 117. She drew strength from their examples, determined to be the light her team desperately needed. Nearby, the rhythmic sound of metal striking wood echoed through the rain. Jordan Ark was training. His muscles ached, his breath came in ragged gasps, but he swung his sword again and again. He spent his nights studying holographic combat recordings of Spartan tactical drills, analyzing their brutal, efficient battlefield discipline. He was obsessed with erasing his own weakness. Every swing was fueled by painful, human grief. He feared that if he rested, someone else would die. John, Nura Valkyrie called out, stepping into the rain. She wore a bright, forced smile, holding out a canteen. You have to stay hydrated if you want to break rocks with your head. Nura acted energetic, but the exhaustion in her eyes betrayed her. She knew the world was growing darker, but she refused to let despair consume her friends. John took the canteen with a trembling hand, nodding silently. A few yards away, Lyren stood motionless, staring into the fog-covered trees. He did not hear the chaotic noise of the camp. He was listening to the forest. The Grimm were behaving strangely. They were no longer charging blindly at the walls. They were scouting. They moved in coordinated packs, observing the settlement in absolute silence before withdrawing. Ren tightened his grip on his weapons. Someone or something was guiding them. The guardians of the ash far away, on the outer borders of Vale, the Master Chief marched through the ruined earth. John 117 escorted a long convoy of civilian refugees, his green mile near armor slick with mud and rain. The civilians stared at him with a mixture of awe and fear. He was a giant of iron and war, yet he moved with a disciplined, quiet care, ensuring the stragglers were never left behind. The chief watched the local huntsmen guarding the flanks. They fought with aura, trusting their souls to protect their bodies. He quietly respected them. They did not fight with the overwhelming, mechanized power of the UNSC. They fought with sheer emotional courage. Ahead of the convoy, Blue Team operated with flawless precision. Fred 104 was actively integrating huntsman mobility tactics into their Spartan field doctrine, creating overlapping fields of fire that maximized survival. Kala 087 guided terrified families through dangerous ruins, her calm voice anchoring them. On a distant ridge, Linda 058 eliminated incoming Grimm with terrifying accuracy, clearing the path long before the refugees even knew they were in danger. Yet, within the intelligence command tents, the atmosphere was far more tense. James and Locke stood before a holographic display, analysing reports of strange disappearances near the frontier settlements. ONI operatives had discovered something alarming. Certain packs of Grimm were actively avoiding areas exposed to dense GVN particle residue. They were learning. They were adapting to extraterrestrial threats. Locke's jaw tightened. Salem was not just a monster. She was a brilliant, strategic commander, and she was already adjusting her tactics for a larger, interdimensional war. The Emerald Guardian in an isolated village devastated by a recent attack. A lone figure moved through the rainfall. Setsuner SA wore a hooded cloak, working silently to help the exhausted survivors lift shattered beams and rebuild their homes by the dim light of lanterns. He did not give them his name. To the people of Remnant, the glowing blue machine that occasionally descended from the sky was known simply as the Emerald Guardian. As Setsuner worked, his innovator consciousness absorbed the emotional resonance of the village. He felt their overwhelming fear, their grief, and their exhaustion, but beneath it all, he felt their stubborn refusal to surrender. It moved him profoundly. He saw the very best of humanity within them. High above the storm clouds, out of sight, the 00 Quantor drifted on standby. Its emerald GVN particles occasionally illuminated the black sky, causing the Grimm below to retreat unnaturally into the shadows. The Gundam was no longer just a weapon. To the people looking up, it was a legendary symbol of hope. Setsuner, Tyria Erd communicated through the quantum link. My analysis is deeply concerning. The emotional ecosystem of Remnant is destabilizing. The escalating fear and global warfare are accelerating Grimm mutation patterns. If this continues unchecked, their evolution could rival the existential biological threats we faced against the ELS. Setsuner looked at a child sleeping in a makeshift tent. Then we must protect their hope, Setsuner replied quietly, before the fear changes them forever. The fragmented souls, the trauma of Beacon continued to echo across the world, isolating the heroes who had survived it. In the frozen, pristine capital of Atlas, Weiss sat in the back of a luxury transport. The city was unrecognizable. Militarized checkpoints choked the streets. Heavy surveillance drones hovered outside windows, and Atlas propaganda broadcasts blared from every screen, warning citizens of off-world invaders and hidden enemies. Weiss realized with a sickening dread that her home was now ruled entirely by fear. She was safe, but she had never felt more emotionally isolated. Across the ocean, Blake Belladonna stepped off a crowded boat onto the docks of Menagerie. The tropical heat did nothing to warm the cold guilt in her chest. She saw the political unrest in the foreigners' crowds, the lingering anger, and the fear of what the White Fang would do next. She worried that Beacon's fall had permanently radicalized her people. Her journey home was not a comfort. It was a lonely, painful reminder of the violence she believed she carried with her. And in a quiet house on Patch, Yang Zyro longed through a glass across the room. It shattered against the wall, joining the broken pieces of her own confidence. She collapsed back onto her bed, clutching the stump of her right arm. Her nights were restless, haunted by Adam's blade. Her physical rehabilitation was frustrating and slow. She was terrified she would never be strong again. Her emotional arc was a quiet, heartbreaking struggle against a trauma that refused to let her go. The Queen's calculations deep within the lightless domain of the Land of Darkness. Salem watched the board carefully. She stood before a massive pool of black essence, studying the images of Spartan battlefield tactics, UNSC military logistics, and the mythic power of the double Quanter. For the first time since the gods abandoned the world, Salem acknowledged that humanity from beyond the stars might pose a legitimate threat to her immortality. They possessed weapons that could burn her armies, and they carried a disciplined resilience that frustrated her grim. "They are dangerous," Salem whispered to the empty, ancient hall. Her voice was cold, calculating, and terrifyingly patient, but they are composed of the same fragile hearts. She raised her pale hand, commanding the black pools to churn. Let them fortify their borders. Let them trust in their steel and their emerald lights. Fear, division, and despair are the true conquerors. I will let them tear themselves apart from the inside out. The grim beyond her fortress roared. They were changing. They were growing smarter, their hunting behaviors adapting to energy shielding and kinetic rounds. The world was evolving toward a war unlike any it had ever seen. Ghosts across the storm frontier. The calm broke exactly at midnight. A violent thunderstorm slammed into the frontier settlement where Team RNGR was resting. Lightning tore across the black sky, followed immediately by the screaming of the perimeter alarms. "Grim," a local huntsman yelled, firing his rifle into the dark. Massive horde approaching the southern wall. Ruby Rose was instantly awake, crescent rose unfolding in her hands. RNGR, move out. Defend the civilian shelters. They sprinted into the freezing rain. The attack was terrifyingly coordinated. The Grim did not just swarm the gates. Agile variants climbed the broken walls, bypassing the heavy defenses to target the vulnerable center of the camp. A UNSC Pelican hovered above the settlement, its chin-mounted autocannon tearing through the mud, desperately trying to thin the horde. On the ground, a fire team of Spartans fought shoulder to shoulder with local huntsmen. Energy shields flared brightly against the bone claws of massive Ursi. "Hold the line," John Ark roared. He stood in front of a medical tent, his shield raised. An alpha beowulf lunged, its jaw snapping inches from his face. John held his ground despite his terrifying fear, driving his blade into the creature's chest and throwing it aside. Nora Valkyrie leapt from a rooftop, channeling the ambient electricity of the storm into her hammer. She slammed it into the earth, unleashing a devastating web of pink lightning that vaporized a pack of creepers. "They are flanking the eastern barricade," Lyren shouted, firing his weapons as he detected hidden Grim movement slipping through the shadows. The battle was chaotic, muddy, and desperate. The settlement was being overrun. The defenders were exhausted, their aura reserves dangerously low. A colossal, heavily armored Death Stalker smashed through the main gate, its stinger poised to strike a group of retreating Marines. Then, the storm clouds split open. A blinding streak of emerald light tore across the black sky. The double Quanter descended through the torrential rain, its G-Ren drives humming with an otherworldly, crystalline resonance. The battlefield was instantly bathed in a pure, green glow. The Quanter sword bits detached, moving with impossible quantum precision. They carved through the rain, severing the Deathstalker's stinger and limbs before the creature could even react. The GN particles flooded the settlement, washing over the Grim. The monsters shrieked, recoiling instinctively from the purifying light, their coordinated assault collapsing into panicked retreat. Ruby watched the glowing giant hover above them, its emerald light pushing back the storm. It was a cinematic, heroic rescue, but it was also a stark reminder of how fragile they truly were. The dawn of a greater war. The sun rose slowly over a scarred and muddy earth. The rain had finally stopped, leaving a heavy, quiet mist over the frontier settlement. The survivors gathered at the edge of the woods, digging graves for those they had lost in the night. The silence was respectful, but heavy with grief. Ruby Rose stood on a wooden barricade, looking out over the repairing walls. She watched civilians lifting timber alongside Marines and huntsmen. They were rebuilding, again. For the first time, looking at the weary faces around her, Ruby truly understood the enormous, terrifying scale of this conflict. It was no longer just about stopping Cinder or avenging Beacon. It was about fighting for the right to exist. Far above the atmosphere, the UNSC Infinity remained in silent orbit, a watchful titan of iron and duty. Far away, deep within the land of darkness, Salem prepared her next move, weaving the threads of fear across the continents. Ruby tightened her grip on her scythe. The world was broken, but they were still breathing. And as long as they were breathing, the fight was not over. The long journey across the storm frontier had only just begun, marking the opening phase of a far greater interdimensional war. Chapter 2 ends. Chapter 3 The Silence. Between falling stars there is a specific kind of silence that follows the end of a world. It is not the quiet of a peaceful sleep. It is the heavy, suffocating stillness of a graveyard waiting to be filled. Team RNJR walked through that silence. They moved across a massive, abandoned battlefield in the heart of Animar. The muddy ground was scarred by the heavy treads of destroyed transport convoys. Burned huntsman weapons lay half buried in the ash, monuments to defenders who had already fallen. Broken Atlas drones, their white armor scorched and rusted, rested beside the smoking, twisted wreckage of a downed UNSC Pelican. The only sound was the wind, occasionally disturbed by the distant, haunting cry of a Grim. The battlefield was a dark symbol. It showed exactly how much Remnant had already changed. Ruby Rose stepped over a shattered kinetic rifle, her silver eyes scanning the horizon. She wore a bright, encouraging smile for her team, but behind it, she was hiding a deep, crushing exhaustion. The pressure of leadership was a heavy cloak. She silently questioned if her choices would only lead to more graves. She was learning the painful truth that hope alone could not stop a monster's claws. Yet, Ruby refused to abandon her compassion. She thought of the gentle, profound empathy she had seen in Setsuna FC and the quiet, unbreakable endurance of John 117. If they could survive the end of their worlds, she could survive the breaking of hers. She remained kind, a little awkward, but fiercely sincere. Behind her, the rhythmic sound of a sword cutting the air broke the silence. John Ark did not rest. Even during their brief stops at sunrise, he trained. He had spent hours studying holographic tactical recordings provided by the Spartans. He analysed their footwork, their battlefield discipline, and their unyielding defensive lines. John knew that raw combat skill was not enough. He needed to become emotionally stronger. He needed to ensure that no one else would become golden ash in the wind. The growth was slow, incredibly painful, and deeply human. Pace yourself, fearless leader, Nora Valkyrie said softly, tossing him a canteen. Nora still carried her giant hammer. She still offered a warm, protective smile. But the explosive, chaotic energy of her past was tempered now. In the quiet moments by the fire, Nora stared into the flames, hiding a terrible fear that the world might never truly recover from Beacon. Her humour was no longer a distraction. It was a shield to protect the family she had left. Lyren walked point, his senses extended into the fog. He felt a deep, unsettling chill. "They are watching us," Ren whispered. He pointed to the dark tree line. There were no red eyes, no mindless charges, but the tracks in the mud showed that packs of Grim had been paralleling their path for miles. They were moving with unusual coordination, retreating when the team found defensible ground, and advancing only when they were exposed. Ren's eyes narrowed. This was not animal instinct. Someone highly intelligent was directing them from the shadows. The strength of the fragile far behind them, along the muddy supply routes of Vale's outer territories. The Master Chief walked through the rain. John 117 escorted a long caravan of civilian refugees. His green Mjolnir armor was a towering symbol of security in a deeply insecure world. The civilians, initially terrified of the armored giant, were slowly beginning to trust the UNSC soldiers. The chief walked in silence. He watched a young, exhausted huntsman share his last ration with a shivering foreigner's child. He watched volunteers holding the perimeter with nothing but rusted swords and a desperate, flickering aura. The chief realized something profound. Remnant's greatest strength was not their dust, nor their shattered academies. It was their human resilience. They fought with their hearts, refusing to surrender to the darkness even when logic demanded they should. It was a chaotic, beautiful courage that the chief quietly respected. Ahead of the caravan, Blue Team worked with elite, professional efficiency. Fred 104 was establishing a new defensive doctrine, perfectly blending Spartan shield wall formations with the high-speed mobility of huntsmen. Kala 087 darted through the rain, assisting rapid evacuation operations to keep the caravan moving. Miles ahead, Linder 058 lay hidden in the rocks, conducting long-range reconnaissance to ensure the migration routes remained clear. The calm, military discipline stood in stark contrast to the emotional instability spreading across the planet. But behind the armoured lines, the political war was escalating. Aboard the Infinity, Jameson Locke stood before a glowing tactical map. ONI analysts had uncovered a terrifying pattern. The Grimm were not just attacking randomly. They were intentionally targeting strategic agricultural hubs, dust refineries, and communication relays. Salem possesses a global intelligence network, Locke reported to command staff, his voice tense. Her attacks are designed to starve the kingdoms and isolate them. She is a tactician. The atmosphere in the room was heavy. Several high-ranking UNSC officers voiced their growing fears. If they remained on Remnant, they risked dragging humanity into another endless, apocalyptic war against an immortal enemy. The political disagreement was bitter. The moral choice was painfully unclear. The Emerald Empathy in a forgotten, isolated settlement devastated by the Knights' assaults. A different kind of guardian walked among the survivors. Setsuner FC wore a simple traveller's cloak, his boots sinking into the ash-covered streets. He knelt beside a starving family, offering them emergency medical supplies. A young boy stared silently at the golden-eyed pilot, recognizing the man who had descended from the sky. As Setsuner worked, the faint, emerald glow of GN particles reflected in the rain-filled puddles around him. Through his innovator consciousness, Setsuner felt the profound despair of the village, but he also felt the mother holding her child, the neighbor sharing water, the quiet, stubborn love that refused to die. He began to quietly question if humanity, across all dimensions and all worlds, was condemned to this same endless struggle. Yet, seeing their connection, he knew it was a struggle worth fighting. High above the storm-filled skies, the 00 Quantor drifted silently in the upper atmosphere. It appeared rarely now, a mythic silhouette crossing the clouds. Its emerald light illuminated the shattered battlefields below, and wherever the GN particles fell, the Grimm reacted unnaturally, retreating back into the dark. The Gundam was no longer just a machine. It was becoming a spiritual legend in the growing mythology of Remnant. But the science behind the legend was deeply concerning. Setsuner, the voice of Tyria Erd, echoed through the quantum link. My analysis of the latest Grimm encounters confirms our fears. They are adapting. They're developing thicker bone plating to resist kinetic rounds, and their bioelectric fields are shifting to counter dust and mile-near energy shielding. Tyria's digital tone was grave. Salem is unconsciously influencing their evolution through the emotional destabilization of this world. The more fear she creates, the faster they mutate. If we do not stop the spread of panic, the Grimm will outpace our military capabilities. The fractured world as the wilderness grew more dangerous. The so-called safe havens were rotting from the inside. In the pristine, frozen city of Atlas, Waishni walked through the wealthy districts, flanked by heavily armed military patrols. Massive holographic screens broadcasted anti-outsider propaganda, warning citizens of the alien ships in the sky. The political fear regarding off-world technology had turned Atlas into a paranoid fortress. Wei sat in her family's mansion, feeling entirely isolated. The emotional conflict within the Shni family was suffocating. She looked out the window at the mechanized army patrolling the streets, and she realized with a heavy, breaking heart that Atlas was slowly losing its humanity in the name of security. Across the world, the heat of menagerie offered no comfort to Blake Belladonna. She walked through the crowded markets, keeping her head down. The Fornus political unrest was boiling over. Fear of a future war with the humans, amplified by the fall of Beacon, was pushing more youth toward the White Fang's radicalization. Blake's guilt was a physical weight. She feared that the racial conflict across Remnant was about to ignite into a fire that could never be put out. Her journey home was a lonely, painful exile, and in a quiet house on Patch, Yang Zyrolong dropped a glass of water. It shattered on the floor. Yang stared at her missing right arm, her breathing growing shallow. A quiet panic attack seized her chest. She slid down the wall, pulling her knees to her chest as emotional frustration and a terrifying fear of helplessness overwhelmed her. She didn't want to be angry. She just wanted to feel strong again. Her struggle was subtle, human, and utterly heartbreaking. The Dark Queen's adaptation deep within the lightless domain of the Grim, Salem stood before the glowing seer. She studied the recorded battlefield behavior of the Spartans. She analyzed the supply logistics of the UNSC, and she watched the emerald light of the Double O Quanter pushing back her hordes. For the first time in an eternity, Salem was forced to adapt her grand design specifically against extraterrestrial threats. They protect the weak to preserve their spirit, Salem murmured, her voice a cold, ancient melody echoing through the dark. They rely on supply lines, on communication, on hope. She reached out, her pale fingers tapping the glass. Cut the lines. Target the sanctuaries. When the people see that even the stars cannot protect them, the despair will be absolute. Salem remained terrifyingly patient. The Grim beyond her fortress roared. They were evolving, growing abnormal intelligence, utilizing ambush behaviors, and avoiding direct confrontation with the dense GN particle exposure zones. The biological escalation of her army had begun. The empty village the storm broke over Team RNJR just after nightfall. Violent, freezing rain lashed against the trees as they arrived at a small, hidden settlement in a valley. They were traveling alongside a small UNSC reconnaissance squad that had intercepted them earlier that day. But as they entered the village gates, the Marines raised their rifles. The settlement was completely destroyed. Cabins were smashed into splinters. The mud was churned deep by heavy claws. But the most horrifying detail was the absolute silence. There were no bodies. There was no blood. Only the signs of an organized, methodical extraction. Check your corners, the Marine sergeant whispered, his helmet light cutting through the driving rain. Ruby tightened her grip on Crescent Rose, her silver eyes scanning the ruined streets illuminated by the flickering red of emergency lights. Where did everyone go? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. They didn't go anywhere, Ren said, his voice dropping to a whisper. They were taken. A low, vibrating growl shook the water in the puddles. From the shadows of a tree line, a massive, evolved Grim stepped into the light. It was a Beringel, but its bone armor was thicker, sharper, and pulsing with a dark, unnatural energy. Behind it, dozens of heavily armored variants emerged, completely blocking their exits. They had waited for the team to walk into the center of the trap. Ambush, the sergeant roared. The battle erupted in a storm of kinetic gunfire and flashing aura. The Spartans of the recon squad moved with flawless precision, their assault rifles sparking in the rain, fighting shoulder to shoulder with the huntsmen. Keep them off the Marines, Ruby shouted, coordinating the defense under immense pressure. She became a blur of red petals, slicing through a leaping creeper before firing her sniper rifle into the chest of an Urser. John stood his ground, overcoming his terror. He raised his shield, absorbing a crushing blow from a Beowulf that would have broken him a month ago, and drove his sword home. Nora, now. Nora vaulted off John's shield, absorbing a lightning strike from the storm above. She screamed, unleashing a devastating, crackling explosion from her hammer that shattered the Grim vanguard. Ren darted through the shadows, his weapon sparking as he detected and eliminated the Grim attempting to flank them in the dark. But the horde was too large. The evolved Beringel charged, shrugging off kinetic rounds as if they were raindrops, its massive fists raised to crush the defensive line. Then the sky tore open. A blinding streak of emerald light parted the black storm clouds. The Double O Quanter descended, its twin drives roaring with a sound like a chorus of crystal bells. Emerald GN particles flooded the ruined settlement, cutting through the darkness and the driving rain. The evolved Grim shrieked. Even their new armor could not withstand the purifying resonance of the quantum light. They recoiled instinctively, abandoning their ambush and fleeing back into the dark forests. The Marines lowered their weapons, staring up at the glowing machine hovering above the storm. The battle was over, but the chilling realization of what they had fought remained. The long road ahead. By morning, Team RNJR stood at the edge of the valley, looking down at the empty, ruined settlement. The road ahead was a winding path of mud leading deeper into the dark forest toward Mistral. Ruby pulled her red cloak tighter against the chill. She quietly realized that the fall of Beacon was not the end of the tragedy. It was only the opening move. Far above their atmosphere, the Infinity monitored the planet silently, an iron giant waiting in the dark. And far away, in a realm of shadow, Salem prepared the next phase of her war. Ruby took a step forward. The darkness was growing, but beneath the ash and the storm, the light of Emerald Star still guided their way, leading humanity into the early stages of a legendary interdimensional conflict. Chapter 3 ends. Chapter 4 Ashes. Beneath the Iron Kingdom, the snow falling over the kingdom of Atlas did not feel like a blessing of nature. It felt like a burial shroud. The floating city was a marvel of human engineering, a testament to civilization's defiance of the cold and the dark. But beneath the pristine, snow-covered industrial streets, the atmosphere was suffocating. Military checkpoints glowed beneath harsh, cold floodlights. Heavily armored Atlas patrols marched in rigid formations, their optical visors scanning the faces of shivering civilians. Towering anti-air batteries, originally designed to deter massive grim avian swarms, now tracked nervously across the empty skies, searching for targets that did not belong to this world. From massive holographic screens suspended in the city squares, propaganda broadcasts played on a continuous loop. The soothing, authoritative voices warned citizens to remain vigilant against extraterrestrial uncertainty, urging them to report any anomalous energy signatures. Atlas was no longer a kingdom defined by innovation. It was becoming a kingdom ruled by fear, disguised as absolute security. The golden cage white Shni stood by the frost-covered window of her family's sprawling estate, looking down at the militarized streets below. She wore her pristine white dresses, but she felt like a prisoner in her own home. The tension within the Shni household was a physical weight. Her father yelled into his communicators daily, desperate to maintain the Shni Dust Company's monopoly in a world that had suddenly discovered fusion reactors and quantum slit space engines. But Weiss was not disgusted by her father's lost profits. She was disgusted by the political paranoia infecting her home. She watched as a group of Atlas soldiers detained a local huntsman simply because he questioned a curfew. She saw civilians casting terrified glances at the sky. Atlas leadership feared losing control more than they feared the immortal queen of the grim. They were expanding their military daily, exploiting the terror of Beacon's fall to consolidate absolute authority. Weiss pressed her forehead against the cold glass. Her emotional arc was a lonely, quiet maturity. She had fought alongside the purest heart she knew, Ruby Rose. Now, surrounded by generals and corporate titans, Weiss began to deeply question whether Atlas could still be saved from itself. The weight of command inside the heavily fortified Atlas Military Command Center, General James Ironwood stared at a sprawling holographic map. His eyes were bloodshot, his uniform slightly rumpled. He looked like a man trying to hold back the ocean with his bare hands. The Council is demanding we restrict UNSC flight paths over the lower mantle, a frantic aide reported. They fear the off-worlders are mapping our defense grids. Let them map it, Ironwood snapped, rubbing his exhausted temples. If Salem brings the horrors of Beacon to our doorstep, the UNSC is humanity's best chance at survival. We do not have the luxury of political pride. Yet, even as he said it, Ironwood felt a cold dread. He relied on the extraterrestrial forces, but he feared that if tensions escalated, Atlas would lose its political independence forever. He was a man trapped between an apocalyptic war and a quiet invasion. Across the command room, she coordinated joint operations files. She worked with an unwavering, professional grace. Winter had spent days analyzing Spartan battlefield efficiency recordings. She respected the absolute discipline of the soldiers from the stars. But Winter was quietly terrified of her own superiors. She knew the ambition of Atlas scientists. She feared that Atlas leadership would eventually attempt to control, or worse, weaponize the alien technology. And she knew that trying to cage a tiger would only end in slaughter. The soldiers' observation walking through the polished steel corridors of the Atlas Armory, the Master Chief commanded absolute, terrified silence. John 117 moved with heavy, deliberate steps. His Green Mile near Amma was a towering anomaly amidst the pristine white laboratories. Atlas soldiers stopped in their tracks, staring silently at the Spartan, their hands nervously twitching near their weapons. The chief did not reach for his assault rifle. He was simply observing. He watched Atlas engineers frantically evaluating dust-powered weapon systems, trying to optimize them to match kinetic railgun parameters. He watched the rigid, fear-driven discipline of the troops. It unsettled him deeply. The chief had seen authoritarian regimes before. He knew that order maintained entirely by fear was inherently brittle. He thought of the huntsmen in the muddy trenches of Vale, fighting with nothing but their aura and a desperate love for their families. He increasingly respected the emotional resilience of ordinary civilians across Remnant. A shield built on courage would always outlast a shield built on paranoia. His presence in the armory was quiet, disciplined, and emotionally subtle, a silent judge weighing the Iron Kingdom and finding it wanting. Shadows in the snow while the chief observed the military. The intelligence war was already raging in the dark. James and Locke stood in an encrypted, cold-weather tactical tent stationed on the outskirts of the city. He was leading a network of ONI operatives in intense, covert surveillance operations. Atlas Command is burying their dust reserve data, an ONI analyst reported. We are also tracking unauthorized cyberprobes testing the Infinity's localized firewalls. They are looking for weaknesses. Luck narrowed his eyes. ONI increasingly distrusted the extreme secrecy of Atlas, the unchecked power of the Schneedust Company, and the hidden political factions manipulating the council. They are terrified of what they cannot control, Locke said coldly. Someone within the Atlas elite is going to attempt exploiting alien technology to shift the balance of power, double the surveillance on their research divisions. If they try to reverse engineer our slipspace drives, they will blow this continent into the stratosphere. The atmosphere was strategic, paranoid, and as freezing as the wind howling outside. The philosopher in the blizzard far away from the warmth of the city, hidden deep within the treacherous, blizzard-covered peaks of the northern mountains, Setsuner FC sat in perfect stillness. The double-O Quanter stood like a monolithic statue against the driving snow. Its emerald GN particles glowed softly, melting the snowflakes before they could touch the armor, casting a haunting, beautiful light across the frozen wilderness. Setsuner did not feel the cold. Through his expanded innovator consciousness, he was sensing the emotional instability spreading across the kingdom below. It was a chaotic, jagged frequency of suspicion, greed, and terror. He closed his eyes, and for a moment, he was no longer on Remnant. He was looking at the old Earth sphere, back when the Alos used fear and military escalation to crush humanity into submission. A society driven by political division and the desperate need to control the unknown. Setsuner quietly feared that Remnant was about to repeat humanity's darkest historical mistakes. The geopolitical fracture of this world is accelerating, Tyria stated, his voice transmitted seamlessly through the quantum link. Atlas is mirroring the pre-war Earth governments before global conflict escalated. Salem may not need to deploy overwhelming force. The fear she has planted is already destroying them from the inside. A world built on ice will eventually crack under its own weight, Setsuner replied, his voice laced with a profound, philosophical sorrow. If they do not learn to trust, the weapons will only build their own tombs. Occasionally, an Atlas long-range radar system would detect an impossible energy signature in the mountains. Patrol pilots would glimpse an emerald light shining through the frozen clouds. To the military, it was a terrifying anomaly. To the desperate civilians who whispered in the dark, it was the fleeting rumor of the Green Angel in the storm. Its presence was legendary, mysterious, and almost supernatural. The fragmented world as Atlas fortified its walls, the rest of the world struggled to survive its own demons. In Menagerie, Blake Belladonna walked through the crowded, sun-baked streets, but she felt only a freezing dread. She heard the Fornus political arguments growing louder in the squares. The fear of future retaliation from humanity was pushing her people toward the brink. Blake realized with a painful, crushing guilt that extremist influence was still spreading rapidly. She feared that Atom's ideology would evolve into something far worse after Beacon. Her emotional journey was lonely, tense, and deeply personal. In a quiet home on Patch, Yang Zyro long gritted her teeth, pushing herself through another grueling session of physical rehabilitation. She stumbled, falling hard onto the floor. Emotional frustration boiled over into tears she quickly wiped away. She had moments where the fear of becoming useless paralyzed her. Yet, slowly, in the quiet hours of the night, Yang began rebuilding her determination. It was not a sudden, dramatic awakening. It was a human, slow, and agonizing crawl back toward the light. And deep within the lightless domain of the grim, Salen studied the board. She stood before her seer, watching the military build-up in Atlas. She smiled a cold, ancient, and terrifyingly intelligent expression. She recognized that Atlas was the easiest kingdom to manipulate. Fear, militarization, and political division were already doing her work for her. They built walls of steel to hide their fragile hearts. Salem murmured into the dark. She began weaving her plans, deciding exactly how to weaponize global paranoia against both the kingdoms and the extraterrestrial visitors. She was eternally patient. The harvest of their despair was only a matter of time. The long road to Mistral far from the politics and the shadows, Ruby Rose pushed through a howling snowstorm. Team RNJR was traveling across the frozen, treacherous roads leading toward the continent of Animer's northern shores. They were exhausted. The emotional fatigue of the journey was settling deep into their bones. Ruby's cape whipped violently in the wind, but she kept walking, leading the way. She was growing increasingly aware that the world extended far beyond the walls of Beacon, and it was a world that did not care if they were tired. John Ark marched behind her, carrying his shield against the biting wind. He struggled daily with his grief, but the crucible of the road was making him emotionally stronger. He was no longer the boy who needed saving. Nora Valkyrie maintained morale, her bright voice cutting through the blizzard, keeping their spirits from freezing over. But Lai Ren was silent, his eyes scanning the whiteout conditions. The Grimm were continuing to adapt. Ren noticed that they were using larger coordinated attacks. They exhibited scouting behavior, utilizing improved ambush tactics. More disturbingly, some Grimm now actively avoided direct confrontation with areas heavily saturated by G-Ven particle exposure, choosing instead to target emotionally unstable, isolated settlements. The monsters were learning. There's a structure ahead. Ruby called out, her voice barely carrying over the wind. An Atlas Frontier Defense Station. We can take shelter. The Siege in the Snow Team RNJR approached the massive steel gates of the Atlas outpost just as the storm reached a terrifying crescendo. But the gates were already buckled. The emergency klaxons were blaring, barely audible over the roaring wind. Inside the courtyard, it was absolute chaos. Atlas troops were panicking under the immense pressure. A massive Grimm assault had struck without warning, utilizing the blinding snowstorm to mask their approach. The Grimm moved with an unnatural, terrifying coordination. Armored Alpha barrels absorbed the automated turret fire, creating pathways for agile, mutated sabers to slip past the defenses. Civilians, trapped beneath collapsing temporary structures, screamed for help. Form a line. Hold the breach. A voice commanded over the chaos. A detachment of Spartan Roman 4, stationed at the outpost to facilitate UNSC supply lines, moved into action. They organized a rapid battlefield defense, their kinetic assault rifles sparking brilliantly in the snow. They fought with calculated precision, but the Atlas soldiers around them were breaking formation, consumed by fear. RNJA, move in. Ruby yelled, unfolding crescent rows. They did not hesitate. Ruby became a blur of rose petals, cutting through the blizzard to intercept a massive saber leaping toward a terrified family. She coordinated the rescue efforts with the desperate, commanding voice of a true leader. John threw himself in front of a falling steel beam, his aura flaring brightly as he protected a group of wounded Atlas technicians. Get them to the inner bunker, he ordered, standing shoulder to shoulder with the towering Spartan who gave him a brief, respectful nod. Nora launched herself off a watchtower, screaming into the storm as she unleashed a massive, electrically charged smash from her hammer. The pink lightning spiderwebbed through the blizzard winds, shattering the frozen armor of the advancing Grimm. Ren moved like a shadow, his Stormflower pistols barking as he detected hidden Grimm attempting to tunnel beneath the snowdrifts. Huntsmen and Spartans fought side by side, a desperate alliance of two universes holding back the dark. But the emotional terror of the Atlas troops was acting as a beacon. The Grimm horde was endless, pouring out of the whiteout conditions like a nightmare without an end. A colossal, ancient megalithic emerged from the storm, its tusks tearing down the primary communications array. The battle was reaching its darkest moment. Ammunition was running low. Aura levels were flashing into the red. Then, the blizzard was pierced by a light that did not belong to this world. A blinding, emerald beam of GN particle light slashed down from the heavens, illuminating the frozen skies. The 00 Quantor descended from the storm clouds like an avenging god. The air itself hummed with an overwhelming quantum pressure. Atlas soldiers dropped their weapons, staring up in absolute disbelief. The Quantor did not fire a weapon. It simply unleashed a massive wave of pure, concentrated GN particles. The emerald light washed over the battlefield, carrying an emotional resonance of absolute, unyielding peace. The Grimm shrieked in agony, their unnatural coordination shattered. Confronted by a light that purified the very despair they fed upon, the horde broke and retreated, melting away into the frozen wilderness. The 00 Quantor hovered for a single, breathless second, a beacon of mythic power, before vanishing back into the storm as silently as it had arrived. Ashes and starlight hours later, within the warm, heavily guarded inner sanctums of Atlas, the political council convened in a state of absolute uproar. General Ironwood slammed his fist on the table, demanding unity. But the council was divided, their voices sharp with terror. They debated fiercely whether the extraterrestrial visitors, with their green angels and armored giants, were humanity's salvation, or the catalyst for an even greater disaster. The fear was taking root, deep and unbreakable. Far away, at the edge of the Frontier Station, Ruby Rose stood wrapped in a blanket, silently watching the snowfall beside a huddled refugee camp. She looked up at the sky, realizing with a heavy, mature sorrow that the world was becoming far larger and far more dangerous than she had ever imagined in her fairy tales. And deep within the pitch-black abyss of her domain, Salem smiled. The long, cold night had finally fallen over Remnant, and the ashes beneath the Iron Kingdom were quietly preparing to burn the stars. Chapter 4 ends. Chapter 5 Embers of Menagerie. Shadows of War. The sunset over Menagerie was a beautiful, bleeding canvas of gold and violet. Warm ocean winds moved gently through the crowded, winding streets of Keoquaner. Colourful paper lanterns flickered to life above the bustling market roads, casting a soft, nostalgic glow over the wooden architecture. To the untrained eye, it was a tropical paradise untouched by the fall of Beacon. But beneath the vibrant surface, the kingdom was suffocating. Foreign civilians stopped mid-conversation, their eyes darting upward as a sleek, silver aircraft bounced silently through the clouds. It was a UNSC reconnaissance drone, quietly scanning the coastlines. The people of Menagerie watched it with a tight, nervous energy. The arrival of humanity from the stars had not brought peace. It had brought a terrifying realization that the universe was vast, heavily armed, and watching them. The beauty of Menagerie was a fragile mask, barely hiding the growing political instability underneath. The guilt of the shadows. Blake Belladonna walked through the market, the hood of her cloak pulled low. She felt the emotional exhaustion deep in her bones. The trauma of Beacon, the memory of Jan's severed arm, and the terrifying shadow of Adam Tourist haunted her every step. But what frightened her most was what she saw in the streets of her own home. She watched a group of younger foreigners gathered in an alleyway, their voices raised in anti-human anger. They spoke of the UNSC as an invasion force, an empire of humans coming to finish what Atlas had started. Extremism was spreading like a virus, feeding on the despair left behind by the grim. Blake realized with a painful, but sheer clarity that radicalization thrives fastest when people lose hope. The embers of Menagerie were catching fire, and she feared another war was approaching, one fought not against monsters, but against themselves. Inside the chieftain's estate, the atmosphere was heavy. Gira Belladonna sat behind his desk, rubbing his tired eyes as he reviewed reports of scattered violence. He was desperately attempting to maintain peaceful diplomacy, but the fear within the foreigners' leadership was growing impossible to manage. He worried that Salem's chaos would ignite a global racial conflict. "They are terrified, Gira," Carly Belladonna said softly, placing a comforting hand on her husband's shoulder. She looked toward the hallway where Blake had retreated. "And so is our daughter." Outside on the balcony, Sun Wukong leaned against the railing. He offered Blake a quiet, reassuring smile. His optimism remained a loyal and emotionally sincere anchor for her. He had spent the afternoon helping local guards direct terrified civilians away from the harbour protests. But as he looked out at the darkening ocean, even Sun began realizing how dangerous the world was truly becoming. The silent giant thousands of miles away, along the muddy, rain-soaked refugee routes of Vale, the Master Chief was at work. John 117 effortlessly lifted a massive, shattered concrete pillar, clearing a path for a convoy of exhausted survivors. Its green Mjolnir armor was a towering symbol of discipline amidst the chaotic ruins. Around him, Marines distributed rations and medical supplies, while Pelicans evacuated isolated settlements that had been overrun by the dark. The chief stood silently in the rain, watching a group of human and foreigners refugees arguing bitterly over a crate of UNSC medical supplies. The tension was sharp, fueled by generations of distrust and the raw terror of displacement. The Master Chief had seen this before. Long before the Covenant, he had seen humanity tear itself apart in the insurrection. He increasingly understood that Remnant's greatest weakness was not a lack of technology, it was division. The people of this world were fracturing, turning their fear against one another. He realized with a quiet, disciplined restraint that humanity's ultimate threat might not be Salem alone. It might be the fear she sowed. The intelligence of fear in the encrypted, steel-walled depths of an ONI forward operating base. Commander Jameson Locke reviewed a series of intercepted transmissions. "The White Fang activity is escalating," Locke reported to the holographic projection of his superiors. "But they aren't just hoarding dust anymore. We have surveillance operations confirming that multiple extremist factions are actively attempting to scavenge down UNSC technology. They are trying to reverse engineer our kinetic weapons." The tension in the room was palpable, a dangerous friction between UNSC diplomatic directives and the cold pragmatism of ONI. Locke's eyes were hard. The political instability of Remnant is spiraling. If these extremist groups manage to weaponize off-world tech, the racial tensions here won't just spark a civil war. They will ignite a planetary massacre. "Salem's true weapon is not direct destruction," the voice of Tyria Erd interrupted, joining the secure channel through the Infinities network. I have completed my analysis of the recent emotional instability patterns and Grimm migration behavior. Negative emotion itself accelerates Grimm adaptation rates. Salem does not need to send her armies yet. By allowing panic and racial hatred to spread, she is forcing her monsters to evolve faster. Psychological collapse is her strategy. This revelation settled over the command staff like a shroud. The Grimm were not just mindless beasts. They were reflections of Remnant's emotional collapse. The philosopher in the ash hidden along the battered coastal cliffs of Anima, a heavily damaged Fornis fishing village, was struggling to rebuild. Setsuner FC moved gently among the grieving civilians. He carried timber, repaired water filtration systems, and offered quiet, comforting nods to the children who stared silently at the mysterious traveller with the golden eyes. They did not know his name, but they knew he had fallen from the sky. As Setsuner worked, he looked out at the ruined docks. He had seen the aftermath of White Fan violence here, followed immediately by a devastating Grimm assault. The Fornis were terrified, trapped between human prejudice, extremist manipulation, and the monsters in the dark. It was a mirror of Earth. It was the Middle East. It was the A-Laws. It was every historical war before celestial being had intervened. Setsuner felt a profound, philosophical sorrow echoing through his innovator consciousness. He quietly questioned if humanity, no matter what universe they inhabited, could ever truly escape the cycles of hatred. Yet, as he watched a Fornis mother share her meager food with a wounded human huntsman who had tried to defend the village, Setsuner felt the spark, the undeniable, stubborn warmth of human empathy. Hidden in a sea cave just below the village, the 00 Quantor stood silently. Its emerald GN particles reflected softly across the ocean waves, a mythic, glowing promise that even in the darkest shadows, the light would not abandon them. The long road the journey toward Mistral was grinding Team RNJR down to their core. Ruby Rose trudged through the thick mud, her boots heavy, her red cloak stained brown. The exhaustion was endless. She was increasingly struggling to balance the desperate need for hope against the paralyzing fear of failure. She carried the responsibility of her team's survival on her small shoulders, an emotional strain that was forcing her into a painful, rapid maturity. Beside her, Jorn Ark moved with a new, disciplined silence. The emotional outbursts were gone, replaced by a focused, militaristic determination. He checked his perimeter, his hand resting on his sword, his grief transforming into a shield. Nora Valkyrie bounded ahead, making a joke about the terrible weather, using her humor as a desperate barrier to protect her team's fragile sanity. But Lyren did not laugh. His eyes darted through the dense, dark woods. The Grimm were avoiding the open roads. They were moving in parallel, watching, waiting for the team to show a moment of emotional vulnerability. The monsters were becoming dangerously coordinated. The cold north in the freezing, pristine heights of Atlas, Wyshny sat alone in a grand, empty dining hall. The propaganda broadcasts echoed from the streets below, a constant, militarized drumbeat warning against off-world influence and hidden enemies. Weiss had stood in the city squares, watching ordinary civilians, people she had once sworn to protect, casting fearful, hateful glances at huntsmen and looking at the sky with sheer terror. Atlas was tightening its iron grip. The kingdom was becoming emotionally hollow, trading its soul for the illusion of safety. Weiss felt an isolated, freezing conflict in her chest. She was surrounded by guards, yet she had never been in more danger. Far away on the island of Patch, Yang Zyro long dropped her prosthetic arm onto the workbench. She gritted her teeth, tears of sheer emotional frustration burning her eyes. The physical rehabilitation was agonizing, but the mental setbacks were worse. She was terrified of the nightmares, of feeling helpless. Yet, slowly, as she looked at her reflection in the glass, Yang began to understand that strength was not only about throwing a punch. Her recovery was human, agonizingly slow, and undeniably brave. The Queen's pleasured deep within the lightless abyss. Salem observed the fracturing world. She stood before her glowing seer, studying the Fornis political unrest in Menagerie, the paranoid militarization of Atlas, and the careful, restrained extraterrestrial intervention of the UNSC. Salem smiled. Humanity's divisions were expanding faster than she had anticipated. The presence of the Stas had not united them. It had only given them new things to fear. She realized that the Master Chief and Setsuner FC possessed immense physical power, but they could not force Remnant to trust itself. Her patience was ancient, cold, and terrifyingly intelligent. The board was setting itself perfectly. The Grimm beyond her fortress evolved. They now actively avoided fortified defenses and areas saturated with GN particles. Instead, They targeted emotionally unstable settlements, using psychological warfare before striking. The beasts were learning to hunt the mind. The storm of Menagerie, the climax of the fracture, erupted exactly as the sun disappeared beneath the ocean. A massive tropical storm slammed into the coast of Menagerie. Giant waves crashed violently against the harbour walls of Cuilcagnar, sending plumes of salt water into the dark sky. But the ocean did not just bring water. It brought the grim. Massive, serpentine sea phalanx erupted from the surf, their scales slick with rain, roaring into the tempest. Simultaneously, the dense jungle surrounding the city came alive as agile, evolved creepers and armoured beowulfs flooded the perimeter. Evacuate the harbour. Move them to the high ground. Blake Belladonna screamed over the thunder. She was a blur of motion, her blade slicing through grim that had bypassed the local guards. The city was in sheer panic. Forest civilians fled through the flooded streets, their terror feeding the encroaching monsters. Adding to the nightmare, White Fang extremists in the crowd used the chaos to incite panic, sabotaging the primary evacuation gates to trap the kingdom's leadership. Sun Wukong spun his staff, generating clones of golden light that pushed back the horde, defending a group of trapped children. There's too many. They are flanking the market. High above the crashing waves, a trio of UNSC pelicans descended through the torrential rain, their floodlights cutting through the darkness. The Marines, stationed as a diplomatic escort, deployed instantly. They provided disciplined, deafening suppressive fire. Their kinetic rounds tore through the grim vanguard, creating a desperate corridor for the refugees. A fire team of Spartans dropped into the flooded streets. The Mjolnir shields flared brightly as they engaged the evolved grim units. But the monsters were learning. They avoided the Spartans' direct fire, using the flooded buildings as cover to strike at the panicked civilians. The psychological terror was overwhelming the defenders. A sea phalanx wooed back, its maw glowing with concentrated electrical energy, aiming directly at the crowded refugee centre. Then, the storm shattered. A blinding streak of emerald light split the black, rolling clouds. The double O Quantum appeared above the churning ocean. It did not just illuminate the sky, its GN particles physically scattered the storm clouds, creating a massive, glowing halo of pure, quantum energy. The emerald light washed over Menagerie. The effect was immediate. The grim shrieked, their bodies recoiling instinctively beneath the overwhelming, purifying quantum pressure. The sea phalanx's energy blast destabilized, exploding harmlessly over the water as the beast retreated into the crushing depths. The battle was a cinematic, desperate flash of survival. Blake watched the glowing giant hover above the harbour, a mythic savior in a dying world, before it banked sharply and vanished back into the night. The shadows of war the storm broke as the first rays of the sun pierced the horizon. Blake Belladonna stood on the ruined harbour wall, looking out over the storm-damaged coast of Menagerie. The immediate danger had passed, but her heart was heavy with a terrifying realization. The White Fang's sabotage, the coordinated grim, the sheer scale of the terror the world was approaching a conflict far greater than racial division alone. Thousands of miles away, in the cold intelligence rooms of the Infinity, ONI decrypted the final piece of White Fang data. They uncovered evidence of deeper, coordinated manipulation across all of Remnant. Salem was not just watching, she was orchestrating the collapse. And far away, in a realm untouched by the sun, Salem quietly smiled within the darkness. The embers of Menagerie had caught fire, and the kingdoms of Remnant were slowly marching toward an interdimensional war none of them fully understood yet. Chapter 5 ends. Chapter 6 The Frozen Crown of Atlas. The kingdom of Atlas floated above the frozen mountains like a monument to human defiance. At night, the colossal floating city was a breathtaking spectacle of engineering and light. Glowing blue hard light systems pulsed across towering skyscrapers, cutting through the eternal blizzards that ravaged the tundra below. Sleek military airships moved in rigid, synchronized patrols, their searchlights sweeping the snow-covered streets. Yet, beneath the technological magnificence, the city felt profoundly cold. Atlassian knights marched in perfect, mechanical unison through the crowded commercial districts. The civilians did not look at them with pride. They looked at them with a quiet, lingering terror. The people walked with their heads down, their breath pluming in the freezing air, occasionally casting frightened glances toward the upper atmosphere. There, casting long, dark shadows over the kingdom, UNSC frigates maintained a silent, imposing orbit. Atlas had survived the fall of Beacon by closing its borders and raising its shields. But in doing so, it was slowly losing its humanity, becoming an empire ruled by the very few it sought to keep out. The golden cage wisely stood by the massive, frost-rimmed window of her family's estate. She stared out at the sprawling military complexes that were slowly consuming the civilian sectors of the city. The Schnee Manor felt less like a home and more like a beautifully decorated tomb. Weiss was entirely isolated. She missed the warmth of her friends. She missed the chaotic, hopeful halls of Beacon Academy. Most of all, she missed the simpler belief that doing the right thing was enough to save the world. She watched a digital billboard flash a stark, red warning, report anomalous activity. Trust only Atlas. The anti-alien propaganda was spreading like a virus, poisoning the minds of the citizens. The military was expanding daily, and the people were learning to distrust outsiders, huntsmen, and even their own neighbours. The heavy oak doors of the study opened. Jack Schnee walked in, his footsteps sharp and calculated against the marble floor. The UNSC requires massive amounts of refined dust to modify their localized energy grids, Jack said, not looking at his daughter as he poured a glass of amber liquid. Ironwood is a fool for trusting them, but their presence is an unprecedented economic opportunity. If we leverage the public's fear of these extraterrestrials, the Council will have no choice but to grant the Schneedust Company exclusive orbital trade rights. Weiss felt a sickening knot in her stomach. People are terrified, Father. The world is on the brink of collapse, and you are treating it like a corporate merger. I'm treating it like reality, Weiss, Jack replied coldly, finally turning his piercing gaze upon her. Strength and control preserves civilization. The weak perish. Atlas will survive because we do not let our emotions blind us to opportunity. Weiss turned back to the window, her heart aching. Her father was a predator, exploiting the trauma of a broken world. Atlas did not value compassion. It valued control. And Weiss realized, with a lonely, mature sorrow, that she was trapped inside a machine that no longer cared who it crushed. The weight of iron deep within the subterranean levels of the Atlas Military Command Center, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. General James Ironwood walked down the polished steel corridor, flanked by Winter Schnee and the towering, green-armored giant, John 117. They paused before an observation window overlooking a massive robotics assembly line. Thousands of new Atlassianites and heavy paladins were being forged, their metal chassis gleaming under the harsh industrial lights. The Grim are adapting, Ironwood said, his voice ragged with exhaustion. He looked at the Master Chief, his eyes carrying the heavy, isolated burden of a man trying to save the world alone. If Salem strikes Atlas, we must be ready to meet her with overwhelming, centralized force. We are studying the telemetry your UNSC ships provided. We must integrate our dust technologies with your energy shielding. John 117 looked at the endless ranks of automated soldiers. His Mjolnir armor hummed quietly in the sterile room. He turned his gold visor toward the general. Our machine will not panic, the chief said, his voice a low, disciplined rumble. But it will not inspire, either. I have walked through your streets, General. You civilians fear the soldiers meant to protect them. A shield built on fear is brittle. When the pressure becomes too great, it will shatter from the inside. Ironwood's jaw tightened. We do not have the luxury of inspiring them, Master Chief. We only have the duty to keep them alive. Winter stood silently behind the general, her posture perfectly rigid. She respected Ironwood, but she privately shared the Spartans' quiet concerns. She had studied the UNSC operations. She admired their absolute professionalism, but she feared that Atlas leadership, driven by a desperate need for control, would eventually attempt to weaponize the off-world technology, sparking a war they could never win. Beneath her cold, professional exterior, Winter was emotionally exhausted. Shadows in the ice. The military debated strategy, but the true war was already being fought in the shadows. In a classified, encrypted safe house in the lower levels of the city, Commander Jameson Locke of ONI monitored a wall of cascading data streams. We have intercepted encrypted communications between the Schneedust Company and heavily armed extremist factions in the Mantle, an ONI intelligence agent reported. Someone is funneling military-grade munitions into the lower city to intentionally destabilize the political climate. Locke crossed his arms, his expression dark. ONI was expanding its covert operations inside Atlas rapidly. The extreme secrecy, the corporate corruption, and the hidden political factions painted a terrifying picture. Salem's infiltrators are already inside the government, Locke deduced, his tone paranoid and strategic. They don't need to breach the walls if they can convince Atlas to lock the gates and turn on itself. Keep monitoring the Council. Trust no one. The observer in the ash far below the floating utopia of Atlas, in the grim, freezing crater of Mantle, The snow was stained grey with industrial soot. Setsuner FC stood on a rusted catwalk, wearing a heavy, tattered cloak. He looked down into a massive, open-pit mining facility. The conditions were horrific. Forest labourers and impoverished citizens worked in the freezing cold, enduring brutal treatment under the watchful, glowing red eyes of Atlas security drones. Through his expanded innovator consciousness, Setsuner felt the deep, agonizing emotional imbalance of the kingdom. The resentment, the exhaustion, and the simmering hatred formed a dark cloud over the crater. This was not a kingdom of light. It reminded Setsuner painfully of Earth during the height of its political division, long before celestial being had intervened. It was a society that had forsaken its soul for the illusion of progress. He quietly feared that the fear-saturating Atlas would eventually create the perfect conditions for Salem to fully exploit. High above the frozen wastelands, hidden by the relentless blizzard, a faint, emerald signature flickered. Atlas radar systems scrambled, alarms blaring as they struggled to track the impossible energy readings. The Double-O Quanta remained hidden in the storm, a mythical, unpredictable presence. Military analysts debated whether the glowing anomaly was an alien savior or the harbinger of their destruction. The long, dark road while Atlas locked its doors, Team RNJR walked through an endless, frozen hell. Ruby Rose trudged through knee-deep snow in the wilderness of Anima. The emotional fatigue was worsening with every mile. The grim attacks were becoming increasingly dangerous, organized, and relentless. Ruby forced herself to stand tall, dragging her team forward through sheer willpower. She was maturing rapidly as a leader, but the burden of inspiring others while she grieved internally was a heavy cross to bear. Behind her, John Ark directed their movements, utilizing tactical formations he had learned indirectly from UNSC battlefield broadcast logs. His grief was forging him into a disciplined protector. "They are waiting for us to stop," Lyren whispered, his breath pluming in the cold air. He noticed the Grimm were no longer attacking randomly. They shadowed the team, testing their defenses, utilizing pack tactics that required frightening levels of coordination. Nora Valkyrie gripped her hammer, her usual bright smile replaced by grim line. "It's not just the Grimm, guys. Every village we pass, the people are giving up. They look at the sky and they just wait for the end." The emotional exhaustion of Team RNJR mirrored the growing fear within Atlas. The entire world of Remnant was slowly freezing over. The Queen and the Scorpion deep within the lightless abyss of her domain. Salem watched the board carefully. She stood before a glowing sea of Grimm, analyzing the political division, the militarization, and the psychological vulnerability of General Ironwood. Salem understood a fundamental truth about humanity. They destroyed themselves fastest when fear became their primary policy. She did not need to break the walls of Atlas. She only needed to let them seal themselves inside until the air ran out. "The board is set, my queen," a chaotic, gleeful voice echoed from the shadows. Tyrion Kalos stepped into the dim light, his scorpion tail twitching with violent anticipation. He had spent weeks conducting brutal assassinations and spreading psychological terror across the vital trade routes, severing the lifelines between the kingdoms. "The huntsmen break so easily," Tyrion giggled, his eyes wide with madness. "But these new warriors, the Spartans, the Green Giant, they are something else entirely. Please, my goddess, let me hunt them. Let me see what color they bleed." Salem smiled a cold, ancient, and terrifyingly patient expression. "In due time, Tyrion. Let them freeze in their Iron Kingdom first." The storm of steel and shadow, the climax of the fracture, erupted in the treacherous, frozen peaks of the Sleater's mountain range. A massive Atlas industrial transport train, carrying vital dust supplies from an outer mining colony, was carving its way through a violent, blinding snowstorm. Aboard the train, Wintersby commanded a joint defense operation alongside a detachment of Atlasian specialists, UNSC Marines, and Spartan Roman 4. Proximity alarms triggered. An Atlas technician yelled over the roar of the wind. The grim assault was massive and perfectly coordinated. It was an evolution of terror. Airborne variants, mutated lancers, and massive griffins actively avoided the anti-air turrets, diving into the train's blind spots. Larger, heavily armoured megaliths slammed into the tracks ahead, attempting to collapse the rail bridges across the frozen canyons. The battle was absolute chaos. "Defend the civilian passenger cars," Winter commanded, her rapier flashing as she summoned a flock of nevermore glyphs to intercept the airborne Grimm. The Atlas troops panicked as the sheer volume of monsters overwhelmed their firing lines. But the Spartans held firm. They fought across the icy roofs of the speeding train, the Mjolnir boots locking magnetically to the metal. Kinetic rounds tore through the blizzard, illuminating the snow in flashes of yellow fire. High above, a UNSC Pelican dropped through the storm clouds, its chin gun roaring as it desperately tried to clear the tracks ahead. "The Grim are bypassing our kill zones," a Spartan reported over the comms. "They are prioritizing the civilian cars. They're targeting the highest concentrations of fear." In the Infinity's orbital command center, Tyria Erd watched the telemetry with growing alarm. The Grim were demonstrating strategic emotional targeting. Salem was actively influencing their adaptation, teaching them to hunt the psychological weaknesses of their enemy. A massive, mutated Beringel smashed through the roof of a passenger car. Civilians screamed, trapped beneath the frozen, twisted wreckage. Winter lunged forward, but she was intercepted by a swarm of sabers. The defense was collapsing. The bridge ahead was buckling under the weight of the megaliths. Then, the snowstorm stopped. Not naturally. The violent, howling wind was instantly scattered by an overwhelming, absolute quantum pressure. A blinding, emerald light cut through the snow clouds. The 00 Quantor descended, moving like a beautiful, terrifying ghost through the blizzard. It did not fire a weapon. It simply released a massive, localized transom burst. The sky turned a brilliant, haunting green. The GN particles flooded the mountain pass, carrying a wave of pure, stabilizing emotional energy. The Grim shrieked in agony. The sudden, overwhelming presence of the extraterrestrial light disrupted their hive-mind coordination. The Beringel atop the train recoiled, abandoning its prey and leaping back into the freezing dark. The horde scattered, unable to withstand the purifying resonance of the quantum field. The 00 Quantor hovered beside the speeding train for one silent, awe-inspiring second. Atlas soldiers and UNSC Marines alike stared up in cinematic disbelief at the glowing titan, before the machine bent sharply and vanished back into the frozen sky. The cold realization the train survived, but the victory felt entirely hollow. Later that night, Weisschnee stood alone on a high observation balcony of the Atlas command spire. The wind bit at her cheeks, but she barely felt the cold. She looked down at the streets. The military patrols had been tripled. The lockdown was absolute. She looked up at the sky, where the massive silhouettes of UNSC warships orbited silently above the kingdom, their lights blinking like distant, uncaring stars. Far beyond the borders of Saleters, dark storm clouds were gathering over the rest of Remnant. Weiss placed a trembling hand against the frozen glass railing. She realized, with a devastating, absolute certainty, that the world she had once trusted was changing rapidly. The walls of steel and hard light could not keep out the darkness forever. And for the first time in her life, looking out at the Iron Kingdom she called home, Atlas no longer felt safe. Far away, hidden deep within the abyss, Salem quietly prepared her next move. The long, freezing night had finally fallen, and the world stood shivering on the precipice, waiting for an interdimensional war to consume them all. Chapter 6 ends. Chapter 7 Ghosts beneath the broken moon. The rain over Mistral did not wash the city clean. It only made the shadows deeper. Built into the side of a massive mountain, the ancient kingdom was a sprawling tapestry of elegance and decay. Rainwater cascaded down thousands of ancient stone stairways, pooling in narrow, winding streets glowing faintly beneath crimson paper lanterns. From the upper tiers, Mistral looked like a paradise of art and culture. But in the lower levels, hidden from the pristine balconies of the elite, the black market thrived in the dark. Civilians hurried through the downpour with their heads bowed. They whispered nervously in the damp alleyways, trading rumors of entire merchant caravans vanishing overnight. Distant thunder echoed across the mountain peaks, masking the hidden grim attacks along the trade roads. Increased military patrols marched through the major districts, their armor clanking heavily in the quiet night, but they offered no real comfort. Mistral was a kingdom hiding a profound, creeping rot beneath a mask of absolute elegance. The world of Remnant was no longer merely recovering from the fall of Beacon. It was slowly, quietly fracturing apart. The weight of the road miles away from the city's glowing lanterns, Team RNJR trudged through a sea of mud. Ruby Rose leaned heavily on her scythe as they crested a forested hill. They were finally approaching Mistral territory, but the endless travel had drained them. The emotional strain was slowly breaking their morale. Ruby forced a tired smile for her friends, but inside, she was suffocating. The burden of leadership felt heavier than the rain. Every time she closed her eyes, she feared she was failing them, leading them toward the same tragic fate that had consumed their home. She thought of the quiet, unwavering resilience of John 117 and the profound emotional understanding of Setsuner FCA. She desperately tried to emulate their strength, refusing to abandon her compassion even as the world grew colder. Behind her, Jorn Ark marched with the rigid posture of a soldier. He had become increasingly tactical, studying the brutal discipline of the Spartans. He kept his emotions locked away, focusing entirely on perimeter defense and survival. "We should make camp," Lyren said quietly, his eyes scanning the dark tree line. He was deeply disturbed. The Grimm were not attacking. They were pacing in the distance, observing them with a cold, unnatural patience. "We can push a little further," Nora Valkyrie offered, though her voice lacked its usual spark. She looked at a passing group of refugees heading in the opposite direction. Their faces were blank, their eyes vacant. "The people we pass, they don't even cry anymore, Ruby. It's like the fear has made everyone entirely numb." The team huddled together beneath the broken moon, a closely knit family bound by shared trauma. Wounded, but still clinging to a fragile hope. The spies and the crow inside a smoke-filled, subterranean tavern in the heart of Mistral's criminal underworld. The War of Whispers was well underway. Hero Branwyn took a slow drink from his silver flask, his tired, crimson eyes watching the door. He was exhausted. He had spent weeks secretly tracking Salem's agents across the continent, fighting constant, brutal skirmishes in the dark. His paranoia was growing. The infiltrators were everywhere. The wooden chair across from him scraped backward. Commander Jameson Locke sat down, the matte black plating of his armour hidden beneath a heavy traveller's cloak. ONI had launched deep covert operations throughout Mistral. Intelligence cells were infiltrating criminal networks, utilising hidden surveillance drones across trade hubs, and conducting classified investigations into Salem-aligned activity. "You spooks aren't exactly subtle," Kiro muttered, wiping his mouth. He deeply distrusts intelligence organisations. Looking at Locke, Kiro saw uncomfortable similarities to Osmond's hidden wars, the same secrets, the same acceptable losses. "We adapt to the environment," Locke replied, his voice a calm, strategic hum. "My operatives are uncovering a massive logistical network. Dust shipments are being diverted. High-level security codes are bypassing border patrols. ONI suspects that Mistral's ruling council may already contain compromised officials." Locke leaned forward, struggling to maintain his diplomacy. He increasingly believed that the political systems of Remnant were dangerously fragmented, and that Salem was exploiting those fractures perfectly. "If we do not identify the rot, Kiro, this kingdom will fall without a single Grimm breaching the walls." The cold north and the broken sun. The political fragmentation was not limited to Mistral. In the freezing, pristine heights of Atlas, Weissmi sat in the dark of her bedroom, secretly monitoring global communication intercepts on a decrypted scroll. She felt a profound, aching frustration toward her kingdom's isolationism. Her family demanded she smile for the cameras, pretending the world was safe behind their military blockade. But Weiss increasingly felt that Atlas was becoming emotionally disconnected from the suffering world outside its borders. Her arc was a cold, isolated struggle to preserve her own humanity. Far away, on the island of Patch, Yanziro Long stood in front of a heavy punching bag. She breathed heavily, her face covered in sweat. The physical rehabilitation was agonizing, but the trauma flashbacks were worse. She saw the red blade. She felt the terrifying helplessness. With a sudden, frustrated yell, she struck the bag with her remaining arm. She dropped to her knees, breathing heavily. Yan increasingly realized that fear still controlled part of her. But as she slowly stood back up, her eyes burned with a quiet, stubborn fire. Her recovery was slow, painful, and deeply personal. The Queen and the Scorpion deep within the lightless abyss of her domain, Salem watched the world tear itself apart. She stood before a massive, glowing sea of Grimm, carefully studying the extraterrestrial technologies. She watched the UNSC frigates orbiting the planet. She analysed the impossible, quantum energy of the Double O Quanter. She recognized the Spartans and celestial being as major obstacles to her ancient cycle. Yet, as she observed the political paranoia spreading across Mistral and Atlas, she smiled. Humanity's fear was spreading faster than her Grimm. They built grand walls, but they locked the traitors inside with them, Salem murmured. Her voice was ancient, cold, and terrifyingly patient. From the shadows, a manic giggle echoed through the hall. Tarian Kalos crawled into the dim light, his scorpion tail twitching with chaotic excitement. He had been exceedingly active, conducting nighttime assassinations and brutal ambushes across isolated trade routes, making entire civilian caravans disappear. "The new ones are fascinating, my goddess." Tarian laughed, his eyes wide with a deeply unsettling madness. The green soldiers in their heavy armor and the boy with the golden eyes. I can feel his heart from miles away. Please, let me test them. Let me offer them to the Dak. Patience, Tarian, Salem replied softly. Let them step into the web first. The phantom of the forest in an abandoned, rain-soaked village at the base of the Mistral Mountains. The Master Chief moved in absolute silence. John 117 led a small Spartan reconnaissance mission, investigating the disappearance of frontier settlements. The village was completely empty. There were no bodies, no signs of a struggle, only shattered doors and an unsettling, heavy silence. The chief knelt in the mud, examining a series of deep claw marks that moved in a deliberate, flanking formation. He increasingly realized that the Grimm were behaving strategically. They were not mindless predators. They were infantry. This realization deeply concerned him. Salem did not just command monsters. She thought like a military commander. A few yards away, a figure stepped from the mist. Setsuner FC walked through the ruined farms beneath the moonlight. He had been secretly investigating the strange Grimm migration patterns. Through his innovator abilities, he sensed the emotional echoes left behind in the mud sheer terror, followed by absolute despair. "They are being guided," Setsuner said quietly, sensing the Master Chief's presence without turning around. The chief stood up, his Mjolnir armor shedding water. "A coordinated extraction. They are taking prisoners." Setsuner closed his eyes. He increasingly sensed that Salem's influence was not alien. It resembled humanity's darkest, most violent impulses, amplified into a planetary force. "The mutation is accelerating," Tyria transmitted through the quantum network. "The Grimm are developing adaptive command structures. They avoid heavily defended settlements and target emotionally vulnerable areas with precise coordination. Salem is evolving them for a global war." The ambush in the mountains, the trap, was sprung exactly at midnight. Hero Branwyn, Jameson Locke, Shun 117, and Setsuner FC had tracked the strange Grimm movements to a cluster of ruined mining structures high in the Mistral Mountains. Heavy rainfall battered the corrugated steel roofs. The emergency lights of a crashed transport flickered, casting long, bloody red shadows across the mud. "The tracks end here," Locke whispered, his rifle raised as he scanned the darkness. "It's too quiet," Kiro muttered, his hand resting on the hilt of his massive sword. "We need to move, now." Before they could turn, the darkness erupted. It was not just Grimm. High-velocity sniper fire cracked from the ruined watchtowers, sparking violently against the chief's energy shields. White Fang extremists, clad in dark armor, had taken the high ground. Simultaneously, the forest edge swarmed with heavily armored Beowulfs and agile creepers. They emerged silently, attacking in a perfectly coordinated pincer movement. "Contact," the chief barked, raising his assault rifle. He fought through the darkness with flawless tactical precision, his kinetic rounds tearing through the Grimm vanguard while his shields absorbed the sniper fire. Hero launched himself into the air, his weapon transforming into a scythe. He battled aggressively despite his exhaustion, cutting a bloody swath through the leaping monsters. They're working together. The White Fang and the Grimm. "I'm coordinating an extraction route," Locke shouted, firing his battle rifle as he moved to cover a group of terrified civilians who had been chained inside a collapsing storage shed. "Chief, we need suppressive fire on those towers." The battle was claustrophobic, chaotic, and utterly terrifying. The rain blinded them. The Grimm were relentless, using the White Fang sniper fire as cover to advance. Setsuner fought with his sword, sensing the overwhelming hatred and malice saturating the battlefield. It was a localized manifestation of pure despair. The defensive perimeter was buckling. A massive, mutated Deathstalker smashed through the storage shed's wall, its stinger raised to strike the trapped civilians. Then, the storm clouds shattered. A blinding, ethereal beam of emerald light cut through the rain and the darkness. The double Quantor descended from the heavens, its twin GN drives humming with a sound like a chorus of shattering glass. The emerald GN particles flooded the mountain pass. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. The Grimm shrieked, their coordinated formations collapsing as they recoiled from the overwhelming quantum pressure. The purifying light burned through the dark, scattering the monsters back into the trees. The White Fang snipers, blinded and terrified by the ghostly apparition of green light, abandoned their posts and fled. The civilians, huddled in the mud, looked up at the glowing Gundam. To them, it was a divine apparition above the mountains, a ghost of green light saving them from the abyss. The battle ended as suddenly as it had begun, leaving only the sound of the rain and the heavy breathing of the warriors. The approaching night hours later, the rain finally slowed to a mist. Ruby Rose stood on a high ridge overlooking the distant, glowing lanterns of Mistral. The city was beautiful, but as she stared up at the shattered remnants of the moon, she realized the world was becoming darker faster than she had ever imagined. The fractures were spreading, and she did not know if she was strong enough to hold them together. Nearby, on the edge of the mountain, John 117 silently watched the smoke rising from the burning villages in the distance. He knew a coordinated planetary assault when he saw one. Far away, deep in the subterranean intelligence vaults of the UNSC Infinity, ONI analysts decrypted a captured white fan datapad. The horrifying truth scrolled across their monitors. Ceylan's agents had successfully infiltrated the councils of Mistral, Atlas, and Vacuo simultaneously. The enemy was already inside the walls, and far away, hidden within the absolute darkness of her domain. Ceylan smiled. The broken moon cast a pale, haunted light over Remnant, as the world slowly, quietly allowed itself to be consumed from within. Chapter 7 ends. Chapter 8 storms over Haven. The storm did not arrive with a sudden crash. It bled across the sky, a slow, suffocating bruise of dark clouds rolling heavily over the mountain cliffs of Mistral. Haven Academy stood at the summit, ancient and breathtaking. Its golden domes and vibrant teal rooftops were usually a testament to art and culture. Today, they were shadowed by the impending tempest. Distant thunder echoed through the deep valleys of Mistral, a low, rumbling warning that vibrated through the stone pathways. Inside the academy halls, students whispered nervous rumors, their voices hushed and frantic. Outside the city walls, huntsmen sharpened their weapons, preparing for missions that grew more lethal by the hour. Mistral was beautiful, but it was incredibly fragile. Below the pristine academy, military checkpoints choked the narrow mountain roads. Refugees crowded into the lower districts, their faces hollow with exhaustion and terror. Grin sightings were no longer anomalies. They were a daily, encroaching nightmare along the trade roads. The world of Remnant felt like a tightening wire, slowly snapping under the pressure of a collapsing era. The weight of the rose on the muddy, rain-slicked paths leading toward the city gates. Ruby Rose marched at the head of her team. The endless journey had stripped away the remnants of her childhood. Ruby's red cloak was frayed, heavy with dirt, and the memory of falling ash. She forced a bright, determined smile for her friends, but beneath her silver eyes, the emotional exhaustion was absolute. She lived with the constant, crushing fear that another mistake would cost them everything. Yet, she refused to stop. Ruby was becoming the kind of leader Osborne had once hoped to forge, a girl who carried the weight of a broken world without letting it break her compassion. She thought of the gentle, profound empathy of Setsuna FCA and the quiet, immovable endurance of John 117. Their presence had shown her that heroes were not immune to pain. They simply chose to carry it for others. Behind her, Jorn Ark moved with a new, rigid discipline. He held a decrypted tactical datapad, studying holographic recordings of Spartan combat formations. He was no longer the clumsy boy from Beacon. His grief had hardened into a sharp, tactical focus. He was slowly gaining the confidence to command, analysing choke points and defensive lines with the cold calculus of a survivor. "The tree line is too still," Lyren murmured, his hand resting on his stormflower pistols. He stared into the darkening woods. Ren was deeply disturbed. The Grim were no longer attacking like wild animals. They moved in synchronized waves, their emotional patterns unnaturally suppressed until the exact moment of the strike. "Then we'd just hit them harder when they finally show up," Nora Valkyrie said, offering a warm, fierce grin. She swung her hammer over her shoulder, acting as the team's emotional shield. But Nora's eyes betrayed a quiet, lingering terror. She joked to keep the silence away, terrified that if the silence settled, she might lose the only family she had left. The Crow and the spooks inside a dim, smoke-filled tavern in Mistral's lower rings. Kuro Branwen stared into a half-empty glass. His eyes were bloodshot, surrounded by dark, bruised circles. Kuro was exhausted to his very marrow. He had spent weeks hunting Ceylan's agents, chasing ghosts through the criminal underworld. The paranoia was eating him alive. He struggled with Osborne's secrecy, wondering if the headmaster's long game was finally falling apart. Kuro looked out the dirty window. Across the rain-slicked street, a pair of ONI operatives moved silently through the crowd, their faces hidden beneath dark hoods. Kuro took another drink. He increasingly suspected that Salem's infiltrators were already sitting in the highest offices of Haven Academy. The rot was deep. In a secured, encrypted safe house a few blocks away, Commander Jameson Locke stood before a glowing tactical display. Locke was attempting the impossible, coordinating joint operations between scattered huntsmen, corrupt local authorities, and UNSC intelligence teams. The political distrust was staggering. Mistral's elites were hoarding dust and abandoning the refugee sectors, manipulating the crisis to secure their own power. "Commander," an ONI analyst reported, handing Locke a decrypted data drive. "We intercepted a series of mass transmissions from the Haven Headmaster's private terminal. The encryption matches Ceylan-aligned operatives. Someone within Haven leadership is entirely compromised. Locke's expression hardened. The atmosphere in the room was paranoid and morally dangerous. He feared that this kingdom would collapse from betrayal before Salem even launched a direct attack. The giant in the rain outside the city viewed the sprawling refugee camps. The Master Chief oversaw the stabilization efforts. John 117 stood like a monument of green titanium in the pouring rain. His Mjolnir armor was a towering presence. Civilians reacted with fearful reverence, parting like water as the Spartan walked through the mud. Around him, UNSC Marines handed out thermal blankets and medical supplies, treating the wounded with disciplined care. The chief observed the social collapse of Mistral. He realized with a heavy, quiet certainty that fear spread faster than any military force could contain. A rifle could not shoot paranoia. He thought of Ruby Rose, respecting her emotional resilience. She fought the psychological war that his weapons could not touch. Their brief interactions had been quiet and emotionally meaningful, a mutual understanding between two generations of soldiers forged in fire. Ahead of the camp, Blue Team executed their duties with flawless precision. Fred 104 organized a perimeter defense, carefully integrating Atlas hard light shields with UNSC heavy repeating blasters. Kella 087 darted through the camp, reuniting lost children with their families. Linda 058 remained a ghost on the cliffs, her sniper rifle providing absolute overwatch. The Spartans did not trust the local politicians, but they would die before they let the civilians fall. The Emerald philosopher hidden from the military patrols, Setsuner SA walked quietly among the desperate refugees. He wore a simple cloak, his glowing golden eyes hidden beneath a deep hood. He watched a grieving mother weeping over a torn photograph. He saw frightened children staring wide-eyed at the armored Marines. Setsuner felt the emotional collapse of the camp pressing against his innovator consciousness like a physical weight. He increasingly understood that Salem's greatest weapon was despair itself. He questioned, with profound, gentle sorrow, whether humanity could survive emotionally before it survived physically. High above the dark, rolling thunderclouds, a faint, impossible green light pulsed. The 00 Quantor waited in the storm. Civilians occasionally pointed to the sky, whispering of the emerald glow that flashed between the lightning strikes. Whenever the quantum DN particles drifted toward the Earth, the Grim in the distant woods reacted violently, shrieking and retreating from the purifying light. The Gundam was no longer a secret. It was a mythic, spiritually overwhelming legend. The mutation is accelerating exponentially. Teria are transmitted through the quantum link. The Grim are executing coordinated attacks against refugee routes. Aerial variants are deliberately flying below the radar horizons of anti-air batteries. They are targeting emotionally unstable population centers with military precision. Tetsuner, they are learning how we wage war. The isolated Eris and the broken dragon. The storm over Mistral was matched by the freezing isolation of Atlas. Weishli stood in her immaculate, empty bedroom within the Shli Manor. She had spent hours arguing furiously with her father against the kingdom's strict isolation policies, but her words had fallen on deaf ears. She felt emotionally hollow, trapped in an elegant prison of ice and steel. She desperately monitored scrambled global frequencies, hoping for a sign that her friends were still alive. Atlas was emotionally abandoning the world, and Weiss felt the agonizing pain of a bird locked in a gilded cage while the forest burned. Far away, on the island of Patch, the sound of a fist striking a heavy bag echoed through a wind ban. Yang Zyro longed through a left hook, her breathing heavy and ragged. She wore her new cybernetic arm, the metal gleaming in the dim light. She threw another punch, but a sudden flash of red Memory Adam's blade, the foiling ash, made her freeze. She stumbled back, her chest heaving. The emotional hesitation was a bitter, difficult hurdle, but Yang wiped the sweat from her brow, clenched her metal fist, and stepped back to the bag. She was slowly, painfully accepting that feeling fear did not make her weak. Her recovery was gradual, human, and fiercely inspiring. The Queen's delight deep within the pitch-black abyss, Salem glided across her obsidian floor. She stood before her seer, analysing the extraterrestrial military responses. She watched the Spartans fortifying the refugee camps. She studied the quantum analysis of celestial being. She recognised them as major obstacles, but she also saw how their presence terrified the local governments. Salem deliberately increased the psychological pressure across the kingdoms. She ordered her agents to spread rumours of alien conquests. She watched humanity fracture faster than she had ever anticipated. It pleased her immensely. Her patience was ancient, cold, and terrifyingly intelligent. In a dark, shattered room nearby, Cinderfall hurled a fireball into the wall, screaming in raw, damaged frustration. Her voice was raspy, her body scarred from Ruby's silver light. Cinder was becoming increasingly unstable. She hated Ruby. She feared Salem's disappointment. And she obsessively viewed the off-world forces as a direct, infuriating threat to the power she believed was rightfully hers. She was an emotionally volatile weapon, ready to detonate. The storms over Haven. The climax arrived with a deafening crack of thunder. Miles outside the gates of Haven, a massive convoy of thousands of refugees was making its final, desperate push through the treacherous mountain roads. The rain was torrential, turning the paths into rivers of mud. Lightning illuminated the surrounding cliffs, revealing a horrifying truth. The mountains were crawling with grim ambush. A huntsman screamed, right before a massive, evolved alpha Beowulf tore through his aura. The grim poured down the cliffs like a river of black ink. It was a terrifyingly coordinated assault. Armoured variants smashed into the defensive vehicles, while agile creepers bypassed the heavy armour to target the screaming civilians. The military defences, already strained, began failing under the immense, crushing pressure. Form a perimeter around the transport trucks. Ruby Rose commanded, her voice cutting through the roar of the storm. She fired Crescent Rose, the recoil launching her through the air as she decapitated a leaping griffin. Spartans, move to the vanguard. The Master Chief ordered over the comms. John 117 charged forward, his assault rifle blazing. The Spartans met the grim tide with a brutal, immovable wall of energy shields and kinetic fury. John Arc stood before a group of terrified children, his shield raised, organizing a tight defensive formation with a squad of UNSC Marines. Ren moved like a shadow, his Stormflower pistols barking as he detected the grim ambush patterns, eliminating the beasts before they could strike from the dark. Norris swung her hammer, unleashing a wave of pink, explosive force, shattered a falling boulder, protecting the trapped refugees beneath it. Suddenly, a massive flock of Nevermores dive-bombed the collapsing mountain bridge. Hero Branwen leaped into the fray, his massive scythe tearing through the avian grim. He fought with an overwhelming, reckless exhaustion, his aura flickering dangerously low as he desperately tried to keep the bridge from falling. The horde was endless. The darkness was suffocating. Ammunition was running dry. Then, the thunderclouds above them were violently ripped apart. A blinding, ethereal wave of emerald GN light tore through the black sky. The 00 Quantum descended, moving like an avenging ghost through the torrential rain. The sheer, overwhelming quantum energy radiated across the mountain pass. The grim shrieked in absolute agony, recoiling instinctively beneath the purifying light. Satsuna SA directed the sword bits, which flashed through the darkness like streaks of emerald lightning, instantly vaporizing the massive, armored grim that threatened the bridge. The GN particles flooded the battlefield, pushing back the despair, offering a brief, cinematic, and emotionally overwhelming moment of absolute salvation. The grim tide broke, scattering back into the dark mountains, unable to withstand the light of the stars. The gathering shadows hours later, the rain had reduced to a cold, haunting mist. Ruby Rose stood just outside the grand, towering gates of Haven Academy. The refugee convoy had survived, streaming slowly into the city. The kingdom was safe for tonight, but it was a fragile, bleeding victory. She looked out over the sprawling valleys of Mistral. The fear across Remnant was palpable, a heavy fog that refused to lift. Nearby, standing on a rocky overlook, John 117 quietly watched the distant fires burning across the low districts. The war had not truly begun, and yet, the casualties were already staggering. Far away, deep in the dark, Salem smiled as she watched the pieces fall perfectly into place. And within the deepest, most secure servers of the UNSC Infinity, an ONI analyst stared in horror at a freshly decrypted intelligence report. The screen confirmed a terrifying truth. Multiple, highly coordinated destabilization operations were actively occurring across every single kingdom simultaneously. The world was slowly, blindly marching toward a war that threatened to consume civilization itself. Chapter 8 ends. Chapter 9 Ashes. Beneath the crown, the city of Mistral was a jewel bleeding into the mud. At night, the heavy rainfall turned the ancient, winding streets into rivers of dark water. Crimson paper lanterns cast long, wavering reflections across the slick cobblestones, but their warm glow offered no comfort to the frightened civilians huddled in the alleyways. Whispered rumours moved through the crowded lower districts faster than the wind. People spoke of missing caravans, of huntsmen failing to return, and of the giant armoured soldiers from the stars who brought nothing but trouble. Grim warning sirens echoed intermittently through the valleys, their hollow wails amplifying the unrest spreading through the kingdom. Mistral was beautiful, fragile, and slowly collapsing under the weight of its own paranoia. Armed local patrols marched rigidly through the streets, pushing past growing refugee camps. Citizens clutched their belongings tightly, casting suspicious, hateful glares at anyone they did not recognize. The world of Remnant was standing on the razor-thin edge of civil instability. The burden of the Rose in a makeshift medical tent on the outskirts of the city. Ruby Rose knelt beside a cot, wrapping a clean bandage around a refugee's injured arm. She offered the exhausted man a gentle, reassuring smile. But as she turned away to gather more supplies, the smile vanished, replaced by a heavy, quiet exhaustion. Her silver eyes were shadowed with the immense burden of leadership. She was beginning to understand that being a leader did not mean having all the answers. It meant carrying emotional burdens that no one else was allowed to see. She increasingly feared that despite her speed and her scythe, she might not be strong enough to save everyone. Yet, looking around at the frightened families, she refused to abandon hope. Her growth was quiet, mature, and deeply compassionate. From the shadows of the tent entrance, John 117 watched her silently. The Master Chief had walked through the refugee sectors for hours, observing the fear spreading like a contagion among the civilians. The desperate, hungry looks on their faces reminded him of humanity's darkest wartime periods of the outer colonies right before the Covenant glassed them. John 117 realized that Salem did not need to deploy massive armies to conquer this world. She was weaponizing despair far more effectively than any military force ever could. As the chief watched Ruby hand a small toy back to a crying child, he recognized her true value. She was not just a huntress. She was a symbol that humanity desperately needed to rally behind. He stepped forward, his green Mjolnir armor humming softly in the damp air. "You need rest," he said, his voice a low, steady rumble. Ruby looked up, wiping a streak of mud from her cheek. "If I rest, who helps them? A leader cannot support the line if she collapses," the chief replied. "You give them hope. Do not spend it all at once." The conversation was brief, emotionally restrained, and deeply meaningful. Ruby nodded slowly, earning the quiet respect of the legendary Spartan. The shadow war while the Master Chief walked among the civilians. Commander Jameson Locke was fighting a war in the dark. Locke stood in a secure, soundproofed room aboard a UNSC command vessel hidden in the clouds above Mistral. He was trapped between the delicate necessities of diplomacy and the brutal reality of military intelligence. The Mistral Council members deeply distrusted the UNSC. Local huntsmen questioned foreign military influence, and the civilians were terrified of advanced off-world weapons. Locke tried to maintain order peacefully, but he increasingly realized the political systems of Remnant were beginning to fail. "Commander," an ONI operative reported, stepping into the dim light. "Our counterintelligence protocols have decrypted the dead drops found in the lower rings. We have confirmed multiple communications between high-ranking Mistral officials and Salem-aligned operatives." Locke's jaw tightened. The atmosphere in the room was cold, strategic, and deeply paranoid. ONI covert surveillance missions, hidden drones, and Black Ops reconnaissance had uncovered a terrifying truth. The corruption reached the very top. "Someone close to Haven Academy leadership is completely compromised," Locke said, his tone frustrated, but disciplined. "They're selling out their own kingdom. Prepare an infiltration team. We need the data from their secure servers before they realize we are watching." The philosopher's silence far below, walking through an abandoned village recently destroyed by Grimm, Setsuner FC closed his eyes and listened to the rain. He did not need to see the refugees to know they were suffering. Through his quantum awareness, Setsuner heard the emotional agony echoing across the kingdom. He sensed the fear spreading across cities, a dark, heavy vibration that tasted of ash. The suffering of Remnant bore a terrifying resemblance to humanity's past endless wars on Earth, wars fought for greed, sustained by paranoia, and paid for by the innocent. Setsuner gently placed a fallen wooden carving back onto the porch of a ruined home. He felt incredibly isolated, spiritually burdened by the sheer scale of the despair. He increasingly believed that the conflict on Remnant could not be solved through military victory alone. A sword could kill a monster, but it could not kill the hatred that summoned it. High in orbit, within the Vedder terminals, Tyria Erd was coming to an equally terrifying conclusion. "The simulations are deeply alarming," Setsuner, Tyria transmitted. "The Grimm are adapting to our energy-based weapons at an accelerated rate. Salem's forces are learning from every repeated battlefield encounter. Salem is not merely a biological anomaly. She is a civilization-ending threat, comparable to existential cosmic disasters like the ELS. If she continues to guide their evolution consciously, military containment will become impossible." Echoes of isolation. The political collapse was not contained to Mistral. In the freezing heights of Atlas, Why Schnee walked through the empty, luxurious hallways of Schnee Manor. The cold elegance of her home felt like an emotional prison. Her father, Dak, was ruthlessly exploiting the global instability, manipulating the Atlas elites to demand stricter border controls while monopolizing dust exports. Weiss vehemently rejected her family's fearful ideology, but she was trapped inside a political imprisonment. Late at night, she secretly communicated with Ruby through heavily secured UNSC channels, her voice tight with elegant, sad frustration. She was watching her kingdom lock its doors while the rest of the world burned. On the island of Patch, Yang Zyro Long was slowly, painfully rebuilding her spirit. In a sparring ring, she traded controlled blows with a Spartan Roman 4 training instructor. The heavy, disciplined exercises were helping her channel her anger, but when the Spartan raised his combat knife, Yang hesitated. A phantom flash of red hair and a crimson blade filled her vision. She stepped back, her breathing shallow with sudden fear. The Spartan immediately lowered his weapon, offering a silent nod of understanding. Her recovery was not instantaneous. It was a difficult, frustrating, and incredibly human journey. In Menagerie, Blake Belladonna sat in the shadows of a foreigners community hall. She listened as extremist recruiters preyed on the fears of the divided crowd. Salem-aligned manipulation was actively worsening social tensions. Blake realized with tragic clarity that someone was intentionally turning her people's suffering into political extremism. The war was coming to her home too. The Queen and the pawn deep within the abyss. Salem walked gracefully across her obsidian floor. She was escalating her psychological warfare, expertly manipulating fear across the kingdoms. She intentionally provoked paranoia regarding the off-world arrivals, leaking false rumors to destabilize trust between the governments. She now viewed the UNSC and Celestial being not as immediate executioners, but as dangerous, exploitable variables. They bring grand ships and green lights, Salem whispered, her voice ancient, calculating, and horrifyingly patient, but they cannot stop a heart from turning against its brother. In a dark corner of the room, Cinderfall clutched her scarred arm, trembling with rage and physical pain. The humiliation of her failure a beacon consumed her. Her hatred for Ruby Rose was an obsessive, burning poison in her mind. But beneath the anger was a desperate, psychological fracture. She feared Salem was looking at the extraterrestrial arrivals and realizing that Cinder was easily replaceable. She was an angry, damaged weapon, desperate to prove her worth. The spark of chaos, the slow decay of trust violently accelerated the following evening. A coordinated sabotage attack struck the central transportation hubs of Mistral simultaneously. Massive explosions ripped through the commercial rail lines. Fire illuminated the rain-soaked streets as panic spread instantly through the city. The emotional chaos acted like a beacon. Grim, sensing the sudden surge of absolute terror, reached the outer walls. Civilians fled screaming through the flooded alleys, trampling each other in their desperation to escape. But the true damage was not the explosions. It was the whispers. Within minutes, false rumors spread rapidly through the crowds. It was an Atlas strike. The UNSC planted the bombs. The foreigners are trying to take over the city. The atmosphere was chaotic, desperate, and terrifyingly believable. Local huntsmen drew their weapons, aiming them not at the Grim, but at a squad of confused UNSC Marines trying to secure a perimeter. Ideological disagreements and lack of trust were causing the defense grid to collapse from the inside out. The raid in the dark while the city burned above. The true battle was taking place entirely in the dark. Beneath the streets of Mistral, a covert ONI operation was underway to uncover the Salem-aligned conspiracy inside the leadership. John 117, Commander Locke, and Setsuna FC moved through a hidden underground data facility. Spartan infiltration teams moved with flawless tactical precision, breaching the facility's security doors. Locke interfaced with the mainframe, initiating an encrypted data theft that would expose the compromised officials. Data extraction at 70%, Locke whispered, his rifle trained on the dark corridor ahead. Suddenly, the concrete walls groaned. Salem's agents had triggered a deliberate Grim attack to collapse the tunnels and erase the evidence. Massive, armor-plated centicores burst through the foundation, their mandibles snapping. Defensive formation, the Master Chief commanded. His assault rifle roared, the kinetic round sparking against the heavy chitin of the beasts. Huntsman operatives, working alongside the Spartans, used their semblances to cover the flanks, providing desperate tactical extraction support. Setsuna moved with blinding speed, his blade slicing cleanly through the darkness. Yet, as he fought, he sensed the overwhelming malice saturating the underground facility. It was a trap designed to bury the truth. Extraction complete. Locke shouted, pulling the data drive free. Move to the surface. They fought their way up through the collapsing stairwells, bursting out into the heavy rainfall of Mistral's upper districts. The city was overrun. The grim swarms were too thick for the local defenders to repel. Then, the night sky turned a brilliant, piercing green. The double quanter descended briefly above Mistral's skyline. Emerald green light reflected across the flooded streets and the shattered rooftops. Civilians stopped running, staring upward in awe at the mythical apparition. The Gundam released a concentrated wave of quantum particles. The Grim recoiled violently, their dark forms shuddering beneath the immense, purifying energy. The GN light gave the defenders the precious seconds they needed to stabilize the lines. It was a beautiful, terrifying display of power, pushing back the dark just long enough for the truth to survive. Ashes beneath the crown. Hours later, the fires were contained, but the damage to the kingdom's soul was irreparable. In a highly classified, heavily guarded emergency meeting room aboard the Infinity, Osborne's holographic projection flickered to life. He sat across from UNSC leadership, ONI representatives, and the holographic avatar of Tyria Erd representing Celestial Being. Commander Locke placed the decrypted data drive onto the central table. The holographic files expanded, showing irrefutable proof of Haven Academy's headmaster colluding with Salem's faction, alongside dozens of prominent Mistral politicians. The room was deathly silent. The truth was horrifyingly clear. Salem was no longer preparing for war. She had already started it, weaving her influence into the very fabric of their governments. The sabotage, the rumors, the escalating grim attacks, it was all a beautifully orchestrated symphony of societal collapse. Far away, in the pitch-black heart of the Gremlins, Salem watched the chaos unfold across Mistral. She saw the humans pointing their weapons at the stars, and the stars looking down with growing suspicion. She smiled softly, her red eyes glowing in the dark. The kingdoms of Remnant would not fall to an army of monsters because humanity was already volunteering to burn from within. Chapter 9 ends. Chapter 10 The Burning Horizon of Haven. The dawn did not bring warmth to the kingdom of Mistral. It brought only the color of fire. Red-orange sunlight bled across the heavy storm clouds, casting long, bruised shadows over Haven Academy. The ancient, beautiful school was no longer a place of learning. It had become a fortress bracing for a siege. Exhausted huntsmen paced the perimeter walls, their weapons drawn, their eyes fixed on the misty valleys below. The courtyards were overflowing. Refugee convoys arrived continuously, bringing with them tales of shattered villages and burning roads. High above, military aircraft, sleek Mistral guard ships, and heavily armoured UNSC Pelicans crossed the turbulent skies in endless, frantic patrols. The air was heavy, uneasy, and emotionally exhausted. Civilians slept shoulder to shoulder in crowded emergency shelters, the restless whisper spreading fear through the kingdom like an invisible plague. The world of Remnant was slowly approaching the edge of a continental war. The burden of hope at the primary refugee intake gate. Ruby Rose knelt in the mud. She was gently wrapping a thermal blanket around the shoulders of her shivering, wide-eyed child. "You are safe now," Ruby said, forcing a bright, comforting smile. "The huntsmen are here. The soldiers are here. We won't let anything hurt you." As the child's mother tearfully led him away, Ruby's smile faltered. She stood up, her muscles aching with a deep, emotional exhaustion. She was terrified. The weight of leadership was a crushing burden, and she secretly feared she was failing everyone who depended on her. Yet, she increasingly understood a profound truth: hope itself could become a weapon against despair. She had to carry the light, even when she was consumed by the dark. Her emotional arc was no longer that of an optimistic student, but of a quiet, tragically resilient battlefield leader. A massive shadow fell over her. John 117 stood silently nearby, his green Mjolnir armor illuminated by the harsh dawn light. The Master Chief was overseeing the construction of emergency defense grids alongside UNSC Marines. He watched Ruby carefully. In his long, brutal life, he had seen humanity rely on overwhelming technological superiority to survive. But here, on Remnant, he realized they survived through sheer emotional strength. "You give them a reason to keep moving," the chief said, his voice a low, steady rumble that cut through the noise of the camp. Ruby looked up at the towering Spartan. "Sometimes I feel like I'm just lying to them. I don't know if we can stop what's coming." "A leader does not need to know the future," John 117 replied, his tone carrying subtle, profound respect. "They only need to secure the present." "You are holding the line," Ruby rose. "That is enough." Nearby, Team RNJR was operating with a new, battle-hardened discipline. Jorn Ark stood before a holographic map projection, acting as a true tactical officer. He had spent countless hours studying Spartan command methods, and he was now successfully coordinating defensive zones between local militias and UNSC detachments. Nora Valkyrie kept morale alive, her boisterous voice organizing supply crates, though her eyes occasionally darted nervously towards the horizon. But it was Lai Ren who felt the true gravity of the morning. He stood at the edge of the cliffs, his hands trembling slightly. "They are moving," Ren whispered, growing increasingly disturbed. "It is not a chaotic swarm. They are forming lines, waiting." The fracture of command inside the Grand Council chambers of Haven Academy, Commander Jameson Locke was losing his patience. He stood before the Mistral leadership, attempting to lead joint military coordination between UNSC forces, local huntsmen, and the city authorities, but the political disagreements were paralyzing their defensive planning. Mistral's elites were hoarding dust reserves, demanding that Spartan detachments prioritize the wealthy upper tiers of the city while leaving the lower refugee districts vulnerable. "Your walls will mean nothing if the population outside them panics and draws the Grim directly to your gates," Locke argued, struggling to prevent his frustration from breaking his diplomatic composure. He increasingly feared that the kingdoms would politically collapse before Salem even attacked directly. The doors to the chamber opened, and an ONI operative stepped inside, handing Locke a highly encrypted datapad. Locke read the screen, his blood running cold. ONI had discovered horrifying intelligence. Covert infiltration missions and surveillance drone operations had uncovered that multiple Salem-aligned sabotage cells existed across every major kingdom. It was not a localized threat. It was a synchronized, planet-wide destabilization campaign. The atmosphere in the room turned terrifyingly realistic. ONI immediately began preparing classified, planet-wide contingency protocols. The Shadow War had already breached the highest levels of government. The philosophy of despair high above the chaotic streets, standing on the tiled roof of an ancient Haven watchtower, Setsuner SA looked down at the city. He did not just see the refugees, he felt their suffering. Through his innovator perception, Setsuner heard the collective fear, the quiet weeping, and the emotional collapse of a population crushed beneath uncertainty. He sensed the Grim in the wilderness beyond, responding violently to this collective despair. Setsuner increasingly realized that Salem's war did not target borders or armies. It targeted humanity's soul itself. He felt a profound, melancholic burden. He questioned whether any weapon, no matter how powerful, could save a civilization that was emotionally dying from within. "The tactical situation is deteriorating exponentially," Tyria Erd transmitted directly into Setsuner's mind. Inside the Vedder terminals, Tyria had completed a deeper analysis of Grim behavior. Simulations reveal accelerating adaptation. The Grim are developing primitive battlefield coordination. Salem's strategic influence is undeniable. If this emotional destabilization continues, Remnant faces an extinction-level collapse. Yet, despite the grim data, the people of Mistral still looked to the sky with fragile hope. Sightings of emerald GN light across the clouds had spread through the city. Civilians whispered that a celestial guardian was watching over them. The Double Quanter had become incredibly mythic, its overwhelmingly beautiful presence acting as a spiritual anchor for a terrified world. The echoes of isolation while Mistral braced for war. The kingdom of Atlas locked its doors entirely. Inside the freezing, luxurious halls of Shri Manor, Weishi stood fiercely before her father, Dak. The Atlas elites were demanding a total military withdrawal from international affairs. Weiss openly rejected this isolationism. "We are abandoning them," Weiss shouted, her voice echoing off the elegant, cold marble walls. "We have the technology, the dust, the fleet. If we hide behind our shields while the rest of Remnant burns, we are abandoning humanity morally." Jack simply turned his back, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. Weiss felt an emotionally suffocating loneliness. She was trapped in a fortress of paranoia, desperately missing the warmth and courage of her friends. Far away on the island of Patch, Yang Zyrolong was slowly, painfully reclaiming her identity. She stood in a dirt training ring, sweating profusely as she sparred with a heavily armoured Spartan combat instructor. She threw a punch, but hesitated, a flash of red trauma paralysing her. The Spartan did not yell. He simply reset his stance and waited. With a ragged breath, Yan pushed the fear down and threw a rapid, devastating combination. Her recovery was realistic and slow, but every strike brought her one step closer to the girl she used to be. In Menagerie, Blake Belladonna uncovered a terrifying truth. Hidden deep within radicalized Fornus cells, she found encrypted communication devices. The White Fang extremist factions were receiving external strategic guidance. Salem was weaponizing social suffering itself, directing their anger to perfectly cripple the kingdom's defensive logistics. Blake's storyline felt politically tragic and emotionally conflicted, as she realized her people were being used as pawns in a cosmic war. The ancient enemy deep within the lightless abyss of her domain, Salem glided toward her viewing pool. She escalated her preparations openly. She observed the growing instability of humanity, studying Spartan operations carefully, noting their defensive formations and overlapping energy shields. She recognized Setsuner FCA and the quantum capabilities of celestial being as unpredictable threats that required specific countermeasures. Salem began adjusting her strategy from covert manipulation toward controlled, overwhelming escalation. She was ancient, cold, and terrifyingly intelligent. Behind her, Cinderfall knelt in the shadows. Cinder was physically suffering, clutching her scarred arm, her remaining eye burning with emotional instability. She was broken, dangerous, and obsessed with reclaiming her power. Her hatred toward Ruby Rose was a frantic, volatile poison. She desperately sought redemption in Salem's eyes, willing to burn the entire world to get it. The darkest horizon, the mid-chapter escalation, began without a single gunshot. It began with silence. Lyren stood outside the gates of Haven, looking toward the scrolling, ancient forests at the base of the mountains. The birds had stopped singing. The wind seemed to die. "They're here," Wren whispered, his eyes widening in horror. A massive grim migration began moving toward Haven. Entire forests fell completely silent as the beasts advanced. Villages in the valleys below were abandoned instantly. The sheer volume of the grim swarms was so vast that they literally darkened the distant mountains, moving like a tidal wave of living ink. Panic spread across Mistral in an uncontrollable wildfire. This was not a mindless stampede. The grim were converging intentionally. The atmosphere was catastrophic and emotionally overwhelming. Sound the general alarm. John Arc roared, running toward the defensive barricades. Full evacuation protocols. The climax of the day ignited into a massive emergency defensive operation outside Haven's lower walls. Panicked civilians fled through the mountain roads, slipping in the mud as lightning illuminated the encroaching grim swarms. Military defenses began failing under the immense psychological pressure. "Hold the line," Jensen Locke shouted over the roar of the wind, his battle rifle firing precise bursts into the advancing tide. John 117 and a detachment of Spartans established heavy defensive barricades, interlocking their mile-near energy shields to create a choke point on the main bridge. They laid down a withering hail of kinetic suppression fire, working in seamless, desperate tandem with Huntsman combat styles. Atlas engineering hard-light shields were deployed by UNSC engineers, attempting to funnel the grim away from the fleeing refugees. Ruby Rose was a blur of crimson and silver, her scythe tearing through airborne griffins that tried to bypass the Spartan kill zones. She led groups of terrified civilians through the chaos, her voice a beacon of desperate command. Kiro Branwen fought through overwhelming exhaustion, his massive blade slicing through heavy, armoured berinjals that attempted to shatter the bridge supports. Nora Valkyrie unleashed devastating electrical blasts, protecting refugees trapped in overturned transports. But as the panic spread, the grim attacks intensified dramatically. The beast seemed to feed on the sheer terror radiating from the city above. The line was buckling. A colossal, ancient Goliath smashed through the primary Atlas hardlight barrier, its tusks aimed directly at a crowded evacuation pelican. At the battle's absolute darkest moment, the sky above the burning horizon tore open. The 00 Quantor descended through the burning skies. A blinding, majestic wave of emerald G-Ven light illuminated the smoke-filled air. The Gundam moved with impossible, quantum grace. Its sword bits detached, forming an impenetrable, glowing ring of energy around the vulnerable pelican. The grim shrieked as the quantum energy washed over them. The GN particles disrupted their unnatural coordination, forcing the massive beast to recoil beneath the overwhelming, purifying light. Civilians, covered in mud and tears, looked up at the floating, emerald giant, witnessing it not as a machine, but as a mythic protector sent by the stars. Setsuner SA moved like a ghost through the battlefield, precisely eliminating the heaviest grim targets, providing the Spartans and Huntsmen the exact moment of reprieve they needed to stabilize the line. The prelude to the end, the battle raged for hours, until the grim finally retreated back into the shadows of the valleys. Haven Academy survived, but the victory was agonizingly hollow. Ruby Rose stood outside the heavily fortified gates, leaning heavily on Crescent Rose. She looked out over the valleys of Mistral. Smoke rose from dozens of ruined outposts. The realization struck her with a cold, terrifying clarity. This was not the main assault. The coordination, the tactical retreat, it was only a probing attack. It was preparation. Nearby, John 117 quietly watched the distant fires, his assault rifle resting at his side. The war was escalating beyond the capabilities of localized defense. Far away, hidden in the pitch-black void of the Gremlins, Salem stood on a high cliff. Below her, an enormous, unimaginable grim force was gathering in the darkness, a sea of red eyes waiting for her command. Meanwhile, aboard the Infinity, ONI confirmed a terrifying, final conclusion. The encrypted data matched the tactical movements across the globe. All kingdoms Atlas, Vacuo, Mistral, and the remnants of Vale were approaching synchronized destabilization simultaneously. Ruby watched the burning horizon of Haven, the red-orange embers drifting into the night sky. For the first time, she truly understood how enormous the coming war was going to become. The world of Remnant was not just bleeding, it was preparing to shatter. The storm had arrived, and the ashes of the crown were only waiting for the final spark. Chapter 10 ends. Chapter 11 Ashes beneath the northern sky. The winter storm across the continent of Anima did not howl, it moaned. It was a deep, bone-chilling sound that swept across the frozen wilderness, burying the temporary UNSC convoy under layers of heavy, relentless snow. The atmosphere was quiet, lonely, and suffocatingly cold. Inside the armoured tents, Marines and local huntsmen slept in exhausted, restless shifts, their breath pluming in the freezing air. Outside, heavily armoured transport vehicles sat half-buried in the drifts, their engines quiet. Ruby Rose could not sleep. She pulled her red cloak tightly around her shoulders and stepped out into the biting wind. The camp was cast in the dim, orange glow of chemical firelights. The snowflakes fell thick and fast, reflecting against the matte green armour of the Spartans standing guard. They were perfectly motionless, like ancient statues forged to hold back the end of the world. She walked slowly toward the edge of the perimeter, listening to the distant, rhythmic hum of Pelican engines patrolling high overhead. There, staring out into the absolute darkness of the tree line, stood John 117. His mile-near armour shed the falling snow effortlessly. He did not turn as Ruby approached, but she knew he had heard her footsteps long before she arrived. For a long time, neither of them spoke. The silence was heavy, but not unwelcome. "How do you do it?" Ruby finally asked. Her voice was a fragile whisper, almost stolen by the wind. "How do you keep moving after losing so much?" The Master Chief remained silent for several long moments. He looked out at the frozen trees, his golden visor reflecting the dim firelight. When he finally spoke, his voice was a low, steady rumble, carrying the weight of 1,000 battlefields. "Reach," the chief said quietly. "Cortana, my team, I have lost more than I can count. Entire worlds burning in the dark." He turned his head slightly, looking down at the young leader. He was emotionally restrained, but he was not emotionless. "You do not forget them," he continued, his tone carrying a profound, disciplined sorrow. "You do not stop feeling the loss. But if you stop moving, their sacrifices mean nothing. Duty is what remains when everything else is gone." Ruby looked down at her boots, tears prickling the corners of her silver eyes. "It hurts so much." "Strength is not the absence of pain, Ruby Rose," John 117 replied softly. "Strength is continuing despite the pain." Ruby absorbed those words. She wiped her eyes, feeling a quiet, tragic maturity settling deep into her soul. She nodded slowly, standing a little taller beside the armoured giant as they watched the frozen frontier together. The evolution of shadows far above the storm, in the silent, quantum architecture of Vedder, Tyria Erd ran trillions of combat simulations. The results were terrifying. "Set sooner," Tyria transmitted, his digital voice laced with urgent dread. "I have completed the analysis of the recent Grim migration patterns. They are no longer acting on instinct. They are adapting strategically." Setsuna FC sat silently in the cockpit of the 00 Quantor, hidden high above the cloud layer. Through his innovator perception, he could feel the quantum brainwave resonance of the world below. It was dark, twisted, and saturated with Salem's influence. "The Grim are learning from our tactics," Tyria explained, bringing up holographic data streams. "They have encountered Spartan mile-near energy shields, GN particles, MSC orbital bombardments, and advanced dust weaponry. Salem is not just breeding them, she is engineering them." Deep within the pitch-black domain of the Gremlins, Salem stood before a glowing seer. She did not act out of anger. She acted with cold, scientific precision. She studied holographic projections of UNSC communication systems, Spartan battlefield formations, Atlas military doctrine, and celestial being combat patterns, piecing together the weaknesses of her new enemies. Salem raised her pale hand. From the dark pools of essence, a new nightmare emerged. These were the adaptive Grim. They featured hardened bone armor plating capable of deflecting standard kinetic rounds. They possessed electromagnetic sensory organs, allowing them to track the energy signatures of Mjolnir shields. They were partially resistant to dust, possessed limited camouflage abilities, and moved with flawless, coordinated pack tactics. The war was evolving far faster than anyone on Remnant had anticipated. The fractured iron in the freezing, technologically magnificent capital of Atlas, political tension finally exploded. Jacques stood before a massive crowd of panicked elites, manipulating public fear with predatory calculation. He pointed to the massive UNSC frigates orbiting silently above the atmosphere. "Are they protecting us?" Jacques shouted, his voice echoing through the opulent square. "Or are they preparing to conquer us? These artificial intelligences, these alien military forces, they bring only destruction." Propaganda broadcasts flooded the city. Civilian protests erupted outside military checkpoints. General Ironwood stood in his command center, watching his kingdom tear itself apart. He was exhausted, isolated, and increasingly dependent on authoritarian control to maintain order. Winter Schnee watched him, trapped agonizingly between her loyalty to Atlas, her trust in Ironwood, her deep respect for the Spartans, and her desperate concern for her sister. Inside a heavily secured Atlas laboratory, Weiss Schnee sat across from a woman who terrified her far more than any Grimm. Dr. Catherine Halsey analysed a glowing vial of dust with cold, clinical fascination. "Your concept of aura is remarkable, Miss Schnee, Doctor," Halsey said, her voice smooth and devoid of empathy. "A biological manifestation of the soul. It is a highly inefficient, yet fascinating, survival mechanism." Weiss gripped the arms of her chair. "It is what makes us human. It is not just a mechanism. Survival requires sacrifice, Miss Schnee," Halsey replied, turning her sharp gaze toward the heiress. "Ethics are a luxury of peacetime. When humanity faced extinction, we did what was necessary. We militarized children. We altered their biology. We built the Spartans to ensure we would have a tomorrow." Weiss felt a cold horror washing over her. She began to understand how terrifying humanity's history truly was before they arrived on Remnant. "Destiny is not a mandate for cruelty," Weiss argued, her voice trembling but defiant. "No," Halsey agreed softly. "But survival often is. The price of shadows in a dimly lit command tent in Mistral." Blake Belladonna slammed a decrypted datapad onto the metal table. "You infiltrated them," Blake said, her golden eyes blazing with fury. "You have ONI operatives actively manipulating White Fang communication networks." Commander Jameson Locke looked up from his tactical displays. He was calm, professional, and morally grey. "We are monitoring their supply lines. We are disrupting their ability to coordinate with Salem's agents. You are manipulating them, just like the Schnee Dust Company did." Blake argued fiercely. "You are using their anger. Fear always creates monsters, Locke. If you push them into a corner, they will explode, and innocent foreigners will pay the price. If intelligence fails, Blake people die," Locke countered, stepping forward. "My job is to ensure that the casualty reports remain as low as possible. I do not have the luxury of clean hands." Neither side won the argument. The tension was philosophical and deeply unsettling. Meanwhile, in a training yard miles away, Yang Zyro longed through a desperate, wild punch. Her cybernetic arm swung with terrifying force. But the Spartan Roman 4 instructor easily sidestepped the blow. He grabbed her momentum, sweeping her leg and driving her hard into the dirt. Yang gasped, her frustration boiling over into rage. "You are fighting with your anger," the Spartan said, stepping back and lowering his guard. "You are reckless. I am trying to survive," Yan yelled, pushing herself off the ground. "Strength without control destroys allies first," the Spartan replied calmly. "Your anger is a weapon, but right now, you are holding it by the blade. Learn to hold it by the hilt." Yang froze. The words struck her deeply. She wiped the sweat from her brow, took a slow, deep breath, and reset her stance. This time, her eyes were focused, disciplined, and ready to learn. The Crimson Glacier, the mid-chapter catastrophe, struck a massive, frozen dust mining settlement in the northern cliffs. The emergency sirens wailed as a massive horde of the new adaptive Grimm descended upon the facility. This was not a mindless charge. It was a perfectly executed military assault. "Defensive line Alpha is buckling," Fred 104 shouted over the comms, his assault rifle roaring. Blue Team and Fire Team Osiris fought shoulder to shoulder with Team RNJR and local huntsman survivors. But for the first time, the Spartans were struggling. The adaptive Grimm's hardened armor deflected kinetic rounds, Their electromagnetic organs allowed them to perfectly anticipate the Spartans' movements, and their camouflage made them nearly invisible in the driving snowstorm. They are flanking the refineries, Kelly 087 warned, darting through the blizzard to intercept a pack of mutated sabers. Ruby Rose swung Crescent Rose with desperate precision, but the sheer numbers were overwhelming. Burning dust refineries cast a violent, crimson glow across the glacier. Atlas security drones were torn to pieces in seconds. Marine support teams were pinned down behind shattered barricades. We need heavy support. Jorn Ark roared, raising his shield to block a crushing blow from a massive, armoured Beringel. Then, the storm clouds tore open. Emerald GN particle light flooded the crimson battlefield. The 00 Quantor descended, moving with mythic, impossible grace. The air crackled with quantum energy. Inside the cockpit, Setsuner FC closed his eyes. Franzam burst. The Gundam exploded into a blinding, ethereal light. The battlefield instantly entered a surreal, profound silence. The roaring wind, the gunfire, the shrieking monsters, all of it faded into a shared quantum resonance. Humans, Fornis, and even some of the Grim hesitated momentarily, caught in the overwhelming wave of absolute understanding. Ruby gasped, falling to her knees. Through the resonance, she felt an immense, crushing sorrow. It was Setsuner's heart. He was carrying the pain of two universes, begging for the violence to end. The moment was not just powerful, it was deeply spiritual. The silence broke, and the battle resumed with a new, coordinated fury. John 117 broke from the defensive line, sprinting into the heart of the horde. Above him, the 00 Quantor provided flawless overwatch. The Master Chief and Setsuner fought in perfect tandem, a breathtaking fusion of Halo's brutal, disciplined survival and Gundam's elegant, evolving understanding. Kinetic rounds shattered armor, while quantum blades vaporized the exposed flesh. Duty and evolution fought side by side, creating an impenetrable wall of steel and light. Echoes from the abyss as the battle raged above. Tyria Erd scanned the deep bedrock beneath the burning mining settlement. Setsuner, Master Chief, I am detecting an anomaly, Tyria transmitted, his digital voice laced with genuine shock. There are ancient underground ruins beneath the glacier. The architectural symbols predate any known remnant civilization, but the energy signatures, they are not human. They are not foreigner. Tyria scans revealed ancient dimensional instability, carrying horrifying similarities to the quantum structures of the ELS. The implication was terrifying. Remnant had encountered extraterrestrial, cosmic influence long before humanity realized it. Deep in the dark, Salem watched the battlefield footage through the eyes of a hidden seer. She watched the 00 Quantor moving through the sky. For the first time in centuries, Salem appeared genuinely concerned. She was not afraid of the machine. She was concerned by the mind piloting it. She realized that Setsuner FC possessed the ability to understand existence beyond the brothers of light and darkness. He was touching the very fabric of creation. He hears the world itself, Salem whispered quietly, her ancient voice filled with an ominous, prophetic dread. The sky is no longer silent. The battle at the Crimson Glacier was drawing to a close, but beneath the frozen ruins, something was waking up. It was not grim. It was not human. It was not machine. Exposed to the overwhelming combination of GN particles, volatile dust resonance, localized slip space radiation from UNSC comms, and the massive surge of aura energy, an ancient, cosmic signal suddenly activated in the deep dark. High above the planet's atmosphere, inside the bridge of the UNSC Infinity, emergency alarms suddenly screamed across multiple decks. Red warning lights bathed the command center. Captain, the ship's AI shouted. Unknown deep space quantum synchronization pattern detected. It is broadcasting outward. At that exact same moment, in the sky above the glacier, Setsuner SA froze in absolute horror. The quantum resonance violently overloaded. Setsuner, Tyria yelled, right before his Vedder connection was completely and violently severed by a burst of static. In the Gremlins, Salem stepped out onto her balcony, looking toward the northern sky with wide, unblinking eyes. Far above Remnant's atmosphere, the stars began to warp. A massive, terrifying distortion ripped through the vacuum of space, swirling with impossible colors and cosmic energy. The dimensional fabric of the universe was tearing itself apart. The sky above Remnant was no longer silent. Chapter 11 ends. Chapter 12 The stars beyond Remnant. The sky above northern Anima was bleeding. It began as a hairline fracture in the dark, a localized distortion of starlight and freezing wind. But within moments, a colossal quantum rupture spread silently across the upper atmosphere. Crimson auroras clashed violently with emerald storms of G-Gen particles. Frozen lightning spiderwebbed across the heavens. Gravity fluctuated, pulling burning meteoric debris upward into the void. Across Remnant, civilians stepped out of their emergency shelters, staring upward in absolute terror. For the first time in recorded history, the night sky itself appeared broken. High above the atmosphere, the UNSC Infinity shuddered. Emergency alarms activated across every single deck. Red warning lights bathed the bridge in a hellish glow as artificial intelligence systems detected impossible readings. Slip space instability is off the charts. The ship's AI reported, his avatar flickering wildly. I am detecting quantum resonance overlap. There are non-human signal echoes bouncing back from the rift. It is an unknown deep space synchronization. In the primary science laboratory, Tyria Erd's holographic avatar stood beside Dr. Catherine Halsey. They were analyzing the rapidly decaying dimensional fabric. The scene was intellectually intense and deeply unsettling. The dimensional barrier surrounding this planet is weakening, Tyria concluded, his digital voice tight with alarm. Dr. Halsey's eyes widened behind her glasses. She stared at the swirling data algorithms. This energy pattern, it resembles corrupted slip space harmonics, but it is interwoven with quantum communication structures. It is incredibly similar to ELS evolution. This world remnanted is not naturally isolated. She looked up, the terrifying implication dawning on her. It was intentionally sealed. Someone locked this planet away. In the corner of the room, standing silently in the shadows, Professor Osborne reacted with visible fear. His ancient composure slipped. He knew more than he admitted, and the realization that the ancient lock was finally breaking sent a chilling dread into his soul. The commander of Ash on the muddy, blood-stained outskirts of Mistral, Ruby Rose stood her ground. She was no longer the innocent girl who had first stepped into Beacon Academy. She carried survivor's guilt, the crushing pressure of leadership, and the terrifying fear of failure. But as she pointed Crescent Rose toward the advancing darkness, she carried a fierce, unshakable hope for unity. Marines, shift your firing lines to the left flank, Ruby commanded, her voice cutting through the roar of the storm. Huntsmen, fall back behind the Spartan shields. Do not let them breach the civilian corridors. For the first time, heavily armed UNSC veterans and seasoned huntsmen did not question her. They moved on her orders, trusting her judgment implicitly. Standing a few yards away, John 117 observed her quietly. The Master Chief saw the exact same desperate, brilliant determination he had once seen in humanity's greatest defenders during the darkest days of the Covenant War. Ruby Rose was a true battlefield commander. Salem had launched the largest grim assault seen since the fall of Beacon, and they were no longer behaving like beasts. They were an organized army. Across Remnant, multiple kingdoms reported simultaneous, strategically coordinated attacks. In Northern Anima, Team RNJR held the line. Jorn Ark had matured into a brilliant tactical officer, perfectly coordinating overlapping defensive grids. Nora Valkyrie and Lai Ren protected the refugee convoys, engaging camouflaged infiltration units with lethal precision. In the freezing skies above Atlas, General Ironwood mobilized his military forces while political chaos erupted in the council chambers. Jack Schnee attempted to exploit the planetary panic for corporate control, but Winter Schnee openly defied the council. She launched an authorized transport fleet to protect vulnerable civilian sectors, transforming Atlas into a heavily militarized war zone. In the sweltering heat of Menagerie, Blake Belladonna rallied Fornus defenders against expanding white fan extremism. As the Grim breached the coastal walls, black-clad ONI covert operatives materialized from the shadows, their suppressed kinetic weapons covering the Fornus retreat. Blake watched the intelligence agents risk their lives to save her people. She slowly realized that not every shadow operation was inherently evil. The world was entirely grey, and her worldview evolved with every gunshot. And in a burning courtyard outside Vale, Jan Zyro long fought beside a squad of Spartan Roman 4 units during a major Grim siege. She moved with beautiful, disciplined rhythm. She did not fight through anger anymore. She fought with absolute control, her robotic arm shattering armor plate while the Spartans provided suppressive fire. Her synchronization with the UNSC tactics was breathtaking. As the last Ursa fell, a towering Spartan Roman 4 lowered his weapon and gave her a respectful nod. "You finally fight like you want everyone to survive," he said. Yang closed her eyes, exhaling a long, shuddering breath. The emotional payoff washed over her. She was finally healing. The cosmic echo high above the chaos, the 00 Quantor floated near the edge of the atmospheric rift. Setsuna SA entered deep quantum synchronization. The The GN particles from his twin drives resonated directly with the dimensional fracture, tearing the sky apart. Setsuner gasped as his mind was flooded with fragmented, cosmic visions. He saw ancient, godlike civilizations. He witnessed the brothers of light and darkness forging a world in conflict. He saw endless wars, isolated planets, and humanity desperately spreading among the cold stars. He heard the haunting, crystalline communication echoes of the ELS, and beneath it all, he felt Salem's eternal hatred. The profound loneliness of Remnant crushed his heart. He realized something horrifyingly sad. This world had been emotionally trapped for centuries. Fear itself was the engine sustaining the planet's endless cycle of suffering. The Grimm were merely the symptom. Isolation was the disease. Before the final descent, a secure comms channel opened in the cockpit. "Can this world be saved?" John 117 asked quietly from the battlefield below. Setsuner looked down at the burning planet, his golden eyes reflecting the sorrow of 1,000 lifetimes. "Yes," Setsuner answered honestly. "If humanity chooses to understand each other." There was a long, heavy pause on the line. "That's harder than winning wars," the chief quietly responded. The siege of Mantle Cinderfall was no longer relying on intimidation. She had studied the Spartans and the Gundam, and she adapted aggressively. She launched precision sabotage attacks, crippling communications, dust transportation, and the UNSC orbital scanning systems. Her lethal intelligence terrified even her own subordinates. Deep in the shadows, Emerald Sustri and Mercury Black exchanged fearful glances, beginning to question the apocalyptic extremism of Salem's inner circle. Cinder sabotage triggered the largest battle of the chapter, detonating directly above the crater of Mantle. It was absolutely cinematic. The sky became a chaotic canvas of missile trails, vibrant GN particle light, burning Grimm, and massive dust explosions. Atlas air fleets clashed with swarms of flying Beringal variants and winged manticores. Spartan aerial units on jetpacks boarded massive Grimm in midair, tearing them apart with energy swords. Frozen clouds were violently torn to shreds by the concussive shockwaves of railgun fire. In orbit, the UNSC Infinity acted as a planetary defense fortress, coordinating air support and humanitarian operations. But the ship faced a terrifying limitation. The growing dimensional instability was ripping through their technology. Slipspace engines began to critically destabilize. The artificial intelligences experienced terrifying signal corruption. The threat to the ship was becoming existential. The ancient confrontation as the sky burned. An ancient confrontation occurred in the psychic ether. Osbin, utilizing ancient, fading magical projection methods, confronted Salem indirectly. They stood in a void of pure consciousness. Two mortal beings carrying the weight of a broken world. "You trapped humanity in weakness," Salem accused, her red eyes burning with endless, cold hatred. "You brought these outsiders here to delay the inevitable." "I tried to give them time," Osbin answered, his voice cracking with tragic, ancient sorrow. "Time to choose hope over fear." "There is no hope," Salem sneered. "Only the void." But deep beneath the frozen crust of Remnant, the planet disagreed. The ancient signal fully activated. It was a pulse of immense, forgotten cosmic energy, resonating with prehistoric Remnant, interdimensional gateways, and forgotten cosmic wars. Across the world, people began hearing strange, ethereal whispers. The Grimm behavior became wildly erratic, their hive mind fracturing. Salem stumbled back in her dark domain. For the first time in recorded history, her flawless composure shattered. She looked down at the vibrating floor of her fortress, genuine dread crossing her pale features. The light of the silver eyes on the battlefield of Mistral. The Grimm swarms surged, desperate to consume the remaining huntsmen. Ruby Rose stood at the vanguard. The emotional terror, the physical exhaustion, and the immense unity of the forces around her reached a breaking point. She closed her eyes. When she opened them, the silver eyes ignited. But this time, the energy did not merely react to the Grimm. The blinding, pure white light surged upward, reacting violently to the dimensional fracture in the sky. The light merged with the emerald GN particles raining down from the double O quanter. In the cockpit, Setsuner gasped. He sensed profound, beautiful similarities between the innovator quantum empathy, the power of the silver eyes, and the transcendent communication of the ELS. It was a universal connection, a language of pure soul. The scene was transcendent, a blinding explosion of emotional power that swept across the battlefield. The Grimm dissolved into ash, their darkness completely purified by the synchronized light of two universes. Humans, Fornis, Spartans, Huntsmen, Atlas soldiers, and celestial being forces pushed forward as one. It was the thematic culmination of their entire struggle. It was not victory through overwhelming power. It was victory through absolute, unyielding cooperation. Toward the unknown sky the battle ended, but the war had merely evolved. The dimensional rupture above northern Anima stabilized temporarily, freezing into a massive, jagged scar of cosmic colors across the sky. The immediate catastrophe was over, but nothing would ever return to normal. The kingdoms of Remnan now understood a terrifying truth: the universe beyond their sky was real, it was vast, and it was watching them. In their aftermath, their alliances hardened. Osborne secretly prepared for a far larger cosmic war. ONI began planning long-term planetary operations, integrating their intelligence networks into the Huntsman academies. Atlas accelerated its military expansion to dangerous new heights. In the dark, Salem began obsessively searching ancient, forgotten ruins worldwide, seeking the source of the subterranean signal. Blake's conflict with the White Fang evolved from a shadow war into a massive political revolution. Yang regained her bright, unyielding confidence. Weiss rejected her father's control entirely, choosing to stand openly with the world rather than hide behind Atlas steel. And Ruby Rose stood tall, fully accepting the heavy, beautiful burden of true leadership. Beneath the shimmering northern lights, Setsuner S.A. stood silently beside the towering legs of the 00 Quanter. He closed his eyes, his quantum brainwaves reaching out into the fractured sky. He sensed a distant, immense consciousness beyond the stars. It was not hostile, but it was watching. It was waiting. The next contact may not be peaceful, Tyria quietly warned from the ship's remaining servers. High above, John 117 stood on the observation deck of the UNSC Infinity. He looked down through the reinforced glass. For the first time in his long, brutal life, the Master Chief did not see a battlefield alone. He saw a broken world desperately trying to survive, and he felt a profound duty to protect it. A young Marine, bandaged and exhausted, stepped up beside him. What happens now, Chief? The Master Chief kept his eyes on the fractured sky. We prepare. The awakening far beyond Renant's atmosphere, far beyond the shattered dimensional barrier that had kept the planet hidden for millennia. In the freezing, lightless vacuum of deep space, something ancient moved. Massive, monolithic structures, dormant since the dawn of time, awakened silently among the dead stars. An unknown, terrifyingly complex signal echoed across the dark matter of the universe. Aboard the Infinity, the tactical systems detected the massive transmission. Tyria Erd's avatar froze in sheer disbelief. On the surface of the planet, Setsuner looked toward the heavens, his breath catching in his throat. And deep within her fortress of shadow, Salem slowly, deliberately smiled for the first time since the sky broke. The age of isolated worlds had ended. Epic crossover arc end.